Myra, Richie, Tommy, thank you for inspiring me to ride this roller coaster in your unique ways. I love you all very much. For we are not fighting against flesh and bone enemies, but against evil rulers and authorities of the unseen world, against mighty powers in this dark world, and against evil spirits in the heavenly places. Therefore, put on every piece of God's armor so you will be able to resist the enemy in the time of evil. Then, after the battle, you will still be standing firm. Ephesians-Chapter 6, verse 12 and 13. Prelude. Bright ivory snow blanketed the mountainous landscape of Syracuse, New York, as gray clouds hovered in the sunless sky. Plow trucks plowed through the slippery roads. Locals got their legs swallowed in the waist-high snow as they marched through town, struggling to stay balanced. Rush hour hadn't quite started yet, but already the day was off to a busy start. Cruising down the snowy highway was Gina Vasquez, a cadet of the New York Police Academy, returning to campus from a weekend getaway at her parents' house in the Bronx. Besides being blessed with stunning good looks, she was athletically gifted, chin-length ginger red hair with light brown eyes and toned physique. Although considered as the kid in her unit, the 20-year-old was mature for her age, never afraid to get her hands dirty, especially when it came to prevailing justice. She's definitely a morning person, approaching each day as another life lesson to be learned. Besides keeping a careful eye on the road, she was swaying her shoulders and enjoying a classic salsa song blasting out from the speakers. Pedro Navaja by Reuben Blades. Lucky for her, traffic was absent due to the wintry weather conditions. Therefore, a usual 6+ hour journey had been reduced to a 5-hour drive. Having a couple of hours to spare before her first class, Gina decided to stop and have some breakfast. After passing several packed Waffle Houses, she came across a small diner called Round the Clock. The parking lot looked empty, so she figured the wait wouldn't be too long. She parked close to the exit ramp and hopped over ice puddles like a game of hopscotch. The morning rush crowd might stampede through the doors at any moment. She hurried up the snowy steps, hoping to get a table right away. But as soon as she entered the diner, her worst-case scenario became a reality. A crowd of hungry people waiting to be seated. Hearing a passing waitress say it'd be about an hour wait, the cadet suddenly lost her appetite. As Gina was about to leave, she heard someone call out her name over the indistinct chatter. Looking through the sea of faces, she spotted Owen Law sitting alone in the booth, motioning for her to join him. Owen, also a police academy cadet, had a crush on Gina since orientation. Standing a little over 6 feet tall, he had a slim physique and a charming smile. His cleverness and athleticism made him a great officer in the making. However, his need to showboat has led instructors to question his passion for the job. Owen and Gina had 3 things in common. Puerto Rican ethnicity, both born and raised in the Bronx, and were the youngest rookies in their respective squads.
"What brings you out here so early?"
Gina asked as she approached the booth. "Waiting for you, of course," Owen kidded. Gina slid into the booth and laid her coat next to the window. A waitress came over with 2 glasses of water and placed them on a table. She then asked for their orders. Owen wanted a 3-cheese omelet with sausage and toast. Gina ordered blueberry pancakes and bacon.
"You've yet to answer my question, Mr. Law,"
Gina said. Owen shivered and answered, "I love it when you call me that." Gina just smirked while tapping her finger on the table.
"Okay, seriously. I went out for a run. Not the smartest move to be running in this blistery weather, and so far, may I add, besides the snowfall picking up, you'll be running back to campus on a full stomach. Know what that means? The next place you'll be running to is the bathroom."
"Ha ha 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 ha, you're a riot," chuckled Owen. "Just so you know, I didn't plan on jogging through this winter wonderland. I woke up at 5 this morning, and a weird feeling came over me like I just needed to get out and do something. Spent 2 hours in the gym, but not even that tired me. So I ran around the campus. I still wasn't tired. In fact, I started feeling better than I did when I woke up. So then I ran down the road and continued onto the highway, and so on and so on. Now I'm here having breakfast with you. No journey is too great when one finds what he seeks."
"Oh, God, you sound like a soap opera."
Gina sighed. "Yeah, it does sound kind of corny coming from a smooth chamaco like me, right? But I mean it." Gina smiled, taking a sip of water. "What about you? What brings you to this side of town so early?"
"Just coming back from spending the weekend at home. After having one of my mom's infamous Sunday dinners, I caught the itis. Too lazy to drive last night. Only operating on a few hours sleep, but I knew I could still get to class on time if I left home early enough. And with an hour to spare, I'd say I'm doing a pretty good job."
"Yeah, you must have been doing 80 on I-87.
"Something like that. But it was easy while driving down those empty roads. And luckily for me, the snowy conditions in the city weren't nearly as bad as they are up here."
A half hour had passed. Gina and Owen were enjoying their breakfast while chatting away at whatever subject came to mind. Then they started talking about their families, a subject Owen never liked to discuss. But since it was Gina who asked, he felt comfortable telling her the truth. Owen was an only child. Most of his life, he was raised by his mother, Karina Law. Childhood memories were bitter and full of vigor, uprooting from the grudge he held against his father for choosing his career over his family. Martial Law, born Manuel Lovado, served in the United States Army during the Vietnam War as a part of the 5th Infantry. He received plenty of medals for acts of bravery and heroism in the line of battle. After his tour ended, Marshall got with a few of his army buddies and worked as mercenaries for hire. With that decision came major consequences. Between his near-death experiences and constantly leaving home in the middle of the night, not returning for days, Karina became emotionally spent and filed for divorce. She believed that Marshall's reckless lifestyle would endanger the lives of her and their son. Marshall promised to explain everything once he was old enough to understand, but Owen was too angry to care. Gina's upbringing, however, was more inspiring. Her mother, Sienna Vasquez, was a distinguished officer for the NYPD, who years later entered the criminal law system. She then became the hottest prosecutor for the New York County's District Attorney's Office. After 30 years of service, she retired and moved to the Bronx suburbs with Raul, Gina's father, who retired from the U.S. Postal Service shortly after. Alexandra, Gina's younger sister, was a junior at Princeton University and labeled the genius of the family. At a glimpse, she could pass for Gina's twin, except she was a couple of inches shorter, had long brown hair, and wore round-rimmed glasses. "Alex wants to follow in your footsteps?" asked Owen.
Kind of.
Gina responded.
She wants to work for the FBI, which threw me for a loop. Not to say she can't handle it, but field agents have to be physically fit, you know?
I take it she's not a world-class athletic.
Far from it.
Gina laughed.
She's not a weakling, but graceful is something lacking when it comes to her with physical challenges. That's the part where we differ. Physically comes easier to me where she can face more cerebral challenges. With her brains, I thought she would follow my mother's path and study criminal law. Still, I know she will be an overnight success if she ever gets to the bureau. I'm so proud of her.
Owen held up his glass of orange juice and proclaimed, "Here's to us, one day celebrating her recruitment with a bottle of champagne."
Hear, hear.
They clinked their glasses together and took a drink while sticking their pinkies in the air. Snow continued to fall, piling up to knee level. Gina checked her watch and gasped at seeing that she now had 20 minutes to get to class. Owen left a generous tip on the table before walking to the cashier to pay the bill. Gazing at the continuous snowfall, Gina and Owen stood in front of the diner and zipped their coats up to their necks.
I'm sure those strong legs of yours will be able to handle another wintry workout,
Gina joked.
I won't hold you up, but thank you for breakfast. It really hit the spot.
Owen wasn't sure if she was serious as his lips slowly curled to a smirk.
I'm only kidding,
she giggled, showing perfect rows of ivory teeth between her full cheeks.
Of course I'll give you a ride back.
The cadets wrapped arms and carefully stepped down the front steps, which looked like beds of marshmallows. Gina found humor in watching Owen struggling to keep his balance as they hopscotched through the slushy parking lot.
If I see you slip and fall, I swear I'm gonna be laughing so hard,
she heckled. Don't laugh too hard, baby, he interjected. If I can get a hold of your coat, then best believe I'll be dragging you down with me. Owen's feet flew up in the air as he slipped on an ice patch and flipped down on his back. He looked like the letter X as he lied still, basking in a moment of embarrassment. Gina could hardly breathe from her ongoing hilarity, grasping on her stomach, unable to withstand the muscle cramps. She offered to help him up, but her laughter made it impossible to stand straight. Due to her lack of focus, however, Gina plunged into a huge slush puddle. Both her boots got soaked. "Ha ha!" Owen teased. "Go ahead, start laughing now! What goes around, comes around, baby!" Both cadets were red in the face, laughing until no sound came out of their mouths. Gina shook the ice chips off her boots as Owen rolled up to his feet. When they got to Gina's car, Owen tilted his head and gave an awkward eye to a gray, worn-down Cutlass Sierra. "I may be a fan of the old school," he said, "but this ride of yours might be going a bit overboard."
Sorry, but my Benz is in the shop,
she sarcastically snapped back. Gina unlocked the doors, and both she and Owen rushed inside.
"Yeah, I know it's an eyesore,"
she mentioned while turning the ignition key.
"Compared to that lousy town bus, though, this contraption is my best friend."
"Easy choice. You can die of old age waiting for that junkyard on wheels. But sincerely, I really do appreciate the ride. How about you let me take you out to eat to express my gratitude?"
"Technically, you just did that."
Gina smiled and winked. Wheels ground onto the thick snow as the car rolled down the exit ramp. She kept the speed at 15 miles per hour and pumped the brakes while merging onto the freeway. Snowflakes flew wildly in front of the windshield, nearly obscuring the view of the road ahead. Driving speedily behind them was a Kia Optima occupied by a group of impatient college kids. They cut into the opposite lane and honked their horn in annoyance as they sped past. Despite their rudeness, Gina slowed down, allowing them to re-enter the lane. She certainly didn't want anyone to get hurt, but before the kids could switch back to their lane, a plow truck emerged from the snow fog in front of them. The driver swerved at the last split second, but the snow plow still struck its back left side. The kids screamed at the top of their lungs as the vehicle spun out of control and crashed through the guardrail. Teens flew out from the back doors as the car tumbled down the rocky mountainside. It landed upside down near a cliff. High winds violently rocked it back and forth, inches away from falling over the edge. Scared out of his mind, the truck driver immediately pulled over and dispatched 911 for help. Gasping in fright, Gina stepped on the gas and sped toward the busted guardrail. Skidding onto the shoulder, she pressed the release button in the glove compartment as the trunk popped open. Both cadets raced around back and gathered some supplies, a first aid kit and climbing rope. "Over there!" Owen shouted and pointed at two teens barreling off the cliff. Gina followed the gray smoke coiling from the rocking vehicle. An orange glow illuminated from the windows.
"You go after the kids!"
instructed Gina.
"I'll check the car for trapped passengers!"
The cadets hurried down the snowy slope and then split up. Gina tossed the rope to Owen and sprinted towards the busted Optima. Despite slippery conditions, Owen ran down the snow like it was asphalt. Two teens, a male and a female, were seen hanging over the cliff, dangling like worms on a hook. Desperately, they yelled for help, but their words sounded mumbled due to their endless sobbing. Frostbite seeped into their bare fingers, weakening their grip on the ice-cold rock. Owen slid towards the edge and reached over to grab their wrists. "I got you!" he shouted as the teens expressed overwhelming gratitude. However, they accidentally peeked down at the long drop below, a field of blue-green evergreens poking out from a sea of white fog. They panicked. Kicking at the rocks and screaming for help, their constant wobbling made it difficult for Owen to hold them steady. "Reach up and grab on my arms!" Owen grunted. "We can't!" the teens hollered, too scared to even flinch a finger. "I can't stay like this forever! You gotta reach up, or else we'll all die!" Mustering enough bravery, the teens attempted to pull themselves up, tiptoeing against the mountainside for support. As the winds grew stronger, Owen felt his biceps burn like Olympic torches. Blustering snowflakes flew into his eyes, distorting his vision. His shoes began to slip along the icy surface. Pressure up against his ribs made it hard for him to yell to Gina for help. Owen gave one more pull and lifted the teens halfway, but his strength was gradually departing. These kids will die if he drops his arms now. Dozens of negative thoughts bombarded his head, criticizing his poor decision-making. But out of all the voices verbally bashing him, one voice could be heard over the rest, torturing him further. It came from the one man who he has despised since his childhood. His father. "You're no hero. You're no soldier. You became a cop because you're too weak to fight a war. You're a mama's boy. I'm not your enemy. I'm your excuse. Don't blame me for you becoming a loser." Pain and fatigue instantly vanished. An overwhelming surge of energy unleashed him like a raging volcano. Screaming in anger, Owen astonishingly lifted the teens up from the cliff, throwing them a few feet back in the process. He then tumbled onto the slush, exhausted. Freezing ice pressed against his spine, pleasurably relieving the muscle cramps he felt in his back. "Are you okay?" he stuttered, rolling on his stomach to catch his breath. Choked up with gratefulness, the teens could only wipe their eyes and say, "Thank you." Unable to resist, Owen let his ego come into play. His lips pushed out to a confident grin as he replied, "No need to thank me. This is what I do." Meanwhile, Gina shielded her eyes from the buzzing white flakes as she approached the vehicular wreckage. She found an unconscious teen just a few yards away. Fearing the car may explode at any minute, she dragged him to a safe distance and then continued charging toward the car. Looking inside the foggy windows, Gina saw the driver still strapped to a seat, hanging upside down like a bat in a cave. Heads and limbs dangled like tinsel on a Christmas tree, but no movement was made on his own. Was he still alive? Was it worth her life to find out? Strong winds pushed the car closer to the edge. A matter of inches separated the sleeping kid from taking a day-long plunge into a wintry abyss. Gina pulled on the handles, but the doors wouldn't open. The violent tumble had sealed them shut. Like a football punter, she kicked at the rear passenger window. Glass shattered off her steel-toed boot.
"Can you hear me?"
she hollered, sticking her head inside the car. There was no response. She crawled headfirst through the broken window and reached for the teen's arm. He was too far away. As she climbed in further, the car shifted from the added weight. Making matters worse, sparks shot out from the radio, sparking awfully close to the gasoline-drenched dashboard. Sucking it up, refusing to turn back, Gina squeezed in between the front seats and crawled closer to the youngster. She pressed her feet down to keep the car balanced while reaching for the seatbelt button. Almost there. Two of her fingers touched the red button. Click! His body dropped onto the cold steel. Scraping sounds grew louder as the car tipped a bit further. Desperately, she wiggled back to the broken window while tugging the teen by his shirt. His massive-sized body was wedged between the seats and the armrest. Another frenzy of sparks erupted from the radio. Uh-oh. A burst of flames ignited by the driver's feet and then spread across the dashboard. It rapidly traveled towards the back seats. Then it engulfed the trunk and then ate its way towards the gas tank. Summoning every ounce of strength, Gina gave one strong pull and loosened the teen from between the seats. It felt like dragging sandbags in the desert as she pulled his dead weight closer to the opening. Scraping sounds grew louder as the car rocked over the cliff. By the skin of her teeth, Gina and the teen plopped onto the powdery snow. Thunderous sounds of tearing metal, crumbling rocks, and deafening bangs echoed down the mountainside. She checked the vital signs and blew a sigh of relief knowing that he was still alive. She looked across the snow and witnessed Owen helping the other teens to their feet. He nodded and waved at her. Completely spent, she nodded back and stuck up her thumb. Job well done. An hour later, both roadways were flooded with squad cars, ambulance trucks, and news vans. The shaken teens were being treated for their injuries while the driver had been carried away on a gurney wearing a neck brace. His condition remained stable. Town Sheriff Jimmy Van Nash commended the two young cadets for their heroic acts of bravery. "The police force is sure lucky to have you two dashing young officers like yourselves," he said with a heavy country accent. Police Academy instructor Lieutenant Jacqueline Greer pushed through the sea of spectators to check on her cadets. She looked at Gina's ragged condition and said,
"You look like hell, Vasquez. Now I see why you didn't show up for class this morning." "Yes, ma'am,"
Gina replied.
"Does this mean I'm getting thrown out?" "Don't be silly, cadet. I've done a lot worse during my training, quiet as kept. You have the same tenacity as your mother, that same never-say-die attitude. That kind of quality cannot be taught. Good job." "Thank you, ma'am."
Lieutenant Greer turned to Owen and said,
"How you holding up, Law?"
Being the show-off, Owen folded his arms and answered, "All in a day's work, ma'am."
"Yeah, I noticed. Just remember that saving a life takes more than skills and guts. Compassion is what truly makes you great at this job. Having said that, if there were a braver hero than Martial Law, it would definitely be his son."
"Only better, ma'am." Winds diminished and snowflakes floated down like sprinkles on an ice cream cone. For the first time that morning, the sunshine crept through the gray clouds and shone on the woodsy community. Walking through the medical chaos and past the yellow tape, Gina and Owen stared at the accident scene, replaying the daring rescue in their heads. "Well, after what happened this morning, there's no doubt in my mind," said Owen.
"About what?"
asked Gina.
"That we undoubtedly have what it takes to do this job?"
"Nope. I'm never going out to eat with you again." They smiled at each other. They made a great team. Both knew they had what it took to do this job. Gina then wondered how much her parents will freak out after hearing about this latest stunt. Many venturous thrill rides awaited Gina Vasquez and Owen Law during their schooling at the academy, becoming the only two cadets to be tested both on and off campus. Owen continually pursued Gina for a more intimate relationship, but it never went there. However, the bond they shared was unbreakable. They needed each other. Unbeknown to them, angelic forces witnessed their selfless acts defining their spiritual significance. As time went on, saving lives took on a whole new meaning. Destiny. Part 1. Chapter 1. 5 years later, chaos in front of the 52nd Precinct. Detective Gina Vasquez looked troubled as she sat in the squad car, ignoring the mob of hungry reporters pressing against the windows, blocking her view of the dilapidated neighborhood in the Pelham Parkway section of Bronx, New York. Under normal circumstances, Gina would proudly converse with reporters and enlighten them on another successful operation or the closing of a dreadful case. But on this day, Gina's life had taken a turn for the worse. Instead of driving the squad car, she was handcuffed in the back seat, face spattered with dried blood belonging to her husband, Paul Gutierrez. Jealousy and pride had brought the couple many days of turmoil during their last few years of marriage. Gina's law enforcement career had skyrocketed, while Paul got fired from his high-paying advertisement firm. Arguments became a daily routine, with her job being blamed for their intimacy turning sour. Gina thought of quitting her job just to satisfy him. Had she done so, they would have been in financial ruin. While Gina was hard at work, Paul spent his days sprawled on the couch waiting for nighttime to arrive so he can go and hit the bar scene. Some nights he would drink beer in the basement while watching pornography on his laptop. Lying became a routine for him. Whenever he asked about finding a new job, his answer was rehearsed like a part in the school play. "No one's hiring yet, but I'll look again tomorrow." Although being mistreated and disrespected, Gina refused to file for divorce. She never quitted on anything in her life, even when her odds were at its highest pinnacle. Their vows still meant something to her, and she would stop at nothing to rekindle the magic they once shared, at least what she believed to be magical. Gina would make romantic plans on her days off, movie night, drinks at the lounge, or a quiet candlelight dinner at home. But Paul didn't care. He would dismiss his wife's effort to please him by saying he was too tired from searching the classifieds, quote unquote. After months of being shut out, Gina got fed up. She started working double shifts to avoid being home. Alex will also take her out on weekends. Paul offered no objections. On this night, however, truth slapped her in the face when she caught Paul in their bed with another woman. She's now facing attempted murder charges and even a 10-year jail sentence. Her colorful law enforcement career had come to an abrupt end. Desperate reporters suctioned their faces against the car windows, begging for a statement. Lights flashed around her like a model in a runway show. Gina dropped her head in guilt, whispering to herself,
"Why didn't I just leave?"
A group of cops ran out from the precinct and cleared a path through the clamoring crowd, leading to the squad car. Captain Saxon Davis paraded down the divided trail and climbed into the back seat, sitting next to his arrested officer. Cops surrounded the vehicle as if they were Secret Service, completely blocking out the angry media. Saxon was both sad and angry. Sad to see Gina in such a horrible predicament, but angry because someone she trusted had broken her heart. Saxon and Gina developed a bond shortly after she graduated from the academy. She showed so much promise. His wife, Beverly, treated her like a younger sister. He took Gina under his wing and bestowed all of his knowledge and experience of the job onto her. Thanks to his expert tutelage, Gina moved vastly up the ranks and became a detective within her first 2 years. Critics would complain by saying she's only getting promoted because of her beauty. But unlike those women who strictly use their assets to get by, Gina is much more than just a pretty face.
"I know you're disappointed with me, sir,"
she said, unable to muster the courage to look at her mentor. "Never," said Saxon. "I can only imagine the pain you must be going through. This shouldn't have happened to you. I could think of much lower-class scum who need to be in this seat, including your husband. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Gina."
"I wish to God that I could turn back the clock and change what I've done. It's just I wanted to hurt him as much as he hurt me. I know it was wrong. I kept battling my reasons for doing it, justifying my stance for nearly killing this man. But why didn't I just leave?"
Gina batted her eyes, fighting the tears from flowing down her face. Saxon wrapped his arm around her like a broken-hearted father comforting his child. He wanted to tell her that she'd be going home soon, but she knew he'd be lying. Regardless, he would vouch for her and say she's innocent even if she's dead to right guilty. The precinct doors opened, and Captain Davis escorted Gina into the lobby. Fellow officers fought the press from following them inside. The secretary hesitated to do the booking, thinking this was a sick joke. Sadness sagging down the captain's face told her otherwise. Officer Sylvan Livingston, a good friend of Gina's, volunteered to take her to the holding rooms. Refusing to treat her like a prisoner, he stood by the bench and waited until Gina was ready to move. "This sucks, G," Sylvan whispered as they walked down the hall. We all agree that two-timing jackass got what he deserved, him and his whore.
There are far worse crimes a man should be punished for,
responded Gina.
Adultery isn't one of them.
Better than letting him have his cake and eat it too, right? He's gonna be laughing his way to the bank while you're the one who'll be hauled in and out of courtrooms. Maybe suffering a good portion of your life inside a cage. In my opinion, he got off easy. I'm just sorry you didn't get to finish the job. Speaking of which, me and some of the boys were talking. If you ever want us to finish what you started, just say the word and...
Don't do anything. I'll take whatever consequences are given to me. Paul may have broken his vow, but so did I. I swore to protect the public from batterers and killers and not to become one.
Nowadays, that's a thin line to cross. None of us know how far we can push the envelope unless someone has the balls to give it a big shove. Good things can't happen by just staying good. Sometimes you got to take the good with the bad, you know?
You honestly believe that? Disappointing to hear.
Well, we're here for you, in case you change your mind. Sylvan escorted Gina to an empty holding room and held the door open like a doorman. He lowered his hat to hide the anger on his face as she stepped inside. He then placed a cuff key on the desk and gently closed the door. Gina sat in a worn-down chair, alone in quietness. Usually for her, criminals would be the ones sitting in her seat. They would act tough and look at her sideways, while she would use persuasion and persistence to break through the facade. But now, she was the criminal. Chills ran down her spine as visions of the punishment she unleashed on her husband flashed through her mind. She then looked down at her swollen knuckles. Tightly shutting her eyes, Gina struggled to block out the terrible images. Remorse increased by the second. In a whispering whimper, she repeatedly asked herself,
"What have I done?"
Suddenly, the door burst open and Sienna Vasquez entered the room. Dressed in a white pinstripe suit and carrying a leather briefcase, she volunteered to be her daughter's legal counsel. Although retired for several years, Sienna was well respected in the judicial system. Not even the highest-priced attorney that Paul's family could hire would have a prayer in beating her in the courtroom. Gina was shocked to see her mother in lawyer mode. She had always daydreamed of them working together, like using Sienna's contacts to help her put away the boss of a huge crime syndicate. Never in her darkest nightmares did she imagine her mother would be working to prevent her prison sentencing. Sienna lifted her daughter out from the chair and gave her a tight hug. Hearing Gina heavily weeping on her shoulder angered her further. Harmful thoughts crossed her mind on what she would do to Paul if given the chance. But she kept those thoughts to herself, for now.
"How are you, baby?"
she asked. Gina nodded without saying a word.
"That's a dumb question. How else will you be feeling now? And why, in God's name, do they still got these damn things on your wrists?" "Because I'm guilty, Mom,"
said Gina.
"Stop saying that."
Sienna snatched the key from the table and unlocked the cuffs.
"Oh, baby, I'll do everything in my power to get you out of here. But God, I hate this. I'm going to need a statement from you to prepare my defense. Are you ready to tell me what happened? Or I could come back if you're not ready to." "I'm ready, Mom." "Okay, tell me, what did Paul do to you?" "It's what he didn't do." "Out with it, mija."
Gina took a deep breath and told her story. Chapter 2.
"I was here in the precinct a few hours ago, ready to start my graveyard shift. I was trading stories with Buck and Anastasia about what crazy days we had today. Brickstack House from Homicide walks in and asked if anyone wouldn't mind switching shifts with him because he needed to take the weekend off to take his family to Miami. I offered my shift, and he happily accepted. I figured was Paul would be at the bar with his friends. Why not enjoy a quiet night by myself at home? As I drove up to the house, I noticed his car was still in the driveway. He never left. For months, I've been trying to save our marriage, get us back to working together instead of battling against each other. But I wasn't in the mood for his crap tonight. God must have kept him home for a reason, I thought. Maybe this was the opportunity we both needed to sit down and work things out. At least I tried convincing myself of that. I parked around the back of the house and entered through the patio. The television was still on in the living room. A wrinkled blanket and 2 pillows were left on the couch. At first, I figured he spent his night drinking at home instead of the bar. That is, until I saw 2 glasses on the coffee table next to a bottle of champagne. Already, I was pissed. Trying not to think of the worst, convincing myself with coincidental scenarios, I heard loud thumps upstairs, sounding like footsteps. Creaking noises came from the staircase, and there it was. My worst nightmare realized. A woman who stunk of cigarettes, strubbing her flabby ass into my kitchen, wearing my silk robe, Mom. Then I heard Paul's voice shout from upstairs.
Don't take too long, darling.
My blood started to boil. I stared at this woman taking the beer out from my fridge, spinning the cap on the floor. Runny mascara, smudged red lipstick, wild hair, no class. I wanted to pummel that bitch to a pulp. I know what they were doing. I knew what they did. Everything that happened next was out of rage. I lost control. It seemed like a dream until I felt her throat squeezing inside my hands. Her eyes began to bulge, gasping for air. She kicked my shins and dug her nails into my arms, trying to fight me back. I dragged her into the living room and drilled my knee into her stomach. That should have been enough to keep her down, but no. I went overboard. I grabbed a bunch of her stringy hair and punched her face until it bled. I wanted to let her go, but acting strictly on impulse, I rammed her head into the wall. And then I let her go. Staying quiet was no longer a concern for me. I ran up the stairs and kicked open the bedroom door. Clothes and shoes were scattered across the floor. Stained panties hung from the ceiling fan. And Paul was lying naked on the bed with the sheets covering his slut-sniffing penis. He stunk of red wine and cheese. I got closer to the bed, thinking of the worst way to hurt this man. Then I saw my handcuffs lying on the floor. I used it to restrain lawbreakers. Paul was guilty of breaking my heart. It seemed fitting. He turned over with his eyes barely opened.
That was fast, baby.
He flirted with a goofy grin. I was repulsed, embarrassed. I gave my life to this man, and he betrayed me, making love to another woman in my bed. I kicked him over his stomach and drove my knee against his spine while slapping the cuffs on his wrists. He offered no resistance, thinking it was something kinky. This wasn't the first he's been with this woman. No wonder he's been distant from me. A woman like me is too good for him, so he lusted for the first bimbo he could find as weak as him so he could feel important.
Hey, baby,
he said.
Don't I always put you in this position?
Why? I stammered. You bastard! How could you? He spun around and looked at me. Terrified, sweat rolled down his groveling face. I grabbed his ankles and yanked him off the bed. He screamed in pain when the back of his head smacked the floor. Handcuffs cut further into his wrists. While he squirmed on the floor, I questioned him like a lawyer would a hostile witness. Was it worth it? Worth breaking my heart? Humiliating my family and friends like this? How could I have allowed myself to stay married to a despicable loser like you? What hurt me the most was how he answered back. I thought he would preach a sermon of lies before begging me for forgiveness. Instead, he spat. That bastard spat in my face. Rational thought left my mind. Nothing but rage remained. Next thing I knew, my pistol was in my hand. I wanted to kill him, but I thought that would be too easy. So I hit him as hard as I could. The more he screamed, the angrier I became, pounding and pounding until his blood squirted in my face. Then I stopped in time for my sanity to return. Mom, I looked down at him, and I swear I didn't recognize him. A mask of blood, busted teeth, bruises the size of candy bars. I screamed and cried at the same time. He didn't move. I thought he was dead until I heard him breathing. Barely. And that's when I called the cops. Why did I do it, Mom? Why?
As Gina wiped her eyes, Sienna fought hard to stay professional, preventing her heartache from turning to vengeance. Paul was never one of her favorite people. Mother's intuition suggested he was a man with hidden agenda. Still, she accepted him into the family because he made her daughter smile. Being an expert strategist, which she's been throughout her law enforcement career, Sienna thought of possible inklings that could get Gina free from this domestic nightmare. Truth be told, she felt uneasy. After hearing this graphic story, there was no clean way to steer this case toward their favor.
What happened when the cops showed up?
She asked.
Devastated? Their hearts sank when they saw me standing over my beaten husband. EMTs carried Paul and the girl out on gurneys attached to breathing devices. Sylvan and the boys stalled for as long as they could before bringing me here for processing. Have they done it yet? I doubt it. Nobody downstairs wants to book you. They love you. Have too much respect to book you like some common criminal. Not even Saxon knows what to do about this. He needs to do his job. Book me on whatever charges I'm facing, and I'll accept the consequences. At least my in-laws will be granted a fraction of redemption. No way. I don't accept that, not one bit. Acting as my legal counsel, you have to accept whatever plea I wish to enter. It's my choice. And, Mom, promise me you're not going to interfere. You or Alex. What do you mean, interfere? It's my job to prove your innocence. Do you think I would sort to illegal meddling to get you out of doing prison time? You may question my anger as a parent, but don't you dare question my integrity as a legal counsel. I honor that too much. Mom, just don't. Please. I know you still have some stroke downtown. Probably have a dozen friends in mind who you can call for favors. Not this time. I will take the punishment for my actions just like countless other criminals I've arrested for domestic abuse. You are not a criminal, mija. Charges may be looming over your head, but you are not a criminal. I don't ever want you to repeat that ridiculous statement ever again.
Gina stayed silent. Sienna shook her head, denying the inevitable.
Based on what you told me, along with Paul's testimony and evidence at the crime scene, I don't see how we can convince a jury that you're the victim. If he had put his hands on you first, then maybe this case would have been closed by now. The most I can do is... The most you can do is let the law prevail. That's it.
Chapter 3. Alexandra Vasquez, dressed in a gray crossover bodice and matching pencil skirt, paced back and forth in front of the precinct like an angry schoolteacher. Questions barked from the media about her sister's incarceration. In all of her answers, Alex constantly used words like alleged, supposedly, and inconclusive, believing in Gina's innocence.
We don't have the whole story yet. Evidence is inconclusive at this time,
she stated to the press.
but we can assure you that a full investigation will be conducted, and those parties who are responsible for this tragic episode will be brought to justice as soon as possible.
So what you're telling us is that Detective Vasquez may have been framed? A reporter shouted.
Possibly.
But for a domestic violence charge?
Interjected another reporter. If sabotage is the key element you're going with, then why wouldn't she be framed for something harsher, like an assassination attempt? A third reporter added to the brigade of scrutiny. Besides, how can any person, be it a criminal or an average Joe, goad an officer to attack their spouse in such a brutal fashion, unless there's a hidden agenda involved? I seriously doubt that will be the case. Alex held her hands up and nodded in agreement with every statement.
Those are all excellent points and will be taken into consideration as we examine this case further,
she answered.
Rest assured, there is a helping of shadiness involved in this case, perhaps a hidden agenda that the alleged victim may concur. For now, I have nothing more to add. Please clear the square and let the NYPD do their job. Excuse me.
After graduating from college, Alex was approached by several intelligence agencies like franchise teams looking to recruit the hot rookie. Ultimately, she fulfilled her long-time desire and joined the FBI. Working as an intelligence analyst for 4 years, she had been inspired by her sister's blossoming career in law enforcement and chose to undergo field training to become a special agent. Abruptly ending her interview to an uproar of unsatisfied news teams, Alex entered the police station and saw her mother waiting in the lobby.
We need to speak to Saxon now,
Sienna stressed.
Gina wants to go with a guilty plea. She can't be serious,
said a dispirited Alex.
This joker's been provoking her for months, and now she just wants him to get off scot-free. I hear you, mija, but she's made up her mind. We got to get Sax involved. Maybe the three of us can put our heads together and plan out what's best for her. I'm not about to lose my baby over some sleazing two-timing freak.
Sienna and Alex zigzagged through lobby personnel and made their way to Captain Davis's office. Although the door was open, they waited for a stressed-out Saxon to get off the phone. Hollering on the other line was Mayor Goldberg, who wanted Gina's trial to be moved to the first thing tomorrow morning. I've already talked to Commissioner Wood, and he approved the investigation, said the mayor. The prosecutor and her staff will be seeing you within the hour, and I want them to have whatever evidence necessary to convict Officer Vasquez as soon as possible. Also, have your officers escort my people to the hospital. They need to interview the husband and the mistress tonight. I want this reported on every news station and printed on the front page of every newspaper in the country by morning. I want the people to have the story on their lips while jammed in the trains and during water cooler conversations. I can't do that, sir, Saxon rejected. Noticing the Vasquez ladies standing outside, he motioned for them to enter and have a seat. I cannot let Detective Vasquez's fate be used as a public grandstand for ratings and gossip. From your standpoint, wouldn't it be better to delay the trial so that our city could save some money and... Money? This city will make plenty of money from the backlash this case will generate. As far as spending money, within the few months I've been in office, do you know how much unnecessary spending I've reduced? Look where we are. This is the greatest city in the world, and I've managed to keep it running strong by putting out less and gaining back more. Thousands of dollars will also be saved once my proposed cutbacks in city funding are approved. Pensions and overtime wages for officers come largely from city funding. Many civil service departments will be affected, especially the police force. So are you implying that compensation for the men and women who put their lives on the line to preserve the safety of the public is considered a city expense? You are out of order, Captain. You are in no position to question my decisions. Before I was sworn into office, this city was overrun by the greedy and the wealthy. Now the wealth is under my control. Underground syndicates have been put in their place. And I'm showing New Yorkers that deplorable and inexcusable behavior will not go unpunished. Officer Vasquez falls under that category. The NYPD is a public servant to my city, and their jobs are to protect and serve. That's what they get paid to do. Nothing more, nothing less. With all due respect, sir, the only thing deplorable is your attitude toward the NYPD. My officers work hard, put their own lives on the line to keep the city safe, to let people walk down the street in the middle of the night without being afraid. How dare you talk about these dedicated officers as if they're a liability? Do you think stopping crime is the same as delivering pizzas? They deserve each dime you're ripping them off with and more. And I would appreciate it if you address Vasquez as detective. I'm damn sure she's earned it. And you will address me as mayor or your honor. I'm pretty damn sure that I've earned it. Maybe you've gotten used to the loosey-goosey days when an officer can beat the hell out of a drunk driver for resisting arrest. Those days are over, Davis. It's time to restore order. Therefore, every officer must learn that they can't abuse the law for their gratification. Don't interfere with this, Captain. I want total cooperation from you and your officers when my people get there. Because if you don't, your detective will only suffer. Saxon slammed the phone down on its receiver, infuriated at the mayor's pompous ignorance. Sienna and Alex knew it was more bad news. Saxon told them how Goldberg wanted to handle Gina's case. The ladies were disgusted, to say the least. He wants to use Gina's tragedy for political gain, said Saxon. Bastard. Representatives of City Hall are on their way right now to build their case. Word of this trial will spread across the country like wildfire, and Gina won't stand a chance. What also worries me is how my officers are going to react once they learn about Goldberg's decision.
Let me run a background check on that weasel,
Alex suggested.
I bet I could find a laundry list of crooked acts he's committed. After all, he's a politician. That's not the answer, Mija,
says Sienna.
We can't just hand Gina over to this animal on a silver platter. I promise to support her decision to surrender, but I won't let my daughter's life get turned into a dog and pony act. Hell no. We need to think about how to turn this case toward our favor.
Sienna and Captain Davis exchanged ideas on which defense pleas would be most persuasive, while Alex calculated ways to blackmail Goldberg. Then the light bulb turned on. Sienna found a loophole that the prosecutor might overlook. Alex and Captain Davis eagerly listened.
No matter which way we look at it, Gina will be convicted,
Sienna explained.
However, if I can convince the jury that her actions were on the grounds of insanity, then she'll be released in 18 months. You want to claim that Gina's crazy?
An outraged Alex asked.
Are you crazy, Mom? No jury would ever believe that a disciplined officer like her had suddenly gone nuts. But after they are reminded of Gina's hard work and dedication to upholding the law, then we can say she snapped under the pressure. Any hard-working civilian would get angry from knowing their loved ones are taking them for granted. Gina caught her husband cheating. She overreacted. End of story.
I see the angle you want to exploit, Saxon interjected. But it sounds impossible to put such a defense together in only a matter of hours. First off, we don't have enough evidence to prove your statement.
Yes, we do. Her medical records will show that she has no history of mental illness, no criminal record, a registered voter, a 3.5 GPA in college, and she graduated at the top of the class at the police academy. Well, she shared that spot with Owen Law,
Alex reminded.
I know, mija. Also, her performance history will show no episodes of insubordination or mental breakdown. All of her reviews have been stellar and squeaky clean, and you can vouch for her years of credibility, Sax. Now, if you have a better solution, then I'm all ears. Other than that, I don't see any other way for her to avoid years of incarceration.
Saxon thought long and hard. Is this their only option? Gina will be exposed like an open wound, and the public will pick her apart. However, she's already under a negative light. Will it matter which one is shining on her dismal situation? Either way, her career may be over. Sienna was right. At least she'll have enough years to rebuild her life. Let's do it, said Saxon.
Why don't you two get started with whatever info you can get from here?
Alex said.
I'll get her performance records. Can someone help us at the Bureau? No. Do you have friends at Internal Affairs? No. Then how are we going to get those records? Seriously, Mom? Should this even be a subject of concern?
Alex gave a wink and then exited the office. Getting access to undisclosed information was like borrowing books from the library. All she needed was a computer and a plan. This will break protocol if the Bureau ever unveiled her actions, but if it meant getting Gina out of jail, then Alex was willing to take the risk. Good start, Sienna, said Davis. Now what about the prosecutor? They will show every fiber of that crime scene to prove that Gina had fatal intentions.
You're right, and that's precisely what we want.
Saxon looked confused. Wait, you're going for the grounds of insanity, but you want Goldberg's gopher to prove Gina is a killer? How is this going to help or persuade the jury in our favor?
While the prosecutor wastes time explaining the evidence against Gina, I'll be exploiting the focal point to this case, the prior events leading to this assault, which will point out years of her hurt and frustration, how she was pushed over the edge by the despicable acts her husband committed. The police report will state that Paul spat in her face. To some degree, I can say that she was provoked. Once the jury hears all this, I know it'll be just enough for the judge to grant me the insanity plea. Maybe I can't portray my daughter as a saint, but what I can show is human error, something that every juror in that courtroom will have in common with her.
You know Gina would never go for that.
That's why I'm not gonna tell her.
Sienna, it's bad enough you're ignoring your daughter's pleas, but you're not even going to tell her about it? She'll never forgive you.
What choice do we have, Sax? With Goldberg involved, he'll never let Gina walk on good behavior unless it came down to a political play. This way, he'll get what he wants, but the blame will fall on his appointed lawyers for not getting the job done.
Saxon took in a deep breath. If we go down this route, Gina's career is finished. Remorse read on Sienna's face. Ruining her daughter's career was never her intention. She leaned over sternly and said,
If that's the case, then at least she'll have the freedom to start a new one.
Chapter 4. The next 18 months of Gina's life felt like a wild roller coaster ride with no brakes. First, it started when the trial started. Mayor Goldberg got what he wanted, and proceedings got underway the very next day. Sienna, Alex, and Captain Davis worked through the night, building a solid defense and collecting evidence proving Gina's stability. Being a master in the courtroom, Sienna wrote a near-perfect opening statement that seemed to steer the emotional jury toward their favor. Two jurors batted their glossy eyes after hearing the underhanded ongoings in her marriage. After several days of argumentative statements and harsh questions thrown from both sides of the courtroom, Sienna's plan worked to perfection. The judge overpowered the jury and ruled that Gina Vasquez had rooted emotional trauma and suppressed anger issues. She was sentenced to a psychiatric facility for 3 years, up for parole in 18 months. The prosecutor was dumbfounded. Furious that his legal team didn't get the job done, the mayor fired them immediately after the trial. However, using any opening for political gain, the mayor got in front of the cameras and stated, "The trial was held as an example for anyone, whether it be a law-abiding citizen or a law enforcement officer. Those who choose to defy my authority will suffer the same fate, if not worse. The city of New York is safe under my watch." Once the trial concluded, Sienna felt remorse for exposing Gina like an open wound. It was an extremely difficult decision to make, but at least she'll be able to hold her daughter within 2 years rather than when they're old women. Sienna packed away her briefcase and swore to never work for the judicial system again. Captain Davis felt awful losing his top detective. His angry fist banged his desk in frustration. Regret, shedding tears as if it was his daughter being taken from him. Besides hurting over Gina's fate, he was disappointed at himself for letting Goldberg win. Beverly Davis was just as upset when she heard the news. She and Gina had a close relationship. Despite their age difference, the two of them would yap it up like they were high school buddies whenever they got together. Saxon broke it to her as gently as possible, but it didn't help. Beverly felt like she lost her best friend.
"That isn't right, Sax,"
Beverly preached.
"She doesn't deserve this. With all the police corruption going on in this city, why would this pencil-neck geek be so hell-bent on convicting one of the finest people we know? Name me one cop in that god-forsaken precinct who cares more about their job than Gina."
"I know, honey," Saxon sighed. "Breaks my heart. But believe it or not, this was the better option. Gina wanted to be sent to jail." Beverly gasped. She's so wrapped in guilt that she's looking to punish herself. "Sorry, Bev. I wish there was something I could say to make you feel better."
"Do you know what will make me feel better?
"What?"
Take a trip down to City Hall and putting Goldberg in his proper place, which is on the receiving end of my foot."
Beverly is a black belt in karate and a fan of MMA. Saxon knew she would make good on her word. However, the idea of both his wife and top officer serving time didn't sound like a great idea, so he talked her out of it. Dwelling on the controversy, Saxon went to talk to his good friend, Police Commissioner Cornelius Wood. 30-year relationship between the two, facing good times and had times together like brothers at arms. "I hate this, Sax," said Wood. "Gina had what it took to make a difference, a major player in this war on crime. Years down the line, I always envisioned her sitting in the position you and I are both in now. I'm sorry." "If you're so sorry, then why would you side with that weasel?" Saxon questioned. "What else can I do, Sax? I had one cop standing over 2 beaten civilians. If I had told Goldie to sit on a hot curling iron, then my neck would have been on the line as well. Maybe the entire organization. It's bad enough cops are being mistreated by these ridiculous cutbacks, so I didn't want to add fuel to the fire. I thought I was doing the right thing, sacrificing the career of one great cop to save hundreds of others. What else was I supposed to do?" "I see your point. Goldberg, that sniveling coward, How did the city get tricked into electing him as mayor? Do you know he wanted me to take part in his political game? No chance in hell would I ever choose his career over Gina's. I told him no. Either way, he looks like a public hero. Damn. Even if we held auditions, we'll never find another cop like her. I wouldn't say that, my friend. I'm sure one day another will rise and take Vasquez's place. Someone to restore law and order by the book, the way it's supposed to be. Saxon agreed. That being said, don't you think it's time you moved on, Captain? You mean retire, Saxon dismissed. Sorry, my friend. Father Time might be breathing down my neck, but I could still work with the best of them. Oh no, I'm not talking retirement. I mean away from the NYPD. You've done all you can for your precinct. And with Vasquez gone, more work will be piled on your shoulders. You just said no other cop would ever be as good as her. So I say, let them start pulling their weight. Use your abilities when they're needed the most. Up your game to the next level. Have a higher position in law enforcement. You mean state police? Yes. There's an opening for assistant district superintendent. With your qualifications and experience, I think you'd be perfect for the job. A new class of policemen who would greatly benefit from watching an officer of your caliber at work. Thanks, Neil, but I think I'll pass. I know I said I'm not ready to retire, but I don't know how long I'll last on that level. Did I forget to mention you'll be working with Governor Dubois instead of Goldberg? You just convinced me. I accept. Also during this time, Alex got promoted to Special Agent for the Cold Case Division, crimes that were never solved. Within her first 3 months on the job, 3 of those cases got closed thanks to her savvy and technological wizardry. Directors took notice as her accomplishments continued to grow. A year later, she became a team leader with 5 agents of her own to command. Lastly, Gina was distressed hearing her mother entered the insanity plea. Even though the law was against her at this point, she wanted to honor the badge by taking whatever punishment suited the crime. She was then transported to a psychiatric prison in Delaware that ran more like a hospital. Mental examinations and psychiatric counseling were given weekly. Talking to a shrink might help her cope with the regret weighing on her heart, she thought. After several months of therapy, she was wrong. Chapter 5. Gina received plenty of visits during her sentence, more than she could ask for. Sienna and Alex would drive down there once a week on the average, endure the long travel just to say hello. Gina was happy to hear about Alex's career advancement and prayed for her to endure further success. However, she felt guilty upon hearing her mother's decision to let her legal eagle fly free.
Don't blame yourself,
Sienna consoled.
I only came back to make sure you wouldn't waste your life in a prison cell because of a waste of life your husband turned out to be.
Mom, please.
Gina pleaded.
Sorry, baby, but I got to speak my mind. Don't ask me to feel any type of sympathy for that man, knowing all the strings I pulled couldn't set you free. I just feel like I failed you.
Never, Mom.
Let me finish, sweetie. Any normal person would have been convicted, being right or wrong or whatnot. But I manipulated the court into thinking you were a prisoner of the moment, a victim of circumstance. Even though I would do it again for anyone in my family, I refuse to pull such a stunt for anyone else, ever. And that's why I'm done with the law.
Guess Paul killed 2 careers that night.
That's not all that's been killed.
Alex chimed in. Gina gave an awkward stare.
Let's just say I made sure those divorce papers got processed immediately.
Practically overnight. No forgery, in case you're wondering. I met with Paul's lawyers, and they were very cooperative. With a little persuasion. You're a free woman. You can thank me now.
Gina sighed.
I don't know whether to scold you or thank you.
She leaned over the table and hugged her little sister, nearly knocking her glasses off her face.
I'm sorry for putting you out there like that,
Sienna said.
I hope you can learn to forgive me.
I already have.
Said Gina.
I understand why you did it. Now that I've been given time to reflect, I'm very grateful that you did. Sometimes a child thinks they have all the answers, but forget that their parents have already been down that road they're traveling. Thank you for giving me another shot at life. I love you, Mom.
I love you too, mija.
Captain Davis was next on the frequent visitors list. Beverly accompanied him on the first few trips, but the sight of Gina in a hideous red-orange jumpsuit broke her heart. She couldn't bear going back anymore. Instead, she put her emotions on paper and wouldn't wait for Saxon's next outing before mailing it. Understanding her reason to not return, Gina read every letter Beverly wrote more than once. With a big smile on her face, Gina looked up at Saxon and said,
State police, huh? Good for you, sir. They could use someone like you to whip that department into shape. Bunch of rookies can learn from your wisdom as I did.
Thanks, Vasquez, said Saxon modestly. Just hope those officers are as eager to learn as you were.
If they're not, lock them in the dojo with Bev for about an hour. She'll knock some sense into them.
Saxon laughed.
Her lessons did a number on me when I asked for help in self-defense. I was always a tough chick, but damn, she turned me into the ultimate fighter.
I remember, Saxon giggled. She wanted to make sure you can open up a can of whoop-ass on males just as much as females. Never has she invested so much of her time in an officer as she did with you. She loves you as much as our own kids.
And I've proclaimed many times that she's my mother in the field.
Gina laughed.
Has she started her mixed martial arts classes yet?
I don't think she's going to for a while. Saxon's face suddenly dropped. Quiet as kept. Beverly hasn't been feeling well lately. She's not as spunky as she used to be. I noticed a change in her before your trial. But now, the signs have been clear after your conviction. We've gone to the hospital a few times, but the doctors can't pinpoint what's wrong. She's optimistic, though. I wish I could share her positivity.
You, of all people, should know Bev is a fighter. There's not an illness in the world she'll submit to. But I believe she'll only get stronger with your undivided support, even if it's forced. Sometimes, when a thunderstorm is pounding on your window, a vision of a sunny day can make her smile. Unless, of course, there's more to her condition that you're not telling me.
No, nothing like that. I just hate dwelling in the unknown, sitting around helpless and confused. I want back the Beverly we all know and love. I need her.
Sir? So do I, sir.
Officer Sylvan Livingston visited one day. Accompanying him was John Hart, an officer he met soon after Gina's arrest. John was a naive cop who was motivated to expose Goldberg's unfair treatment towards officers. He even built a webpage that catered to civilians and officers alike, whoever was willing to take a stand against political injustice. "We're going to rally against City Hall," said Sylvan. "He's trying to turn our city into a cash cow just to make him and his political sellouts richer, stuffing their pockets with our hard-earned dollars. Pensions are being cut, medical insurance reduced. This can't go on. And it all starts with your trial. With your involvement, we can get every cop in the city to join us and take that son of a bitch down. Just say you'll back us up and—"
Back what up?
asked Gina doubtfully.
You plan to form a regime against City Hall? That sounds ludicrous. Besides, my life has become too much of a spectacle already. I'm done with the lights and the cameras. Count me out.
And whose fault is that?
Mine. I made a bad decision, and now I'm paying for it. That's it. Now, if this is the only reason for your visit, then you need to go. You know I love you, Sil, but I don't want to hear this right now.
Detective Vasquez, John Hart injected.
I'm not a detective anymore.
Gina rudely interrupted. But you're still one to us. I know all about you, Gina. Who you are and what Goldberg has made you become. Your case was a grave injustice, handled insensitively by a corporate clown whose sole motivation is personal gratification. With that, he's made my departments in the city look like crap because of it. So if the constituents won't vote him out, then he must be overthrown by us. Now, I've been networking with several offices across the city. If we could come together as one voice, then the mayor will have no choice but to listen.
So that's your answer. Marching down Broadway while holding up big signs demanding for the mayor to resign. Newsflash, rallies don't work anymore. You have a better chance of ranting about him on social media to get citywide attention. People will care then. By the way, if you've truly been following my case, then you would have realized that I wanted to serve time. As far as your network goes, you're officers, not college kids. Do your damn jobs and protect the innocent.
Gina walked away without saying goodbye. Sylvan and John left the facility disappointed. However, they decided to carry on their protest as planned. Veronica Silverblaze, deputy of Eagle's Nest, New Mexico, and Gina's closest friend, made a surprise visit. Just recently, Alex reached out to her about the unfortunate series of events. Perhaps a new face may bring some light to her dismal days. Even though Gina was quite the looker, especially to the eyes of Owen Law, Veronica looked as if she jumped off the pages of Vogue magazine. Her long brown hair with blonde highlights draped past her shoulders. Brazilian facial features made people gawk at her like a celebrity. Although not as athletically fit as Gina, her tones and curves stood out in the right areas. Besides being a skillful officer, two ingredients made Veronica a deadly adversary to criminals. Her sassy attitude and the fact she was a knife-throwing marksman. She can throw any blade under the windiest conditions and still hit her target dead center every time. Gina was so happy to see her longtime friend. They hugged for several minutes without uttering a word. Other than her parents, there are 3 people in this world that Gina would put her life on hold to help. Alex, Owen, and Veronica. Although cordial while attending Lehman High School together, Gina and Veronica's friendship blossomed once they both joined the police academy. Latinas Azules, a cute nickname that cemented their law enforcement sisterhood. Veronica was the hothead of the duo, the cowboy who ran out with both guns blazing. Gina was the level-headed one, remaining calm under the most strenuous situations. Although both ladies were outstanding on the field, Veronica learned from Gina how to think things through and use excessive force as a last resort. Having enough of dealing with seasonal frigid temperatures, Veronica moved out west after graduation. During a brief stint in San Francisco, she fell in love with the city of Albuquerque after flying out there to attend a friend's wedding. The feeling of comfort, security, and a laid-back lifestyle filled her heart. Months later, New Mexico became her home. Finally letting each other go, the ladies exchanged pleasantries while wiping the tears from their eyes. Veronica also added a wisecrack on how Gina's red hair and reddish jumpsuit made her look like a cherry popsicle. Gina popped so loud with laughter that the other visitors in the room jumped as if a bomb exploded. At that moment, Dr. Richard Hahn, Gina's psychiatrist, approached her with more good news. Due to her miraculous progress, Dr. Han had granted her access outside of the institution. Little did he know that Gina had been perfectly sane the whole time. Buried in depression is what's preventing her from returning to normal behavior. Gina and Veronica walked through the courtyard as if they were strolling through the park on a Sunday afternoon. Nurses engaged with their patients either through pleasant conversation or performing exercises to stabilize their minds. Other patients, however, showed their psychological handicap. Restrained to a wheelchair while wildly rocking like a fan at a heavy metal concert, running around the yard screaming as nurses and guards gave chase, or even standing like a statue while staring off into space. Gina sat up against a tree while Veronica sat on the grass into the crisscross applesauce position.
Never thought in a million years that I'll ever see you in a place like this,
said Veronica. It baffled her to see her best friend in such a psychotic environment.
I'm not crazy, Ronnie,
Gina explained.
At times, I admit, I do find myself searching for a reason to live, but not with suicidal tendencies or anything to that effect. Guilty of depression? Yes. But I'm not crazy. This was the result of my mom's desperate attempt to keep me out of jail.
And for what? Because that jerk thought a quickie was more important than honoring the finest damn woman I've ever known in my lifetime? Should have pounded his teeth out when I had the chance.
This goes back to a time shortly before Veronica moved out west. For Gina's birthday, Veronica had planned a girls' night out. Paul, on the other hand, had planned a night of his own. Candlelight dinner and drinks at home. Even Alex liked the party idea because she wanted Gina to have a good time with her friends as well. Veronica tried to explain this to Paul, but his ego wouldn't allow him to listen, feeling insulted. The two got into a huge argument with Paul saying very hurtful things, referring to Veronica as a flirty woman who was easy with a price. Once word got back to Gina, she wanted to break up with Paul after breaking his face. But Paul begged, pleaded, and even cried for a second chance. He walked on his hands and knees and promised her the world. He even pouted out a warm apology to Veronica, making sure his woman was there to witness it, of course. With the heart of gold she has, he was forgiven.
You warned me about him,
Gina regretfully admitted.
There's something about those car salesman types that rub me the wrong way, you know. That guy's got more lives than a cat, especially after calling me a slut. But not even I could have predicted he would sink so low.
The day he called you that should have wised me up to who he was. Being in love makes you do stupid things, I guess. I thought he would change, but...
Did he ever try hitting on you? Hell no. I would have broken both of his arms if he did. Imagine how your wedding photos would have looked. You all glamorous in your beautiful white dress, and him looking sorry with a black eye and both of his arms in slings.
Gina giggled and added,
Girl, there wouldn't have been a wedding. We would have double-teamed his ass South Bronx style.
Veronica leaned over and gave Gina a high five as they laughed like high school girls at recess. Then the gleefulness died down as ongoing rants from the yard reminded them where they were.
I should have been there. I should have been there like all those times you were there for me,
Veronica said.
You got your own life to worry about,
said Gina.
Besides, I don't remember you ever getting into trouble like this.
Excuse me? What about the time when we ran that obstacle course and I pounced our instructor into the mud because he said I was too girly to be tough? Remember that?
Gina held in her laughter.
They could have kicked me out of the academy for that. But what did you do? You remember, don't you?
Yes,
Gina giggled.
I told him I slipped coming down the wall and bumped into you by accident.
And since he thought so highly of you, the incident got dismissed. That jerk. And how about that time we snuck off to that nightclub with Owen and Shane?
Gina facepalmed.
Shane got a little loose with the hands and put them on me.
Veronica chuckled.
And then you clocked that fool in his eye.
Gina giggled.
He stumbled around the dance floor like Fred Sanford saying, "Oh, my eye! Oh, my eye!"
Howling with laughter, Veronica rolled back on the grass while drool hung from Gina's lip from her silent laughter. Red faces and cramped stomachs showed that none of them could breathe. Patients looked at them as if they were the crazy ones. Minutes were needed to calm down before they started talking again.
How did you resolve that situation? You worked up a miracle on his face using my makeup. Nobody on campus had the slightest idea Shane's eyes was black and blue.
Yeah, I pulled that one out of my butt,
Gina said.
The next day he thanked me and apologized to you.
If word got around that we snuck off campus that night, none of us would have graduated. You prevented that from happening. Come to think of it, you saved my career.
I wouldn't go that far.
Damn! I wish I was there for you, Gina. I feel like I owe you so much.
How can you have known, Ronnie? It's not like I planned this thing. Raw emotion. I was a prisoner of the moment. Haunts me every night. In the academy, they teach you everything there is to know about being a cop except how to live with a mistake. If I had a wish, it would be for God to rewind time.
You're a good person, Gina. Warm-hearted. Everybody knows it. They still see it, but you have to see it too.
Gina slightly nodded, not fully convinced.
Have you thought about what's next after you get out of this place?
Nope. One thing I won't do is go back home. Hate to desert my family, but too much pain is left back there, and I don't want to be reminded of it. I want to just get away and start over, you know.
Veronica's eyes lit up.
Boy, do I have an idea,
She said.
The sheriff in my station is retiring next year. Should be happening right around the time you get released. Why don't you move out to New Mexico? Work with me. I'm sure I could get you the job. You can stay at my house until you get to know the area. The other deputies will love you as much as I do. What do you think?
Why don't you go for the job yourself?
Gina questioned.
I could do that, but we both know that you're a natural leader. Besides, I need you to keep me in line when that old cowgirl in me urges to come out and play. Hey, I can't think of a better place for you to start over.
Gina wasn't sure about going back to law enforcement. However, a smaller city might be what she needed. Less chaos, quieter, private.
Let me think about it, okay?
Gina responded. Months later, Gina got a visit from another close friend, Owen Law. Now a detective for the Beverly Hills Police Department, Owen had become a local sensation from his hot dog shenanigans viewed on news outlets and social media networks. A real live action star is how the people describe him. An ink spot on their linen white city is what city officials refer to him as. Pressure has been put on the department to have him fired. At first, Gina was reluctant to see him, embarrassed. She didn't want Owen, of all people, to see her smothered in the stench of incarceration. Also, she wasn't too thrilled to hear another voice of reason. But to her delight, Owen said he just wanted to see her gorgeous face.
Are you kidding?
Gina rejected.
I can't remember the last time I exemplified anything gorgeous. And even if I wanted to throw some makeup on my face, they won't give me anything sharp or toxic.
You can throw mud on your face for all I care, said Owen. I'll still say you're the classiest woman in the room. Any room. Why do you think I used to ransack your room at 6 in the morning to drag you to class? I wanted you to be the first person I saw. So no matter how good or bad my day was going to be, I'll be smiling.
Morning breath and all, huh?
Yup, even when your hair was sticking up like the Bride of Frankenstein. In your case, I'll say Carrot Top. Ronald McDonald. You can stop me when you're ready. Gina's cackle echoed through the cafeteria. Other inmates shivered and turned around as if she got shot with a gun. Veronica made her feel better before, but only Owen could make her feel brand new. He was special to her, more than a friend, but close like a brother. Owen went to Gina's wedding for 2 reasons. Alex needed a date, and he wanted to support his true love on her big day. But he always hated Paul for stealing his dream. He hates him even more now. Whereas Sylvan offered to finish the job, Owen won't bother to ask. It'll be curtains for his career if he caught Paul wandering the streets. While disappointingly accepting a role in Gina's life as the good friend, Owen enjoyed being a single man, dated several women, came and went as he pleased, and he had no responsibilities except his own. But he would give all of it up at the drop of a dime to be with Gina. He knows she loves him as much as he loves her. It's her fear of loss that keeps them stagnant in the friendship zone. Paul is a loser, Owen said. In my opinion, he got what he deserved.
I know you don't mean that,
Gina disappointingly stated. Owen thought about his statement. So maybe the pistol whipping was a bit excessive, a little sloppy for my taste, but you can't blame yourself for that.
Who else can I blame? I controlled that whole situation, and I chose to go down the violent path. Going to my mother's house to cool off would have worked, too. The next day, I would have yelled every dirty thing I could think of at him before throwing his ass out of my house. Right now, as I think about it, I still want to drive my fist through his face.
I'll do it for you. Give me his address.
No.
Please.
Don't do anything. Just stay with me, all right?
Owen pressed his hands into a ball around Gina's cold fingers. She took a deep breath, letting her emotions get the better of her again. Thank God she has people who will ride or die with her.
I tried so hard to make it work,
she stressed.
I should have known he was just a freeloading know-it-all who only cared about himself.
You forget, selfish, lazy, and ungrateful, Owen continued. Gina stared at him with a slight curl on one end of her lips, which said that she got the point. Owen fanned his hand. Enough of that, jackass. I want all my attention focused on you, Gina Vasquez, nothing else.
Take a good look. This is what's left of me now.
Second chances have been given to people who've committed far more treacherous acts. Makes me sick to my stomach to think about which of those people get one. Why should you be any different? You still have so much to offer. Great things left undone in this world. Don't give up on life when it hasn't given up on you. Why? Because you're still alive. Remember, things could have gone a lot worse. Gina smiled and kissed Owen on the cheek.
Thanks, O,
she said.
You always know what to say to me at the time I need to hear it.
And I'll always do so, for as long as you need me to. After the 18th-month period, Gina had been released early for good behavior. Family and friends were overjoyed to have her back home. However, the happiness didn't last long. Dismay filled the Vasquez household upon hearing her decision to accept Veronica's offer to move to New Mexico. She thanked her mother for giving her a second chance. Sienna couldn't stand to see her daughter leave again, but understood that she needed to find her own way of healing.
This will always be your home,
she said.
Come back wherever you're ready. I love you, mija.
Raul, fueled on old-school machismo, thought it was wimpy to cry in front of women. He gave his best wishes and a kiss on her forehead, but didn't stick around to see Gina's departure. He waited until he was alone in his room to let the salty water run from his eyes and down his seasoned face. Gina called Saxon Davis and broke the news to him and Beverly. They invited her over for lunch, but she rejected, knowing it would make things harder. Besides, hearing them trying to convince her to stay, seeing Beverly's saddened face after learning about her ailing condition would have drowned her in further guilt. She told Saxon it was an honor to work with him. "The honor was mine," he replied. "God bless you, Gina. I'll see you soon." Alex took it the hardest, though. Her sister and best friend was going away again. While driving Gina to the airport, Alex thought of every scenario to change her mind, but none of them worked. Arriving at the passenger drop-off lane in front of LaGuardia Airport, Gina stalled to get out of the car.
"Here we are,"
she said. Alex's eyes began to water.
"Don't start, Al, you hear me? Don't start!"
But she couldn't help it. Alex wept like a child who just spilled their ice cream on the street. Gina wiped her own eyes to stop her tears from falling, tightening her face from frowning. They both hugged each other.
"I love you,"
Gina repeated.
"Please don't leave."
Alex pleaded.
"I have to, Allie." "Why? Whatever pain you're feeling, we could get through it together. When you're hurt, I'm hurt. Can't you see that? Please stay." "I can't. You, Mommy, and Daddy mean everything to me. You are my world. But there's no life for me here. In New Mexico, I could still do some good. Redeem some of the old me that's left, you know. Be strong for me, please. The family will need you to be. I promise to call every day and come back to visit when I can. Maybe I could get a transfer and join the bureau in California. I would love that. But Mommy and Daddy need you here. Besides, you're becoming a major player in your department. How could I ask you to give all that up for me? Why don't you ask me? Listen, you need to hold everyone together, okay? I know that's selfish of me to ask, but a fresh start, I believe, is what's best for me now. Don't worry, I'll be fine. This isn't the end, just a minor setback, okay?" "Okay. I hope God watches over you, since I can't. Although, technically I can. Just need to hack into some satellite feeds and watch every move you make."
Gina laughed.
"Thank you, but I'll be fine. Take care, Alex."
Gina gave her sister one last hug and got out of the car. She couldn't look back. Hearing her sister sniffling made it harder to take another step. She wanted to go back home, but she couldn't. It was an act of faith, giving up everything in hopes that her sorrow will disappear. Alex wept as her big sister walked through the terminal doors. Gina was starting a new life to replace the old, leaving behind an unfaithful husband and a dead career. Little did she know that after this day, her life will change forever. Chapter 6. Howling wind wrestled through the deserted, starlit streets of Eagle Nest, New Mexico, awakening Gina from her much-needed sleep. It was past the midnight hour, surrounded in complete darkness. Not a flicker of light came from outside her windows. No engines hummed past the stoplight below.
Is this a blackout?
She wondered, after noticing the clock the cable box had vanished. Kicking the covers off her legs, Gina blindly felt around the night table beside her bed for her cell phone. Maybe Veronica would know what was going on. Several items got knocked over, including a half-empty bottle of vodka, which shattered across the floor. Her room stunk of alcohol. She leaned over the bed and caressed the floor. Strangely, instead of touching broken glass, she felt a warm mist spray against her fingertips, like heat seeping out from a radiator. Then swirls of smoke began to rise from the cracks, gathering into a white fog that suddenly consumed the entire floor, rising up toward the ceiling. Gina jumped out of bed, believing the building was on fire.
What the hell is going on?
She thought, backing to a corner in a panic. She covered her mouth with her pajama top, tightly pressed her eyelids shut, and slid her shoulders against the cold walls to find her way out.
Wait a minute.
She thought.
If the building's on fire, then how can the walls be cold?
Deeply she inhaled the smoke. She didn't cough. No burning smell. It felt like she inhaled plain air.
What is this?
Moving cautiously through the blinding smoke, Gina kept one hand close to the wall. Humidity increased. Sweat glistened on her skin. She lost touch with the wall. Even while leaning further to her side, she found herself swiping at nothing but smoke. Several minutes passed, and not a stick of furniture was touched. Wandering inside the fog, Gina yelled in frustration,
What the hell is happening?
Then at that moment, the smoke slowly evaporated. Cold air swallowed up the humidity and tickled her entire body, blowing in between her hair strands. The ground beneath her feet turned rough and solid, freezing her toes as if she was standing on snow. Moonlight bounced off her arms.
How the hell did I get...
She stammered, staring at towering buildings and billboards overhead. Wide intersections, avenue names on green street signs, and an array of storefronts about a half-mile long. Unexplainably, she was standing in the middle of Times Square. But strange. New York's most popular attraction spot had not one single person around. The place looked as if it had been deserted for years. Non-existent activity. No lights whatsoever. Windows caked in filth. Jumbotrons looked like blackboards. Gina looked down and noticed that she was still wearing her black silk pajamas.
This must be a dream, but it feels so real.
Goosebumps bumped all over her limbs. She just hoped not to see a half-burned man jump out from the shadows with a one-handed set of claws trying to kill her. Then a sign of life revealed itself. Toward 47th Street, she noticed a golden glow pulsing through the dismal landscape. Her bare feet echoed against the cold and rough pavement as she ran to get a closer look. There! An object lying in the middle of street-side lounge tables. It looked like a police badge. She picked it up and examined its unique design, centered by a cross and a pair of spread wings behind it. She gazed at its beauty like it was made for her. Drawn by its power, she felt a spiritual connection to it, more like divine. The pulse began to follow the rhythm of her heartbeat. Warm sensations raced through her veins like fuel to a car engine. Golden light coated her entire body, shining as bright as a phoenix rising from its ashes. A transformation was happening. Divine power and unconditional love filled her heart. 4 years of guilt and depression vanished in an instant. Suddenly, a harsh growl ripped through the desolate metropolis.
What was that?
She gasped. The spiritual experience abruptly ended. Fear jolted through her bones as she hectically looked around the square, wondering who or what made that noise. Gina stuffed the badge inside her pajama pocket and speed-walked down to 45th Street. Every block she passed, the growls multiplied, becoming longer and louder. Her fast-paced feet moved even faster as she bolted down to 42nd Street. The fog reemerged and rapidly formed into a great wall. Surrounded by ghoulish noises, she stood in front of the fog and was ready to leap through to the other side. Wait! Are those shadows within the fog growing bigger by the second? She couldn't see what was up ahead. Getting closer. Are those claws on their arms? Another set of footsteps? No, not one. Many. There was no place to go. She could hide, but for how long? Her curiosity was too great to run. Gulping her throat, she slowly lifted her hand, moving it ever so slightly toward the fog. She could feel the humidity brush against her palm. Shadows growing larger, spreading further. Fog curling along her fingers. It's not too late to run. Breathing faster, quaking in her bones, she shoved her hand inside the fog. Nothing.
Oh my God!
She gasped. Gina jumped back, frozen in absolute terror. Waves of deafening roars pounded in her ears. Next, she saw multiple pairs of graying, rotting hands shoot out from the swirling fog. A gang of zombie creatures paraded out to the night air, growling like caged mad dogs. Grotesque faces resembled decaying animals. Eyes were the color of blood. Yellow venom bubbled from the sides of their mouths. Tattered police uniforms draped over their molten-covered physiques. Wicked symbols imprinted on their corroded foreheads. A pitchfork combined with a downward arrow coiled by a twisting number 6. Once spotting their red-headed prey, the zombies charged down the street like hungry cannibals. Snapping out of her terrified trance, Gina ran frantically through Times Square. Looking for a place to hide, she ran into many buildings. None of them would open. They were either locked or blocked off by barriers. Running and running aimlessly down the dark streets, she lost her sense of direction. What she couldn't lose, however, were the zombies trailing after her like bloodhounds in the woods. Each street started to look the same. She looked behind and noticed the group had doubled in size. If this goes on any longer, she will become a buffet for the zombies to feast for days. Approaching 39th Street, Gina ran toward a high-rise building with no front doors. The entire lobby was blanketed pitch black.
Great.
She thought, the blacker, the better. She raced inside and kept going further and further, not caring who or what was in front of her. But then a strong feeling came over her. She wasn't alone. Could others be hiding? No. Rotten odor filled the area, so grotesque that the nastiest gym locker room smelled like a bed of roses. She slowed down, fearing she should turn back. Wait, what is that whispery hiss? Exhausted breathing. Dragging growl. Stop. Listen. Footprints? Walking. No, marching. Faster. Are those echoes? My God, there's more than one. Her worst fear became a reality. By the faint moonlight beaming through the cracks of the boarded windows, she saw another army of creatures rushing after her. Gina jetted out of the high rise only to be met by the original herd. Now one massive, grotesque army wanted to taste her blood. Gina ran down to 34th Street, exhausted but refused to be eaten alive.
Somebody! Anybody! Help me!
She cried out hopelessly, not knowing where else to go. Not even an udder of a yelping dog responded. She was the only living soul in these menacing streets. Just then, beams of light burst out from the windows of an old cathedral a few blocks away. The front doors flew open. Gina ran toward the cathedral and dove inside. She slammed the doors closed and dragged over a couple of pews for a barricade. She felt safe for the time being. Uneasy and fatigued, she checked the insides of the chapels, hoping to find a pastor or anybody who could help. But alas, the rooms were empty. She then checked the back office for a telephone. Found one, but no dial tone. After tapping the switch hook several times, she frustratingly slammed the receiver down.
What is going on?
She stammered, out of breath.
There has to be. If the church is deserted, then how did the doors fly open?
The basement. That would be the safest place to hide. Maybe someone is stationed by the windows on the lookout for survivors. She crept towards the bottom staircase. Flipping the light switch repeatedly, no lights flickered on. As she was about to step down, she heard something.
Who's there?
She shouted. Close by. Sounded like panting coming from the stained glass windows. Ducking below the frame, she slowly stuck her head up to take a peek outside. She saw a woman standing under a spotlight, swinging a large wooden staff. Her long brown hair and navy blue pajamas were completely drenched.
Over here!
Yelled Gina, slapping on the glass to get the woman's attention. No such luck. The woman dropped to her knees and looked up to the sky. Gina recognized the face under those thin-rimmed glasses.
Alex!
She pounded harder on the glass, but Alex wouldn't turn around, as if the glass was soundproof. Gina grabbed a large candle holder from the pulpit and threw it at the glass like a javelin. She covered her ears from the deafening bang. However, the window didn't break, not even one crack in the glass. Suddenly, she heard loud thuds against the barricaded doors, becoming heavier by the second. Pieces of wood began to splinter. She headed for the rear exit, but skidded back just in time to see the doors get ripped off its hinges. Dozens of zombies trampled inside and followed her into the pulpit. Gina ran down the aisle, only to see the front doors explode open. More undead creatures bombarded the holy temple. Hundreds of ghastly faces with glowing red eyes surrounded her. Terror rushed into her brain like a bad drug. As the zombies moved closer, Gina closed her eyes and screamed out all the fright in her body. Just then, the badge inside her pocket began to glow again, pulsing faster and shining brighter than before. Zombies shielded their eyes and growled in pain. Golden light exploded throughout the church like an atomic bomb and shot up a beam that shattered through the skylight ceiling. Sound waves rumbled around the deserted metropolis like an earthquake. Zombies crackled into piles of dust. A thunderous updraft rose from beneath Gina's feet, nearly tearing through the entire church foundation like it was tinfoil. Stained glass showered down like candy from a piñata. The clerestory collapsed. Bricks, glass, support beams, plaster, and statues came towering down around her. Smoke clouds balled up like cauliflower as it rolled up the midnight atmosphere. And just like that, blinding glow evaporated, her screams echoed away. Wind stopped blowing, quietness settled once again. Gina opened her eyes and stood in awe to what just happened. She took out the badge and thought it was not from this world, like an alien artifact. But seeing the cross reminded her that God was by her side. The church was in ruin. Building debris landed everywhere except where she was standing, being protected under the golden glow. She looked up at the shimmering moon and let the tears flow from her brown eyes, relieved that her terror had ended. Planting a kiss on the badge, she whispered to the heavens,
Thank you.
But the terror wasn't over yet, as she then heard vociferous roars that ripped through the atmosphere like thunder, embodying rage and death. She looked up with horror in her eyes as she watched the evening sky morph into a flaming red horizon. Then hideous creatures ejected from thickening burgundy clouds and circled the wrecked church, covered in red fur and sprouting wings out their backs like vultures. Before Gina could run, sandy hands rose from the ashes below and clutched onto her ankles. The more hands she broke from, dozens more would form and latch onto her body. The creatures nosedived past the holy ceiling and aimed straight for their horrified target. Razor-tipped nails were inches away from shredding her face to pieces. Then her alarm clock buzzed. Gina woke up fighting the blankets and pillows on her bed. It took a minute for her to regain composure once realizing she was back in her bedroom. The clock on the cable box read 7:25 a.m. Her shift started in 35 minutes. Time to get to work. It's been almost 4 years since she moved to New Mexico, and every night had been the same. One nightmare after another. Between her newfound habit of drinking vodka and watching television until the break of dawn, Gina's health had dramatically declined. She gained pounds and developed high blood pressure. Her face aged rapidly from dealing with stress and depression day after day. She wakes up at times looking for a reason to live. Gina sat on the edge of the bed and wiped the sweat from her hairline. That terrible dream played in her head like a horror movie, more wild than the others she has had before. This dream was different. Never has she experienced warmth and joy in such an abundance before, especially during a nightmare. Curiously, she opened her night table drawer and examined the badge inside her wallet. Her Silver Star badge was round with a star in the middle. Eagle Nest Town Sheriff engraved in the plate. No similarities to the mystical badge in her dream. Her state of mind has been in a morbid place since being arrested. Feelings of hope got buried with her promising career. No time to get over this nightmare. She had a job to do. All she could say was,
Lord, give me strength.
Chapter 7. Eagle Nest, New Mexico. The town where the Rocky Mountains meet the southwest. 1,000-foot peaks rose from the plains. River canyons spilled out to the high desert. Pine and wood smoke scents permeated the mountain air. The main street was less than a mile long and lined with shops carrying locally made crafts and fine arts. Booming with Old West cultures such as prairies, fortresses, and a western downtown, it was a nature lover's paradise. Just exiting Highway 38 in a burgundy Grand Cherokee, Sheriff Gina Vasquez was minutes away from reaching the sheriff's station. She drove up to a red light and flipped on a right turn signal. Only 2 cars ahead of her. Uneventful. Smaller town residents never worried about traffic during the peak of rush hour, but Gina kinda missed the sounds of screeching tires, honking horns, throttling engines, blasting music, and yells of obscenity. So much time has passed, and Gina still hasn't figured anything out. How to let go of the past, how to start a new life. She's been stuck on neutral ever since leaving New York. Not going from bad to worse, but no signs of improvement either. Perhaps it was time to go home? No. Eagle Nest is her home now. Things will turn around eventually. Put those selfish desires to the side and focus on living your life. After making a right turn at the light, Gina pulled over on the side of the road. Her nightmare was still fresh in her mind, but not in a frightening way. More bothered, deciphering the standout elements, the glowing badge, zombie cops, and finding love during such terror. What did they mean? Just then, she heard her cell phone buzz from inside her bomber jacket. Veronica's smiling face popped up on the touchscreen.
Hey, girl.
Gina pleasantly answered.
What you doing?
Just getting to the station,
Veronica said while coming out of a bagel shop, carrying a bag of food and a container of freshly squeezed orange juice.
Had to make a quick pit stop at the store first. You know how I do. I need my toasted bagel in the morning, or else I'm a cranky old broad all day.
Both ladies laughed.
Beautiful day today.
I know. Plenty of sunshine with a nice cool breeze.
Days like this are rare, so enjoy it while you can. How are you feeling?
Ugh, I'm feeling like crap. Must have slept wrong because my side is killing me. The nightmare I had didn't help the matter either. But don't worry. I'll be there soon. Would you be able to start the roll call for me?
Gina, you're off today, remember?
Is her mind so far gone that she can't even remember which day she works? Gina buried her face in her palms and inaudibly sobbed. What kind of life is this? Is she just a shell of what she used to be? If her job isn't that important, then what other reason is there for her to live? Things were great during Gina's first 18 months in Eagle Nest. She and Veronica was an unstoppable team, breaking up frat parties and arresting on-the-corner drug dealers regularly. Her cases weren't dangerous like her detective days in New York, but she had loved the thrill of taking crime off the street. Veronica was delighted to see her best friend take back control of her life. However, the following 3 years were a different story. Gina's performance declined. She looked more demoralized. Alex did her best to keep her sister's spirits high, but there was only so much she could do over the phone. Veronica would take Gina out after work for dinner, dancing, and other fun activities to keep her mind clear. It worked for a while, but Gina had grown tired, distant. Before the drinking started, Gina barely slept for more than 3 hours a night. Ideas were running thin, and Veronica didn't know how else to help her friend. She was worried. Will Gina be alive by this time next year? Veronica battled to keep those thoughts out of her head, but with Gina's decline moving at such an alarming rate, she may just be denying the undisputed truth.
Gina?
Veronica called out.
You okay?
Yeah.
Gina answering, sniffing her nose while wiping the tears from her eyes.
Just checking my planner and, I'm having my windows replaced.
Gina lied.
That's why I took the day off.
She then sighed.
Oh well, since I'm dressed, might as well go for a drive, right?
Yeah.
Veronica encouraged.
Go to a fancy outdoor cafe and treat yourself to a nice breakfast. Enjoy the sunshine. Hell, chill by the lake and get a tan. Just have a good day, okay?
10-4. Thanks, Ronnie. I always got your back, girl. On that subject, though, I've been informed about some locker room talk among the other deputies. Faith is slipping, they say. They think you're not as dedicated as you used to be.
Gina never liked gossip. especially when it was about her. But the deputies were right. Even though she showed up to work every day, her mind was somewhere else. She blamed herself for their loss in faith.
They have every right to feel that way, Ronnie. Maybe if I talk to them and explain, what for? You were hired as sheriff for a reason. Most of those guys couldn't tie their own shoelaces, let alone run a station house. Typical male ego is all. I bet if one of them were having bad days, they would preach to the choir about giving second chances and keep hope alive. Blah, blah, blah. You might be right, however. It's my job to keep camaraderie in the office. I should probably put together a staff meeting tomorrow so that everyone can voice their opinions at once. Set that up for me, please. Got it. But these guys don't need an explanation, in my opinion. I, for one, am glad you're the boss. Thanks to you. See you tomorrow.
She hung up the phone and noticed the road signs up ahead. Albuquerque was 159 miles away, a 3-hour drive. No matter. That's where she wanted to go. Veronica said to treat herself. Big city action may be just what she needed to either provide some answers or shake off this stagnant funk. During the drive, Gina rolled down her window and enjoyed the beautiful landscape. Great Plains colored in golden brown as the sun peeked over the Rockies. Although surrounded by breathtaking scenery, plenty of times she contemplated returning home. Whenever she did, however, dreadful memories of Paul resurfaced. It was 5 a.m. in New York. Was Alex awake? She's the first person the sheriff would bring her problems to, but knowing how hard her sister works, the last thing she wanted to do was bombard her with problems before breakfast. Then at that moment, her cell phone buzzed again. She gasped. It was Alex.
Girl, you must have ESP,
she answered.
Good thing I got to you first.
Alex laughed.
What's got you up so early? Haven't slept yet, G. I'm heading home as we speak. I'd figured I'd call you now because I'm going to sleep like the dead. Another all-nighter, huh? Yup. We've been chasing this underground group smuggling illegal guns into the country for the past few months. Our mole tipped us off about a meeting in the Florida Keys last night. My team and I got out there and caught them before they sailed off to Colombia.
Gina was in awe.
I'm so proud of you, Allie. You've become a phenomenal agent. Runs in the family.
The sisters laughed.
So how are you holding up? I had the scariest dream last night, Allie.
As Gina explained every gory detail, Alex had conflicting emotions. Terrible that Gina has yet to find peace, and anger towards hearing such a strong woman act so weak. She knew moving to New Mexico was a bad idea. This only proves her point.
Damn,
said Alex.
Sounds like you've been watching. Jeez, I can't even call it a horror movie. I don't know what the hell to call it. Sorry you had a restless night. Again. Oh, here we go. Go ahead and say what's on your mind. I know you're just dying to lecture me about moving out to the desert like you always do. No lecture. I just want to talk.
Gina was surprised at her subtle tone.
Remember our lunch outings at Union Square Park? Sunday dinners at Mom's house? Watching afternoon movies before working night shifts? Every day. Me too. I think about it all the time. I remember how we used to sit down and talk about what was on our minds. We'd usually come up with solutions together and then move on. From what I recall, it was you doing most of the talking and me doing all of the solving. Not all the time, smarty. You're right, 80% of the time.
Alex sarcastically laughed, but knew it was the truth.
I always looked forward to the chance to help you for once. Now that I finally get it, I have to do it via long-distance phone calls. Words only work if you choose to listen to them, but I can't send a warm hug over the phone.
I could sure use one of those. And I want to give you one. I can't go back, Allie, not yet. Come on, Gina. Why not? What's done is done. Moving halfway across the country hasn't made much of an improvement with your life, has it? I hate to see you punish yourself like this. I don't think I've been punished enough. Hold it right there. That ex-husband of yours was no saint. Don't forget, he broke his vow to you. Retribution was coming for him regardless. Only you got to him first. Nothing can ever erase the past, but you must accept that what happened was a mistake. Ask God for forgiveness and move on. You have a second chance, Gina. Don't deny yourself that, please. Allie, I have to go. I'll call later this evening, okay?
Alex sighed with disappointment.
Fine. This doesn't mean I'm going to stop. You got it, ma'am. Hope you get plenty of rest. You too, Gina. Take care. Love you. Love you too.
As Gina hung up the phone, she did something for the first time. Act like an outsider looking at her current situation. How much suffering must she endure before accepting forgiveness? Alex was right. Life out west hasn't blossomed as she hoped. We all make mistakes. Even though time had been served, she's not a criminal. Perhaps it was time to pack up and go home. Chapter 8. The sun shined at its highest peak as Gina approached the Albuquerque city limits. Much more activity going around compared to Eagle Nest. Cars cruised down the streets nicely. Plenty of foot traffic on the sidewalks that kept the local shops busy. Ragtime music played from corner loudspeakers, bringing a festive vibe to the scene. A very pleasant day in the city. Gina parked on the side of the Chemo Theater on the corner of Central Avenue. Although she had been to Albuquerque before, she paced around and gazed at the buildings like a tourist, excited from the change of scenery. What to do first?
I need me a wake-up,
she thought. Moments later, she spotted a small corner newsstand across the street. No better way to add some pep in your step than with a cup of hot coffee. Civilians properly greeted her as she stopped at the corner and waited for the red light to change. A little girl stared at her for several seconds and whispered to her mother,
I want to be like her when I grow up.
Gina was touched, but at the same time embarrassed.
No, kid.
She thought.
Be better.
Gina approached the newsstand and greeted the old man who stood behind a display of sugary goodies and reading material. What'll it be, young lady? He asked. Officer lady. Chuckling at the kind-hearted gesture, she asked for a cup of coffee and placed a pack of gum on the counter. As the coffee brewed in the pot, the sheriff's eyes were drawn to the front page of the News Review newspaper. Splashed on the front page was an Amber Alert for 13-year-old Christine Jordan, who was kidnapped from her home in Los Angeles 2 days ago. Based on recorded travel history from the DMV, the suspects in question are possibly heading to Texas. New Mexico police departments across the state are on the lookout. Gina picked up the paper and flipped to page 8, quoting the latest statement made by Montgomery Cunningham, governor of California. I assure the public that bringing little Christine home safely is one of his priorities. My staff and I will stop at nothing to make sure that little girl is reunited with her family, he said during a live interview. His dedication, however, seemed disrespectful. Not only did he conduct his interview remotely from his beach home in Laguna, but had the nerve to wear a Hawaiian-style shirt.
Cunningham. Suits him well.
She sighed.
He's cunning, and he's a ham.
More breaking news grabbed her attention on the next page. Her eyeballs stared at the two-page spread covering the death of a notorious New York crime boss, Crispin Pagnucci.
What? No way,
she thought. During her rookie days, Gina remembered Crispin in being a ruthless and stone-cold killer, always one step ahead of his competitors, including the NYPD. More popular and dangerous than his father Peter Pagnucci, who sat on the throne of organized crime in New York for decades. It was only a matter of time before Crispin took the helm. But murdered? She thought it would have taken an elite group of super cops to accomplish such an impossible task. But someone did. Who is the question? She scanned through the article for clues about the killer or killers responsible. After reading the gory details of the crime scene, it sounded as if terrorists did the job. Thousands of bullet holes in the walls suggested a massive firefight. His entire estate engulfed in flames. Every crew member killed. No surveillance footage of any kind, not even a cellular photograph. The police had nothing. Alarming her most was where they discovered Crispin Pagnucci's body, inside a secret vault. After years of inactivity, the gears inside her detective mind began to turn once more.
How do they know about this safe?
She thought. The Pagnucci family consumed every meal at his father's restaurant. Russian and Swedish nightclubs were his favorite night spots in Lower Manhattan, mainly because of the women. These are his known whereabouts, making it easy for an assassination attempt. So how did his group know to attack him at home? How did they know that's where he'll be vulnerable? Come to think of it, how did they know where he lived?
Most bosses keep their money overseas.
She thought.
Who besides him could have known where he kept the money?
Blind luck. Impossible. The killers knew exactly where and when to attack.
An inside job,
she gasped. Meanwhile, an alarm bell rang from a small antique shop several blocks away. Two young bald-headed thugs with tribal tattoos and piercings covering their milk-colored skin, decorated red pentagrams spray-painted on their black hooded sweaters, knocked over pedestrians as they bolted down the block. The owner staggered out seconds later and yelled for help. Stunned pedestrians had mixed reactions. Somebody stop them!
Hey, why don't you watch where you going?
Call the police!
I'm posting this on Facebook.
Gina heard despairing voices dancing in her ears, but she turned and saw nothing. The area remained calm. People went about their business as normal, enjoying the quiet. Where did those voices come from? Something wrong, officer? Asked a newsstand employee.
Did you just hear an alarm go off?
Gina skeptically asked. Was that you say? An alarm?
Like a school bell or a fire alarm ringing, you know? Ding, 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 ding. Did you hear anything like that?
Oh, heck no. Ain't been no schools round here for 50 years. Got nothing but movies and shopping stores.
I could have sworn that Never mind. How much I owe you?
On the house, my lady. Looks like you've been working too hard. Take a walk and get yourself some sunshine, okay?
Thank you. Have a nice day.
You too, purty officer. Gina took a short sip of her coffee as she walked across the street. Ringing, shouting. She heard it again, but like before, she looked around and everything seemed fine.
What the hell is going on here?
She asked. Was she having a premonition?
Maybe the old man's right. I am working too hard.
Dismissing it as if it was her imagination, fluttering butterflies in her stomach told her otherwise. Something was wrong. Gina hopped inside her Jeep and surfed through the channels on her police scanner. Not much going on besides routine checks and one disturbance call. Then dispatch butted in with a robbery call from an antique shop on Kent Avenue. 2 suspects were caught fleeing the scene and are believed to still be in the area.
Wally?
She gasped. Could it be her old friend Walter Nixon, who was just robbed? Gina jumped behind the wheel and drove down Central Avenue, swishing past red lights and swerving around oncoming traffic. Sirens blared overhead. Assuming the suspects were running down Kent Avenue, she kept her eyes peeled, feeling like she can run into them at any minute. Shortly after moving to Eagle Nest, Gina bought most of her decor from Wally, who owned the only furniture shop in town. Once sales started declining, he unexpectedly moved to Albuquerque and opened the antique shop. Keeping several collectibles throughout the years, he decided to put those up for sale in hopes to draw higher-paying customers. Besides Veronica, Wally was the only friend Gina had who she can talk to like a mentor. She didn't know much about life, but his words often helped snap her out of her many depressive episodes. They haven't spoken in years. Not the best way to get reacquainted. Still, Wally was a friend, and no one will get away with hurting him. Open the door. Unexplainably, Gina had a sudden urge to open her door. Why? For what? It sounded ludicrous. But that voice, it felt so real, assertive. Eyeing the traffic jam up ahead, she made a sudden right turn onto 7th Street. Open the door. The urge grew stronger. Approaching Cooper Avenue, she heard civilians squealing for help. Open the door! Blind instinct took over. She pushed the door open. Wham! Blood and teeth splashed onto the window. She stomped on the brake, completely shocked. From the bald head and graffiti-covered clothing, she recognized him as one of the suspects. He rolled on the ground like a pig in the mud, groaning in pain as he grasped on his bloody mouth.
What the hell just happened?
She thought. How did she know to open the door at the exact moment? First, she heard screams from several blocks away. And now this? There may be something else happening with the sheriff than just working too hard. Gina ran to the fallen perpetrator and kicked him over on his stomach. She slapped a pair of handcuffs on his wrists while reading him his rights, but she stopped in mid-sentence, feeling the other thief was close. Onlooking pedestrians surrounded the area, filming her arrest on their cell phones. She then noticed a man inside a bakery who rolled his eyes toward the kiosk.
Everybody get down!
The sheriff yelled. Pedestrians dove to the ground just as bullets flew over her red head. She took cover behind a parked car and reached back for her weapon. Damn, she left it inside the Jeep, along with her radio. She couldn't even call for backup. The shooter ran around the car and stood over the sheriff. He pointed his gun directly at her head. Death was inevitable. No fear pulsed in Gina's heart as she knew this day would come eventually. The thug squeezed the trigger. Click, click, click. Nothing happened. Frustratingly, the shooter pulled back the hammer and found 3 bullets jammed in the chamber. Gina attempted to tackle him down, but she lost plenty of spring in her step over the years, no longer as fast or athletic as she used to be. The shooter saw her coming a mile away and tossed her into a pile of empty grocery boxes. He threw his gun down the sidewalk drainage, abandoned his friend, and took off up the street. The sheriff gave chase, hoofing as hard as she could after him. Her ankles nearly snapped as he made a sharp left onto 6 Northwest. She barely dodged past the civilians constantly being thrown in her path. Fatigue rapidly settled in, heavily breathing after a couple of blocks. Living in a relaxed environment and dealing with depression for so long affected her conditioning. Tackling a lamppost, the sheriff stopped to catch her breath.
This isn't my district.
She puffed in surrender.
Albuquerque police are on their way. I got my town to think about.
Ready to quit and go home, Gina spotted a boy and his mother on the floor. The boy cried from the top of his lungs as his mother cradled him in her arms.
It's okay, honey.
She consoled while rubbing his chest.
The police will catch the bad man.
Tiredness instantly dissolved. Seeing that kid in pain reminded her of just who the hell she is. Gina tucked down her chin and ran down the block, gaining momentum with every step. Her target was in sight, running toward the intersection. The shooter panicked as he glanced over his shoulder and saw the sheriff getting closer. In spite of crossing cars moving at top speed, he ran out to the street. Several cars nearly mauled him down like roadkill. Barely making it out of the intersection alive, he believed she would hesitate to follow him and wait for the light to change. He thought wrong. Cars came to a screeching halt as she fearlessly ran across. There was no escape. The shooter entered Robinson Park and stutter-stepped around a few trees. After running onto a wide-open field of grass, he realized this was a stupid idea. Except for ducking under a park bench, there was no place to hide whatsoever. Just then, Gina speared him to the ground like Bill Goldberg and delivered a walloping punch to his chest. Payback for hurting the little boy. She kicked him over and held his arms behind his back. Regrettably, her handcuffs were locked onto the first thief. Was she to beat him senseless and carry him over her shoulder? Hail a cab back to her Jeep? Tie his wrists together with her belt or sit on him until the police arrived? "You can't arrest me!" the shooter coughed.
What do you mean I can't? I am arresting you,
proclaimed the sheriff.
Even if I have to drag your sorry ass by your ankles, you'll be sleeping in a cell tonight.
No. No! They're coming! They'll be here any minute!
Really? Well, when they get here, I'll arrest their asses too!
From out of nowhere, Gina got kicked upside her head by another thug wearing steel-toed boots. She stumbled down to the grass. Pain throbbed in her head. Her surroundings became blurry. 3 more thugs ran over and carried their beaten companion out of the park. A black van waited for them with his handcuffed partner sitting inside. Gina groggily got to her feet and trotted after the vehicle, but smoke and skid marks remained. The thugs got away. As her vision started clearing up, she sat down on the curb, needing a few minutes to catch her breath before taking that long walk back to her Jeep. With no way of catching the thieves now, she thought she should visit Wally and make sure he was okay.
What's this?
She wondered. Something lying by her feet. It looked like a brown sack. She picked up the bag and opened the drawstring. Glistening from the inside was a silver dagger engraved with pentagrams on the blade and a collage of skulls sculpted around the pommel. Clean, untarnished, not a mark on it. Although the design was horrific, its craftsmanship was flawless, which meant it was highly valuable. They don't make knives like this anymore.
Is this what they stole from the shop?
Gina wondered.
Looks centuries old. How did Wally get something like this?
Rest time was over. She had to see Wally now. Questions needed to be answered before those thieves returned. Whether tonight, next week, or next year, she knew she would see those guys again. Chapter 9. Gina sat by the window inside a diner across the street from the antique shop. Frequently, she peeked through the blinds, waiting over an hour for the Albuquerque police to finish their investigation. She had to talk to Wally, but will he talk to her? Regardless, she refused to go home without any answers. Her Jeep was safely parked behind the diner to avoid being recognized. She was tired, sore, sweaty, heaviest breathing she's done in years. But she felt good, vindicated, accomplished. Veronica would have been screaming like a cheerleader if she watched her friend in action earlier. Although the crooks got away, this case was far from over. On top of the table stood a cup of coffee and a slice of freshly baked apple pie. She sipped the hot beverage nice and slow to soothe her throat, providing the little pick-me-up she needed. But the pie remained untouched. Chunks of apple filling oozed from its sides. Whipped cream on top. The old Gina would have devoured it in seconds. Looking at it now made her stomach turn. She looked out the window again. Seems like the cops were done with Wally for today, as the 3 of them chatted in front of the store. Better to talk to him off the record to avoid circumstances that may endanger his business. However, she will report her discoveries to the police if she finds they're too much to handle. She had a town to think about and didn't want to spread herself too thin. What was the story with the knife? She took a glimpse of its handle sticking out from inside her jacket pocket. How can something so beautifully crafted personify an essence of evil? Wally never showed it off before. Why now? Was business that bad for him? Or was he involved in another business she had no prior knowledge to? Wally fiddled with his tie and wiped the sweat from his forehead as he stood by the door and watched the police take statements from nearby pedestrians. He was then told to lock up for the day and they'll be back tomorrow to do another sweep. The anxious look on his face showed he couldn't wait to get the hell out of Dodge. She had to move now. As the squad cars drove away, Gina gulped down the last of her coffee and placed a check and a $10 bill underneath the pie dish. She trotted across the street just as Wally started pulling down the store gates.
Wally?
She called out. His worry turned to joy. "Gina," he answered, "is that you?" She played it off as sheer confidence.
Hiya, Wally.
She gave him a warm smile.
It's been such a long time. How are you?
Much better now. Thank heavens I get to see a friendly face today, especially a beautiful one like yours. He opened his arms wide, wanting to give her a great big hug. Gina was much taller than him, so she leaned over and slightly bent her knees, adding more pain to her already sore body. However, she held her breath and kept on smiling as Wally got his arms around her. Besides being shorter, Wally was much older, approaching the golden age of 75. White strands of hair sprouted from the sides of his head like Albert Einstein, but the top of his head shined like a cue ball. Massive wrinkles on his face showed he lived a hard life, but he was kind, sweet, and very easy to talk to. "What brings you to the big city?" he happily asked. "It could have only been just to come here and visit me, though I wouldn't mind hearing you say that." Gina laughed. "Gosh, I wish you would have called me earlier. I could have met you somewhere and treated you to breakfast or something."
Yeah, sorry about that. This was a bit of an unexpected trip. Had I planned this from the get-go, you would have been the first person I called.
"Oh, that's okay. Well, as you can see, I'm closing up for the day. Want to go out now and grab something to eat? I can use some healthy conversation after the day I just had."
Well, actually, that's what I came to talk to you about.
"What's on your mind?"
Not to ruffle your feathers, but
Gina opened her jacket and revealed the dagger's handle.
I found this outside of Robinson Park over an hour ago. Got into it with a few bald guys in hoodies, and they must have dropped it. Know anything about it?
Wally's eyes bulged at the sight of its wicked skull handle. He rushed Gina inside the store and locked the door. She looked around, shocked at the store's disheveled appearance. Knocked over display cases, books scattered across the floor, broken glass, cut phone lines, and the alarm button behind the register was ripped from its base. This wasn't a routine robbery. The thugs knew exactly what they wanted. Gina placed the knife on the countertop. Wally was too scared to go near it. His hands tremored as he picked it up and gazed at its unholy attractiveness. "And you said that you found this?" he whispered.
Yes.
Said Gina.
Can you tell me what's the big deal about this thing, besides it being the ugliest knife I've ever seen?
"Well, how do I know? I just take whatever goods I can get and hope for some poor fool to buy it. I don't ask questions about where it came from. Just buy and sell junk. That's my business."
So this is yours, correct?
Wally stayed silent.
I told you I found it, but I had no idea this belonged to you. Those goons I encountered stole it from you, didn't they? And I assume they're the same guys who destroyed this place, which is why you're closing early, am I right?
Wally's bottom lip quivered. He wanted to tell her the truth, but was afraid it would put him under a different light. However, if these crazy kids would go to the lengths of attacking an officer, then how far would they go to silence a store owner? He didn't want to find out. "You don't know what you're talking about," he denied. Maybe there were just demented fanatics, who like stealing anything new to show off to their friends or sell it on the black market. How do I know what attracted them to this hideous-looking thing? They're a group of fanatics.
Fanatics or what?
Oh, I didn't mean fanatics. That was the wrong choice of words, Gina. I'm just saying that with all the cult, gangs that come to this area.
Wait a minute. Say what you were about to say again.
Wally gulped. What you talking about? I'm just shaking up from the robbery, and I don't know what I'm saying, that's all. My brother told me that this line of work would even stress out a Buddhist monk and...
It sounded like you was about to say cults. Are you saying those guys are part of a cult?
Wally remained silent.
That would explain the pentagrams on their clothes matching the ones on this knife. And you're involved with them, aren't you?
What? That's ludicrous. How in the blue heaven could you believe that I can be...
You gonna play this game with me, Wally? Seriously? Do I have to remind you who I used to be before being a broken-down sheriff?
She sighed.
I'm not asking you as an officer. I'm talking to you as a friend. Please tell me what you know, and it'll stay between us. Besides, we both know I'm going to find out the truth eventually. Tell me something.
Wally had enough stress on his plate. The last thing he wanted to do was confess his sins to a woman he dearly trusted. An act that may cost him his life. Still, who can he go to? He believed that Gina had his best interest at heart. He grabbed handfuls of white strands and took a deep breath. You're right, he admitted. Those guys are members of a satanic group. The biggest one in New Mexico, the Spawns of Satan.
The Spawns of Satan? How the hell did you get mixed up with something so evil, Wally?
I didn't, I swear. These two guys came to my shop a few weeks ago and started asking me questions about performing sacrificial rituals. I mentioned that I had some book about learning the art of black magic, and its main topics were about sacrifices. Are you familiar with these ceremonies?
Yes, fools believe that by spilling innocent blood in the name of Satan, their loyalty will be rewarded with unearthly powers, am I right?
You're spot on, Sheriff. I wish to God I never told them anything.
Go on.
When I was ringing them up for the books, they saw the knife under the display case, staring at it like a shine. They asked me how much it cost. You know as well as I do that artifacts don't have a price tag. That's why I opened the shop in the first place, hoping to find that $1 million customer who will drop me a huge chunk of cash that'll set me up for the rest of my life.
How did you get this knife in the first place?
I've had it for years. My brother Ron and I traveled to Arkansas one time, and we met an antique seller who was going out of business. He unloaded his junk on us for half its value, and this knife was part of the merchandise. One look at it, and I knew he didn't know what he had. Ron thought I was nuts for taking it, but I thought people would have clamored for this thing. Never had I imagined it would go to such lengths of obsession.
This is bad, Wally. I took on 2 of those guys, and they're anything but new kids on the block or little boys from the hood. They're going to come back for you. Might even try to kill you to get this thing back.
I agree, Gina. That's why I suggest that you head back to Eagle Nest and forget about this whole ordeal.
Don't worry about me, Wally. I can take care of myself.
You don't understand. The Spawns of Satan have dozens of members. Not all have symbols drawn on their clothing. They're college students, businessmen, construction workers, cops. Wally ran behind a register and desperately searched through the counter drawers. Sweat rolled down his seasoned face while breathing heavily. They'll recruit anyone in these parts, and in this dismal county, any young punk would love to try anything new just for the pure excitement of doing something different. Remember, there are plenty of places to hide out here in the desert.
What's got my antennas buzzing is how you know so much about a group you claim to have never dealt with.
She speculated.
You said these guys came in randomly from the street. How do you go from random guys to a cult with members in the police force?
Well, they told me, Gina. They asked if I was interested in attending one of their meetings, but I immediately said no. I only collect antiques and estimate their value, nothing more. What they do with the pieces once it leaves my store is their business. That may sound insensitive, but that's how I survived for so long.
Did they tell you what their intentions were with this knife? They had to have mentioned it since they invited you to their meeting.
No, not at all. It's just that I've dealt with cult members before. Pretty much, they all operate the same way. Wally hurried back to her with a dirt-brown rag. He wiped the knife down and wrapped it up like a Christmas present. Take this. He handed the knife to Gina. Take it and get rid of it.
I can't do that, Wally.
Please, Gina. If they decide to come back tonight, I can't have this thing anywhere near me. Just hold it for me, and I'll meet you later on.
You're coming back to Eagle's Nest?
Yes. I just need to go home first and pack a few things. I'll meet you at your place. From there, I'll tell you whatever you want to know.
Why don't we just go to your house together, and I can escort you to Eagle Nest afterward?
They saw you, Gina. Other members may have spotted you coming here to talk to me right now. You're not safe here. You need to leave now.
But I can't leave you alone, Wally.
The knife is all they care about. The further away it is, the more powerless they are. Go, please. Don't worry. I'll follow along shortly. Wally was right. She had to leave, but not for the reason he gave. There was more to this story that wasn't being mentioned. She needed to get back to the station and investigate the spawns of Satan further.
Fine,
She said.
Meet me at the station house instead. I need to get my staff involved to ensure your protection.
Thank you, Gina. Bless you. While exiting the shop, Gina couldn't wrap her mind around the surreal events currently progressing. Was this the beginning of another life-altering event? If so, how will it end this time? Chapter 10. Wally emptied the wall safe hidden in the back of his supply closet. Money, passports, spell books, maps, and tax documents were stuffed inside of his small black leather travel bag. He was supposed to be meeting Gina in Eagle Nest this evening, but it looks as though he made a change in plans. Before leaving Albuquerque forever, he froze at the sight of 5 men blocking the front door. His path to freedom became an unbeatable obstacle. He wasn't fast enough, strong enough, or slick enough to get past them whatsoever. He dropped the bag and threw his hands up in surrender. One of the men stepped out into the dawning sunlight and flicked open a Zippo to light the cigarette hanging from his pasty lips. Pentagram tattoos decorated his multi-pierced face, resembling the symbols on the knife, just like the ones spray-painted on his minion's clothing. He is the leader of the spawn of Satan. They called him Thorn. Wally slowly marched towards the group, expecting the worst. Thorn grabbed the old man by the throat and said, "Hey there, pal. What's with the bag? Taking a little midnight run, huh?" Wally trembled in absolute fear, not knowing how to respond. "You know why we're here, old man, so why don't we make this short and painless? Where is it?" "You don't know what you're doing," Wally gasped. "None of you are strong enough to master its power. The book is worthless without the knife, so you'll never—" "Foolish old man, do you think I came back here to be lectured? Just because my idiotic associates failed the first time doesn't mean that I don't have others correcting their blunder as we speak." Wally's eyes widened in fright. Now Gina was on their radar. Her life was in as much danger as his. "Oh, yes," Thorn said. "The girly sheriff. Like all stupid cops, I figured she'd return here to ask questions, so I had my servants here since this afternoon, waiting for her to show her face. And now that we know where she's going, the blade is as good as mine. But that's only half of the puzzle. Now stop playing games with me, sick freak. Where is the damn book?" "I don't know." "You're lying to me. Don't lie to me, damn it! The gods can't wait any longer. I've been led to the hellish lands of Los Angeles to grab the purest soul I can find. For weeks, the congregation has been salivating over her succulent flesh, watching it ripen in our house of holiness. They must feast on her soul tonight, and I'm not going to let some old bag of bones like you stand in my way to power and glory. She's innocent. Just let her go. Use whatever human spirit you have left inside of you and let her live the rest of her life in peace." "Peace? There is no peace. Once our sacrifice is offered to the temple, the Master will come back and rule over this planet, bringing perfect tranquility for centuries to come. My children will have the honor of basking in his glory firsthand, as they will be raised to worship the Lord with their minds, bodies, and everlasting souls. Therefore, I'm only going to ask you one more time, where is the damn book?" "It's gone." "Gone? Gone where?" Wally trembled under his grip, refusing to answer. Thorn instructed his men to search the back room. Every speck of furniture got smashed to pieces, including heavy thumps against the walls. Minutes later, Thorn exhaled with pleasure, seeing his men strut to the front room with the worn book in hand. Multiple creases on its leather cover with barely legible gold text. "Aha! You thought I was as dumb as you look, huh? Just for that, I'll make sure your soul gets tortured by goblins before you rot in hell." Thorn pushed the old man to the floor and held out his hands. The minions placed the book softly on his palms like a crown to a pillow. "You talk like you're the man of power," said Wally, massaging his throat. "You're nothing but a pathetic waste of life. No Dark Lord would ever take you seriously. I've been where you're trying to get to, but at least I had the power. I was wrong. Hate is wrong. Taking lives is wrong. And I'm ready to pay for my sins." Thorn smiled in amusement, letting the old man have his final words. "But you and the rest of your posers will soon suffer a fate worse than mine. You're too ignorant and mentally challenged to understand the ways of this world and what its power is capable of. And when they discover just how stupid you are, they will tear your worthless souls apart. You'll be begging for them to kill you." "You first," Thorn nodded to his henchman. Wally was grabbed from behind and thrown into the glass countertop, shattering it on impact. Without giving him time to wallow in pain, Thorn picked up the old man and slammed him against the wall. "I used to admire you, you know that? I thought you were the greatest thing since horror movies. You and your brother. I followed your killing spree, sacrifices. I loved everything you guys did. You're the reason I started practicing the dark arts, damn it. I wanted to be just like you." Thorn grabbed Wally's head and slammed it into several more display cases. Glass sliced open his scalp like a cheese grater.
But of course, that was before I found out
What a fake you were. You gave up a life of undeniable power because you fell in love with a woman. A woman! My heart was cut out from my chest when I found out my idol had turned mortal. You are pathetic. Wally got thrown to the ground. The gang giggled while watching his beaten body snail crawl toward the front door. Out of respect for your history, we were going to give you a warrior's death. But for lying to me, I've changed my mind. Instead, you're going to die like a fat, nasty pig. Wally shakily stood to his feet, bleeding from his arms and neck. All 5 members pulled out a dagger from their jackets. They took turns stabbing his seasoned flesh. Blood splashed and dripped all over the trashed floor. Thorn ended the agony by flipping open a butterfly knife and slicing it across his throat. Lifelessly, the old man dropped onto a pile of broken memorabilia. His eyes fought to stay open, avoiding the torturous fate awaiting him on the dark side of the afterlife. But alas, couldn't take another breath. His old body couldn't fight any longer. His head tilted to one side. No more beats sounded from his chest, Wally was gone. Exiting the antique shop, Thorne got on his cell phone.
"Move the girl to the temple," he ordered. "We have the final piece. The ceremony will commence tonight."
He then turned to his minions and gave one simple instruction. Get the sheriff. Chapter 11. Nightfall had come. Gina, the only officer in the station, sat behind her desk hard at work, the most vibrant she's looked in months. She told the night shift patrollers to go home, preventing any eyes to be placed on Wally once he arrived. Although dedicating to helping her friend, she felt, however, that he wasn't completely honest. What was his connection to the spawns of Satan? Researching old files and criminal history records, Gina found a few culprits associated with the group, but nothing that led to their origin. First roadblock. Even if they had useful information to give her, all of those criminals have been sentenced to death many years ago. Like most people today searching for intel, she surfed the internet and entered several keywords relating to the cult. She found nothing more than links leading to propaganda pages aiming to get more followers. There were very few addresses, however, serving as a copycat group, actively recruiting new members. She bookmarked those pages, reminding herself to take down those wannabes once this caper had closed. Since then, there was no information currently available. Gina had to start from the beginning. Logging on to Wikipedia, she examined the history of the cult. The spawns of Satan's prime purpose was to follow satanic laws in exchange for unlimited power. The group logo matched the one spray-painted on the thug's clothing. She scrolled down the page and dove into the origin. Who started this devilish movement?
Oh my God.
Her skepticism was brought to light. She was speechless, betrayed, heartbroken. Her direction towards this case had taken a major swerve once she discovered who founded the group. Walter Nixon. Instantaneously, she conducted a background search on her old friend. Wally graduated from Stanford University with a master's degree in business. He then moved to Chicago and worked as an accountant, being the average workaholic. 2 years later, after relocating to Nevada, Wally got arrested several times for kidnapping, which was linked to several murders deemed as sacrifices. Since the evidence against him was minute, he had never been convicted. After months of the same routine, Wally was finally arrested after he unknowingly recruited undercover officers from Nevada PD to join the group. FBI reports claim that Wally gave up his group in exchange for a full pardon. However, that recorded statement is tainted, claiming the sources were unreliable. Sadly, the case against Wally never went to trial, as strangely and coincidentally, the courts accused the Nevada PD of falsifying evidence. The case got thrown out of court, and Wally was set free. The next day, he left Nevada and never returned.
Oh, Wally.
Gina sadly expressed.
Why'd you lie to me?
She picked up her desk phone and dialed his house number. No answer. The store number. Nothing. His cell phone. Same result. Had he changed his mind about coming back to Eagle Nest? Maybe he was packing and didn't hear the phone. No matter which, she had to stay put until he called back or drove up to the parking lot. Returning from a highway accident, Veronica unlocked the doors of the station house and walked in like the President of the United States entering the White House. She holstered her Weatherby 12-gauge pump shotgun back inside the armory closet. One accident report stood in the way before calling it a night.
Hey, G!
She shouted in surprise.
What are you doing here at this hour? You missed me so much that you couldn't wait until tomorrow to come back?
Ha ha.
Gina replied.
Just doing some research on an antique I found. Besides, I hate being in an empty house, you know.
All too well, chica.
How about you, working overtime?
I thought I'd get a chance to leave on time tonight, but then I got a call about a multiple car collision. Some piss-drunk guy drove on the wrong side of the highway and crashed into a SUV, which then crashed into a bus. Ugly sight. So, you gonna be here for a while?
Yup, wrapping up my search as we speak.
Wanna grab something to eat afterward?
Guess so. It seems like my plans have been canceled.
As Veronica walked back to her office, Gina heard a strange noise outside the station, sounding like a set of tires screeching on the street.
Did you hear something?
She hollered at Veronica.
Like what?
Veronica answered back. She then heard more screeches in the middle of the road. Creeping up toward the window, Gina kept her hand on the gun holstered on her hip. Bright lightning cracked through the window blinds. She split a few strands apart. Blinding her eyes were the high-beam headlights of 3 black 4x4 vehicles. Tattooed covered men ran toward the station wearing black trenches spray-painted with pentagram symbols. Each man was armed with an AK-47 machine gun. Half of them ran around the back of the building while the others covered the parking lot. She heard several clicking sounds as if they came from inside the room. Her heart beated fast. Her inner voice spoke. "Duck!" Quickly, she ran out to the hall and yelled,
Ronnie? Get down now!
Tenacious rounds of bullets tore through the station house. Gina dove behind her desk. Windows shattered off their frames. Ceiling lights dropped like rainfall. Bullet holes popped from the walls. Every corridor of the station got struck. Smoking shells rattled along the waxed floors. Wooded furniture got remodeled to sawdust and mildew. Army crawling into an empty office, Gina stuffed a knife inside the back of a desk drawer and stacked a bunch of papers on top of it. She then ran out to the main hall and spotted Veronica ducked down by the front doors, armed and ready to fire back.
Who the hell are those guys?
She hollered at Gina.
Did you get a look at them?
No.
Gina replied.
How many did you see?
7 to say the least. Heard shots around back too. There could be 100 of these clowns for all I know. The whole damn place is surrounded.
The spawns of Satan have arrived. But how did they find her? Wally. They got to him first. She could have saved him, had him arrested, and then forced him to leave. But Wally acted like an old man who was ready to die. Perhaps that's why she agreed to take the knife and run.
I should have seen this coming,
She murmured.
What? You know these psychos?
Asked Veronica.
Long story.
Christ, Gina, what the hell? What the hell did you do that's got them shooting up the whole damn building?
I have something they want.
With Wally gone, this was now Gina's war. Outnumbered, outgunned, no backup, they'll both be killed in the firefight. They needed time to formulate a plan. She hated where this was going, but to leap 2 steps forward, she had to take 1 step back. It had to work.
Listen, Ronnie.
The sheriff pleaded.
I have an idea, but you're not gonna like it. We must hide.
Say what?
An appalled Veronica shouted.
Let them come in and take what they want. Hell no!
I ain't hiding from these punks.
If we engage with those guys and shoot them down, more will come. We'll die if we do it this way. Let them think they'd won, and then tail them back to their base, bring the war to their doorstep when they won't see it coming.
As much as it sickened Veronica to give in to criminals, she thought Gina's plan was brilliant. Swallowing her pride, she hid behind a receptionist's desk. Gina hid beneath the shadows in the farthest corner of the office. She sat on her heels with a weapon in hand. Glass cracked from under their black army boots as 5 gunmen crept inside the dim lobby. "All clear!" one of them yelled out and waved in for the other members to follow. Several men trotted down the hall and ransacked the offices, flipping over desks, throwing down cabinets, and smashing holes through the walls. "I found it!" someone shouted. The gunmen raced out of the building like roaches with the lights on. Minutes later, engines roared and tires screeched along the road as the trucks bolted out of town. Once the coast was clear, Gina sprinted outside to see which direction they drove. Veronica began stuffing arsenal into a duffel bag.
Come on!
Gina hollered from the front of the station.
If we hurry, we can catch up with them. Just taking a few essentials,
Veronica answered while shouldering the duffel bag. The ladies jetted to Gina's Jeep. Veronica dropped the weapons in the back seat while Gina got the engine started. They jumped into their seats and the sheriff floored the gas, skidding out of the parking lot. Red rear lights shine ahead of them like fireflies at the swamp. Gina shut off the headlights and kept her distance, blanketed under the desert darkness. While loading ammo into the weapons, Veronica mentioned,
"Since you're the one who knows what these jackasses were looking for, I assume you know where they're going?"
I don't. They operate like some kind of secret society. Most of them don't seem too bright, so I'm guessing their base must be an abandoned church or something idiotic like that. In any case, we have to stop them tonight.
Ah, damn it.
What happened?
I left my damn blades at the station.
Oh, Ronnie. A lot of these followers may be dumb, but I seriously doubt they're just gonna sit there and let you throw knives at them.
Well, if I had knives to throw, they wouldn't be sitting at all. Anyway, who are these creeps? What do they plan to do?
They're a crazed cult called the Spawns of Satan, and their purpose is to sacrifice humans to Satan in exchange for raw power. They robbed a special knife from Wally's store this afternoon, and I stopped them. Wally told me what they plan to do, meaning they must have kidnapped someone. Or maybe found a person as crazy as them to volunteer. Either way, somebody's gonna die tonight.
Where's Wally?
He asked me to bring the knife back to the station before the gang found me. He was supposed to follow and meet me this evening. The gang must have gotten to him first.
How does Wally know so much about them?
Many years ago, he used to be one of them.
I'll be damned,
Veronica gasped.
He seemed like such a sweet old man.
Never thought of him being a deranged Satan lover.
Just when you think you know a person, huh?
No kidding.
Let me get this straight. We're about to go to war with a gang who destroyed our office just so we can follow them and engage with maybe 100 more, being more outmanned and ungunned than we are now?
Not necessarily. I'm calling the state police once we find their hideout. Then, the cult needs to be distracted until the state police arrive. And that, my dear, is my plan. Maybe we'll make it, maybe we won't. But no one will die as long as I wear this badge. Are you down?
Veronica cocked back her shotgun and said,
Ride or die, chica.
Chapter 12. Gina drove across a 2-lane rickety bridge and onto a twisting, deserted road that led to another small town named Colfax City, populated by only 1,000 people. The vicinity was cluttered with ragged homes. Pickup trucks and station wagons crowded both sides of the street. Besides saloon-style dive bars and corner markets, the main source of employment came from 5 warehouses. In spite of their abandoned appearance, they manufacture some of the top commercial products in the country for nationwide distribution. Deep within the confines of this rustic town stood an old withered church that stuck out like a sore thumb. Red symbols and black writings decorated its dry and shriveled walls. Spread out on the patchy grass, besides a roundup of tattered trucks, were 20-somethings laughing it up by the warped front steps and 30-somethings drinking around a burning garbage can in the backyard. Based on the pentagrams drawn on their clothing, these had to be cult members. They acted optimistically and mentally lost at the same time. Their hopes for a better life revolved around someone else's beliefs. No voice of reason could get through their thick skulls. A happy ending seemed to be out of the question. Gina drove through the quiet town at a snail's pace, figuring the best place to keep her polished Jeep out of sight. She drove around the back of a warehouse and checked for a parking lot. Just their luck. The gates were unlocked with 2 cars still inside. In case they needed to make a fast getaway, she parked by the entrance gate. While Veronica kept an eye out, Gina got on her radio and contacted New Mexico State Police. The closest district was in Española, a little less than a 90-minute drive. Hopefully, that'll be enough time for the 2 daring officers to hold off the crazed group. Besides a handgun holstered by her ribs, Veronica loaded shells into her shotgun and was ready for war. Gina packed her utility belt with a Glock 21 and plenty of magazines.
We'll move behind the warehouses,
Gina suggested.
Use the darkness as our cover.
Veronica agreed. The ladies moved stealthily onto the rotted plains and noticed a plethora of vehicles out in the open. With a non-surprised smirk, Gina nodded her head at the cult's sheer stupidity.
Not the type of girl that says I told you so, but...
She sighed.
Not too bright at all,
said Veronica.
Why don't they just put up a banner that says, Live Sacrifice Tonight? Beer and pretzels served out back. Dumbasses.
As they crept to the unholy temple, humming and chanting grew louder. Gina hand-signaled that she would check around back. Veronica then rolled around the trees and circled toward the front. Gina spotted a guard standing by the cellar doors, gulping down a bottle of Jack Daniels. She tippy-toed closer for a sneak attack. Snap! A twig snapped from under her boot. Wildly spinning around, the guard spat out his alcohol at the sight of the shimmering badge on Gina's uniform. Before he could yell for help, Gina jabbed him in the throat. After gagging and coughing out phlegm, the guard began to roll his fists and two-step around the sheriff like a bad salsa dancer. "Watch me punch you in the mouth with a kick," he slurred. The guard threw a sloppy karate kick, and Gina caught his leg with very little effort. She couldn't help but giggle at watching him hop around like a one-legged kangaroo. The guard got knocked out cold once Gina's left fist collided with his jaw. She dragged his body behind the bushes and raced back to the cellar doors. Slowly, she pulled them open, revealing a pit of darkness at the bottom of the rickety stairs. With Glock in hand, she slowly stepped down. The gloomy cellar was noiseless. She couldn't see anything past her nose. While feeling her way around the room, a terrible memory revisited her mind.
My God,
She thought.
it's just like my nightmare.
Her fear started talking.
Wait for the state police. They can handle this. There's too many of them. Turn back.
Sounds like a good idea. Wait, what's that? Sounded like rattling chains and whimpering coming from a few feet away. Gina shook away her fears and continued feeling around for another doorway, maybe even a source of light. Minutes of rubbing and touching the walls, she found nothing. Suddenly, she felt a breeze blowing on her right side. Adjusting her eyes to the dark, she could see a narrow opening of light covered by a velvet curtain. Murmuring sounds grew louder as she approached the curtain. Could this be where the ritual will be? Or were they too late? Just thinking about it angered her even more. She then decided,
If I die tonight, this whole damn cult is coming with me.
Chapter 13. Veronica ducked behind the church's front steps, spying on two members drinking beer on the front lawn. Long black cloaks completely covered their feet, sliding across the dirt as they walked, looking like children dressed in their father's clothing. Expressions of excitement electrified off their faces. Not only hopeful to receive unlimited power, but aroused at hearing the sacrificial lamb would be a teenaged girl.
"Ooh, we get to see some young meat bleed tonight,"
One member gleefully expressed. "Yeah, getting goosebumps just thinking about it," the other member said. "Wonder what they gonna do with the body afterward. Hope she's ripe for the picking." Seeing that the coast was clear, Veronica crept up behind the drunken members, holding the butt end of her rifle forward. Her blood boiled as they joshed about carving an innocent girl like she was a Thanksgiving turkey. She wanted to knock some sense into them, literally.
"Yo, the event should be starting soon. We should get up in there and grab our spots now. Maybe we could get close enough to the stage, you know? Be right there to feel that warm blood splash on our faces."
Good idea, but how you know it's a sacrifice?
I overheard some girls in the bathroom an hour ago. Our master is bringing a special knife and the whole shebang. He wants to make this a monumental event, you know.
Wait till the boys hear this!
Psst. Hey.
Veronica hissed. The members looked at each other thinking the same thing. Who said that? A third shadow lingered below their feet. Was it an usher coming to escort them to the chamber, they thought? Nope. As soon as they turned around, Veronica swung her shotgun like Serena Williams with a tennis racket. Down goes one. Down goes the other. Beer exploded from their mouths like a busted water pipe as they both fell face first into the dirt. While dragging the unconscious members under the stairs, Veronica had a clever idea. Since their cloaks were large enough for 2 people, she pulled one of them off and threw it on over her uniform, disguising the firearm holstered by her side. She threw the saggy hood over her head and entered the church. The interior looked worn and dismal, with a hold-up roof that could collapse at any minute. Other members followed her down the aisle as Thorne's security removed the armory from the wall, revealing a spiraling staircase. Veronica carefully stepped down the curvy steps, not wanting to trip over her gigantic cloak and blow her cover. At the bottom of the steps burned 2 torches alongside a set of dungeon doors. Opening dramatically, Veronica and the cult members entered a large circular room. Torches burned along the brick walls. On the far end stood an old theater stage, furnished with 2 black standing candelabrums and a velvet curtain behind it, reaching from the ceiling to the floor. To the delight of the cult and Veronica's horror, positioned at the center of the stage was an angled table largely resembling a torture rack. Shackled onto that table was a teenaged girl with a potato sack roped over her head. The satanic knife lied next to her, shining under the stage spotlight. Veronica became mortified while watching the little girl squirm helplessly. Indistinct chatter spread through the crowd, discussing what was about to take place. Some smiled from ear to ear, while others slowly turned to look at the doors, having second thoughts about sticking around. Making a regal entrance was the leader of the clan, Thorne. He was wearing an overly embellished purple Celtic robe with an enormous hood covering half of his head. The pentagram sign was painted on his face. Only the whites of his eyes could be seen as he looked at his followers with his arms in the air. Guards dressed in leather bondage took their places around the room. 2 more stood behind the stage candelabras.
May the gods of ash and blood hear our call, Thorne shouted. We have the soul that you seek. Our time has come. The transcendence has begun. Tonight, we will leave our mortal stains behind and walk in the ways of immortality.
Cheers erupted throughout the chamber, drowning out the cries from their young captive.
Where are you, Gina?
Veronica murmured. Her patience was exhausted. Her fingers tapped along the trigger of her firearm, seconds away from blasting these Satan-loving fools. But not yet. Wait a bit longer. Just a bit. Chapter 14. Gina followed the erupting ovation and moseyed over to the light cracking from the curtain. The stage was inches away from where she stood. Chills ran up her spine while eyeing the hungry crowd gazing at the adolescent prisoner as if she was a pig at a luau. State police hadn't arrived yet. Crawling under the stage was a bad idea. How in the world can she pull off this rescue?
Before we start the service,
Thorne continued to preach,
I ask you, brothers and sisters, to give praise to the true and living God, the one who has rescued us from inferiority and dismay, the one who has given us a chance at immortality by carrying on his mission to vanquish the weak souls who've plagued the planet with their lies of this unseen God, whom which we hear about from that blasphemous book they call a Bible.
The cult booed.
They say he mysteriously floats around and shows unconditional love toward humanity. Meanwhile, we still have poverty, heartache, and diseases that decimate our lives. Why do they call our sacrifices evil? People sacrifice each other every day in robberies and shootouts for meaningless materials and mint pieces of paper. Satisfy themselves by abusing their freedom, giving in to their bloodthirsting lust. Is that something to be thankful for? No!
The cult yelled in unison.
They can keep their God. I don't believe in any of these beings or idols this heathenish world has created. Why? Because as a child, I was taught to never believe in fairy tales.
Cheers and applause followed.
And that's what has brought us all here together this evening. We all know who the true and living God is. And after tonight, every soul on this planet will also see the truth. The world needs a wake-up call. And we have been chosen to usher in the dawn of a new age.
Another eruption of cheers ensued.
Tonight, give our God a pure soul to thank him for opening our eyes, for revealing the truth about this ugly world which has kept us enslaved for years. Politics, government, laws, economics. That all comes to an end tonight.
Veronica fought the urge to grab her gun and put these twisted fanatics out of their misery. Gina, on the other hand, was terrified, witnessing an army of brainwashed killers being created before her eyes. Thorne's words sounded convincing, but he was as mindless as the rest of his flock. Praise died down.
We've been promised power beyond our wildest dreams for following the holy laws. He has promised that we will burn in his everlasting fire. Our souls will roam free once our God takes back the world that was stolen from him. And once that happens, he will rule for all eternity.
The group cheered again. Instructing his gathering to bow their heads in prayer, Thorne spread out his arms and lifted his head toward the ceiling. He asked the Dark Lord to accept the showering of adolescent blood as a gift of eternal worship. This was the opening Gina needed. State cops or no state cops, this ludicrous act of murder had to be stopped. She ran on stage and sucker punched the first guard. While falling into the crowd, he knocked down a candelabrum and the stage caught on fire. Thorne howled like a trophy wife on welfare as his robe started burning. Second guard let the fire eat his skin as he tore off the flaming garment. "Curse you!" yelled Thorne. "You dare bring your have blasphemous forces to condemn my holy sacrament? You shall be punished! Amid the chaos, Gina swiped the evil knife from its stand and pried open the shackles wrapped around the little girl's limbs. To her surprise, she recognized her face from the newspaper this morning. Christine Jordan. Crying in relief, Christine freed her arms and wrapped them around the sheriff's neck, heavily sobbing while expressing her gratitude. "Heathen!" Thorne shouted, pointing at the sheriff with overwhelmed eyes. "She is a demon from this world, sent to perish us all! Kill her before the window closes! My minions! Everyone! Kill her now!" More guards ran on stage and slammed Gina down. Thorne cheered from the sideline like an obsessed sports fanatic. Just before the guards could do their worst, 2 loud bangs filled the room. Blood trickled from their leather masks. Thorne was mortified as he watched his henchmen plummet off the stage. Veronica stood in the middle of the stunned crowd, holding a smoking gun. "Don't let them leave alive!" Thorne shouted to his congregation, seething with anger. At that moment, the cavalry finally arrived as dozens of sirens rang throughout the town. Fleeing for their lives, the followers broke down the doors and scattered in different directions. Dozens of squad cars zoomed down the streets of the dead-end town. Armored state policemen rushed onto the grounds with rifles and shotguns. Many followers gave up voluntarily, but others got killed for choosing death before betrayal. Gina guided young Christine Jordan to the entrance of the secret passageway, showing her the way out. Before she could leave with her, the crazed leader jumped on her back. He snatched the knife out of her hand and wrapped his other arm around her throat. "What have you done?" he screamed. "We need death to give him life. I guess you'll have to do." The sheriff judo flipped him to the ground. The knife got lost among the panicking ruckus. 3 members jumped in front of their leader. However, they tumbled like bowling pins as she landed straight punches against their jaws. A guard charged at her with a sneak attack, but a click by his ear caused him to stop in mid-motion. It came from the cold steel clutched in Veronica's hand. Reading his rights was unnecessary. She canceled his membership. More followers attacked her with knives and swords, but Veronica instantly dropped 3 of them with bullets to the skulls. She dared for the rest of them to come, but recognizing it was a no-win situation, they ran for their lives. Stumbling onto the stage, Thorne watched his legion disintegrate into cowards. Nevertheless, his thirst for power consumed every cell in his brain. Witnessing the sheriff pummeling his minions like pizza dough, he grabbed one of the large candelabrum on the stage and lifted it over his head. Swinging with all of his might, he struck Gina in the back of her head. She dropped to the floor, lying motionless. The lunatic leader yelled over her, "You ruined everything! My flock is gone! My army is gone! But I will transcend on my own! The Lord will reward me for going to the ends of my life to oversee his revival! You will all suffer a great deal for disrupting my ceremony, and my God will make sure that you burn for all eternity!" Seeing her best friend about to die, Veronica squeezed on the gun trigger, but only clicking sounds came out. Her refills were hidden underneath the overgrown cloak. No time to search for them. She then spotted the satanic knife on the ground. Thorne lifted the candelabrum overhead and aimed it at Gina's skull. At the last second, Veronica picked up the knife and flung it across the chamber. Blood gushed over Thorne's clothes as the blade pierced his black heart. His eyes rolled back while dropping to his knees. Suddenly, his skin immensely bubbled while smoke rose from every opening of his face. Screams morphed to a deep roar as a bat-like demon ejected from out of his mouth and blasted through the ceiling. The rest of his body disintegrated into ash. At that moment, white beams illuminated from the pentagram symbols on the knife, forming into one fiery light. Veronica stared at its unnatural beauty. Just then, a fiery beam blasted from the knife and struck her in the chest, throwing her back against the doors. Wind swooshed throughout the chamber. Wall torches fell over. Flames rose and ate away at the rest of the old church. Woozily regaining consciousness, Gina climbed to her feet and staggered toward an out-cold Veronica. Chunks of wood fell around them. She carried her friend and staggered toward the secret passageway as the flames vastly approached. Reaching the cellar doors, Gina climbed up the stairs as fast as she could. Unfortunately, she wasn't fast enough as the entire church exploded. The ladies were thrown several feet across the field. None had moved, not even to breathe. Unresponsive to the continuous chaos happening around them, state policemen feared they were dead. EMTs checked on their condition. Pulses were weak. Immediately, they rushed the officers into an ambulance and took them to Colfax County Hospital. Chapter 15. Dr. Mars Muhammad, chief physician of Colfax County Hospital, and his staff worked hastily, using whatever resources necessary to stabilize the condition of both heroic ladies. Neighboring rooms were assigned for convenience's sake to check and compare each of their progress. IV tubes were stuck to their arms for nutrients. Sensors slapped on their chests to monitor vital signs. They've been kept sedated to give their bodies time to recover. As hours passed, Veronica's condition held steady while Gina's deteriorated by the minute. Eagle Nest deputies filled up the waiting room, praying for their station leaders to make a fast revival. Nurses came by to update them on any improvements, or lack thereof. Breaking through the despairing silence was a long bleep blaring from Gina's room. Flat lines stretched across her vital monitor. Nurses ran inside and pumped air into her lungs while Dr. Muhammad readied the defibrillator. Doses of electricity were shocked into her chest, but nothing got her heart beating again. After an hour of non-stop work, there was nothing else they could do. Gina Vasquez is gone. Out from the elevator came a heavy-set Israeli gentleman wearing a brown wool coat and matching derby. Horn-rimmed glasses and a scraggly dark gray beard covered his face. Newspaper in one hand and a Bible and crucifix in the other. He approached the help desk and introduced himself to the receptionist. I was wondering if you could direct me to a patient that was just admitted a few hours ago. At least that's what I've been told.
What's the patient's name?
The receptionist asked while checking the manifest. Gina Vasquez.
What's your relation to the patient?
An old friend of the family. While waiting for the room number, the elderly man noticed a commotion down the hall. Without waiting for permission, he sneaked past the medical staff and rushed inside Gina's room. Heartache was written on his face as he frowned at the sight of the deceased sheriff. "Am I too late?" he whispered to the heavens. Pulling down the sheet to look at Gina's face, he closed his eyes and kissed the crucifix. Perhaps he was going to say a prayer for Alex and the rest of her family. He placed his hand on her forehead and began reciting words in an Arabic dialect, holding his crucifix high. All of a sudden, lightning crackled throughout the room. The ceiling opened up and revealed a beautiful landscape of pastel clouds and blinding sunlight. A female angel with large wings and long red hair soared through the heavenly scene. The elderly man spread out his arms and smiled, basking in all its divine glory. Then the angel swirled in the air a few more times before descending toward the room like a falling star. Within seconds, she swooshed right inside Gina's body. Then the room instantaneously returned to normal. The old man stared at Gina, expecting her to awaken. A minute passed and nothing happened, still unresponsive. Had his prayer been answered? Or did the angel transcend her soul to heaven instead? Gina gripped the bed rails and wailed at the top of her lungs. Eyes opened into glowing white spheres as lightning rippled around her limbs, consuming her body in a golden effulgence. Instead of being concerned, the old man seemed relieved, witnessing a divine transformation happening before his eyes, as if he's seen this happen before. Her body arched like a half-moon, surging with unlimited power, barely able to contain it in her weakened condition. Pounding to get inside, Dr. Muhammad and hospital security kicked the door down. Gina fainted onto the mattress, unconscious once again. Astonishingly, her vital signs were active. The doctor had no logical explanation for her sudden rejuvenation, leading him to second-guess his previous diagnosis. As Dr. Muhammad called over his team to regain control of the situation, the old man unnoticeably left the room, walking past staff members as if he was invisible. He cupped his hands together and thanked God for giving Gina another chance at life. Then he walked past Veronica's room and got struck by an uneasy feeling. He peeked inside and saw her peacefully at rest. Physically, she seemed fine. Vital signs were stable. She looked to be making a full recovery. So what else could be wrong? The old man summoned natural forces around him and sensed something eating away at her spirit, like a dark side forming in her heart. He didn't know her. How could he speak to her? All he could do was hope that she'll have the strength to overcome her diversity. "I'll pray for you, my child," he said, sandwiching her hand with both of his. "I'll pray the most for you." He opened his Bible and recited James chapter 4, verse 7. "Submit yourselves, therefore, to God. Resist the devil, and he will flee from you." Chapter 16. Black goblins crawled around the abandoned church like ants invading a picnic basket. Christine Jordan, face soaked with tears and clothes drenched in blood, helplessly chained to a wall. the sacrificial knife displayed under a spotlight as Wally, its last known possessor, drowned in the sea of blood. His arms reached up toward the heavens, begging for the good Lord to rescue him. The church then exploded. Fiery light scorched the dismal plain surrounding it. Burning debris rained like a meteor shower. But something else came flying through the scorched pieces of decayed wood, drawing closer like an arrow, getting bigger by the second. No. Oh, God! Veronica! Hurling lifeless within the exploding winds, rotting, burning, engulfed in flames.
No!
Gina shouted. She sat up from the bed with her arms reached out, terrified. But her vision was gone. She was back in her hospital room, quaint, with its soft white walls and large beige curtains. Morning rays of the desert sun burst through the blinds. Gina counted backward from 10 to calm herself down. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she then realized it was another horrifying dream. Damage done to her body must have been severe based on the number of mechanics surrounding her. But weirdly, except for oversleeping, she felt fine. Glancing at the mirror on the wall, she noticed miraculous changes. Smoother skin, glowing and replenished, slender fingers, defined tones in her arms. She flipped up her gown and saw finely sculpted abdominal muscles.
Am I still dreaming?
She wondered.
How did I get here anyway?
As Gina pushed her wild red hair behind her ears, she heard a voice say,
Sleeping Beauty awakes.
Who said that?
She turned around. Standing behind her was her sister Alex.
I was getting bored doing all the talking. Are you okay?
A sobbing Gina spread out her arms to welcome a big hug from her little sister. Joyful teardrops ran down her face. Even though looking like she jumped off a box of Wheaties, her body felt like she slid out of a jar of prunes. Still too weak to get up on her own. Alex walked to the bed, smiling from ear to ear. She coiled her arms around her big sister and practically squeezed the air out of her lungs, missing her immensely.
Allie?
Gina gasped.
My lower back is killing me.
She released her intense bear hug and laid her sister down on the bed.
How long have you been here?
Asked Gina, sniffling her nose and wiping the corners of her eyes.
Just arrived here last night,
said Alex, wiping the smudge from her glasses.
I would have been here sooner, but my team and I were on a hunt for a terrorist group plotting to blow up Times Square.
Did you get him?
Naturally.
And they let you both over here, just like that. Wow, you must have more stroke than I thought, huh?
Are you kidding? I'm supposed to be on vacation now. A staycation, if you will. I booked it over a month ago, but I chose to stay on this case until we closed it. As a sign of leadership, you know.
Must have been rough.
Nah, I'm used to it. Besides, all I had planned were 2 glorious weeks of lying in bed, binge-watching several shows, and picking out on pizza. I would have been bored out of my skull after the first 3 days, so I needed something to do.
Both ladies chuckled. Seeing her sister donning a hospital gown, Alex quickly changed her mood.
I got a call from one of your deputies saying you and Ronnie were in ICU, way out of your jurisdiction. I requested air support as soon as we got back to headquarters and landed here in Colfax a few hours later. Nurses directed me to this room, and I never left your side, except to either get some food or check in on Ronnie.
Ronnie? How is she?
Not sure, G. Dr. Muhammad told me she's been sedated since you were both brought in. She was just as banged up as you were, but for some strange reason, she hasn't shown signs of improvement nor decline. If not for her breathing, you would think she was dead. However, the doc believes she'll eventually pull through.
Jesus, why did I drag her into this with me? I should have ordered her to stay in the truck and wait for backup or something.
Seriously? Do you think she would have sat on the sidelines knowing you needed her help? Ain't happening, G. Ronnie takes responsibility for her actions. You know that, and I know that. And speaking of which, why the hell were you two out here so late at night?
Gina explained the entire horrifying story. Shocked upon hearing the brutal and gory details, Alex gasped more times than a sumo wrestler running a marathon.
I swear, only a screenwriter can make this up.
Alex sighed.
This isn't what policemen do. Are you just cloaked in bad luck? I used to think so,
replied Gina.
Truth be told, I've never felt better in my life. Christine Jordan will get to see her family again thanks to Ronnie and me. For the first time in a long time, justice had been served, and I was a part of it.
That's the Gina I used to know. I just got chills.
Gina smiled. Dr. Muhammad entered the room for a routine check of Gina's vitals. Alex excused herself and went to check on Veronica next door. She crept open the door, imagining on surprising her friend just as she awoke from her long nap. But alas, no change. Happy Veronica's condition hadn't worsened or worried her body had yet recovered. Wait. A blip on the monitor just flashed. What does it mean? Is that her heart rate? Could it be? Oh no. It was leisurely declining. Concern fell on her face as she held Veronica's hand and whispered,
Hang in there, Ronnie.
At that moment, her beats returned to normal. It's like hearing a friendly voice unconsciously gave her spirit a renewed surge to fight on. At least, that's what the agent told herself. Gina's guilt would worsen after seeing her best friend in such a predicament. Further depression. She couldn't let that happen. Therefore, she decided to keep Gina away until Veronica is out of sedation and back to normal. Dr. Muhammad had met Alex in the hallway just as they both exited their respective rooms. He asked how his other patient was doing. Alex just nodded, which told him no change had occurred. Waiting is always the stressful part, he said. It could take hours or maybe even weeks, but trust me when I say your friend will make it. Miss Silverblaze is as strong and resourceful as your sister, and look at the remarkable recovery she has made. Be patient, Miss Vasquez. She'll pull through.
I know, Doctor,
said Alex.
But my sister already feels guilty about dragging her out here in the first place. I informed her earlier about Ronnie's condition, but if she sees it with her own two eyes, then it may deflate the confidence she's fought so hard to regain.
She exhaled.
Can you do me a favor, Doctor? Is it possible to have Ronnie moved for the time being? Say it's for reasons you can't disclose, but assure her a speedy recovery, or lay some kind of doctor talk, I don't know.
But why? Your friend needs all the support she can get right now.
I'm aware of that. But Gina has been dying a slow death for years now, based on actions from her past. Seeing Ronnie like this will push her over the edge. I know it's asking a lot, but you'll be doing her a great service, and me too.
Understood. I'll have Miss Silverblaze move within the hour, but first, I must file the paperwork to discharge Miss Vasquez.
Discharge? My sister can leave?
I'm just as surprised as you, Miss Vasquez. My nurses and I ran every examination to assure her condition is stable. She's as fit as a fiddle. Bruises and scrapes have healed. No broken ribs, like we previously thought. She'll be ready to leave by this afternoon.
Wow, that's great. Thank you, Doctor.
Dr. Muhammad excused himself and walked down the hall to his office. As Alex was about to go back into Gina's room, a nurse from the nurse's station hollered for her to wait. She trotted down toward her, holding an envelope.
I was told to give this to Miss Vasquez,
the nurse explained.
What is this?
She suspiciously asked as the nurse handed her the envelope. Alex flipped open the flap and pulled out a wooden crucifix. She has seen this item before, but she can't remember where. For some strange reason, she felt it came from someone close to her family.
Who was the last person to visit?
I think an elderly man. He didn't stay very long.
Did he sign the manifest?
I believe so. Alex and the nurse hurried to the nurse's station and scanned the visitor sign-in sheet. They checked the night when Gina was admitted. Only 2 names appeared on the page, Alexandra Vasquez and Matthew Good. The agent was awestruck.
What in the world?
She thought.
Can't be.
Pastor Matthew Good, a loving and humble man of God, is an old friend of the Vasquez family. For years, he's been a parental figure and spiritual influence on their mother, Sienna. One night, while patrolling the streets of the South Bronx, Sienna got shot after saving a young girl from an attempt. He walked by Sienna as she stumbled onto the sidewalk, drenched in blood. Immediately, he came to her aid. When they got to the hospital, he stayed with her throughout the night, praying for her life to be saved. By morning, Sienna thanked the pastor, and the two have been close ever since. As kids, Gina and Alex saw the pastor in their home sporadically, never without a smile on his face. He offered warmth and security like an angel sitting on their shoulder. But how could he have known what was going on? Unless he watched from afar, there's no way his visit could have been so perfectly timed. Alex pondered on how much of a divine influence did the pastor truly have. Racing back to the room, she burst through the door and hopped on Gina's bed. In her head, she arranged her thoughts to try and not sound insane. Gina took a sip of water and waited for her sister to speak. Judging from the stress on the agent's face, she expected it to be related to her encounter with the spawns of Satan.
Do you remember Pastor Good?
Asked Alex.
Of course,
said Gina.
His name was synonymous with Santa Claus while growing up. Not there every day, but a happy day when he arrived. Why do you ask? Have you talked to him recently? No, but I remember before I left for the academy, I asked him to say a blessing for me. The words that poured from out his mouth were so beautiful that it greatly touched my heart. I thought God had been watching over me ever since. I wish I did a better job of staying in touch with him, especially when I got engaged. Maybe he could have warned me of my upcoming hardships. You trust his word that much, huh? Absolutely. Mom told me how he changed her life, giving her unconditional support after Grandpa passed away. The pastor was the reason Mom stuck with law enforcement instead of pursuing nursing. You remember that?
Alex nodded.
I just feel there's a higher presence when I talk to him. It might sound weird. When I'm around him, it's like, how can you say it? Almost divine? Yes. I'm inclined to believe you.
Alex unfolded a sign-in sheet and passed it to Gina. Seeing Pastor Good's name made her think she was dreaming again. Her head turned to Alex, who looked as equally astonished.
Did you tell him you were coming here to see me?
Asked Gina.
Nobody knows I'm here. Not even Mom?
Alex shook her head no.
Then why in God's name would he show up right after we got... Did something happen that you're not telling me?
Her sister looked away for a moment. Again, the words escaped her.
Well, how should I put this?
She cleared her throat and sighed.
The night you and Ronnie were brought here, the state of your condition was comatose. Dr. Muhammad and his nurses did what they could to revive you. But eventually, you died. And that's why I rushed over here.
Time seemed to stop. Never has she fathomed discussing her death while still alive.
He knew I was going to die?
Gina speculated.
That can't be possible.
Alex dismissed.
Divine connections are one thing, but you're talking precognition. Can you honestly believe the pastor possesses such an implausible gift? I don't know. After seeing this paper, however, I can't entirely claim it as a coincidence. I have to know for sure. And the only way for me to do that is to talk to him face to face. How do we know if he's still in the area? If your theory is correct, then he must have known you were eventually awakened. Given his inconspicuous absence, I say he wanted to stay stealth. He's probably back in New York by now.
That's where I have to go.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that I need to solve this mystery. You finally get your wish. I'm coming home.
Chapter 17. Both ladies buzzed with excitement as they left the hospital and drove to Colfax County Airport. Alex used one of the several connections she made throughout the years in the bureau and got themselves an executive jet. Not only will they go home in style, but it'll save them at least an hour compared to an economy flight. Gina wanted to say goodbye to Veronica, but Dr. Muhammad honored Alex's request and said she had to be moved to another wing for further testing. The most she could do was hand the nurse a written note to give to her as soon as she wakes up. 3 hours in the air gave Gina time to think. Was this a good idea? It seemed insane, chasing after a person she hadn't seen in years because of a supernatural theory. Imaginary? Perhaps. Also, going home without giving the folks a call or writing a letter. Will they get offended? How will they react to the reason for her unexpected return? Then again, they didn't want her to leave in the first place. She may wind up being praised like the prodigal son. Either way, this hunch was too coincidental to ignore. If her theory on the pastor turns out to be far-fetched, she at least owed him a thank you. For someone who was supposed to be on vacation, Alex stayed on the phone half the time, laying out instructions for her team as if she was still on the job. She's the type who will get upset if something big had happened during her absence. Like her sister, Alex had no life at home either. Being on field is what lit a fire inside of her. She lived for danger and excitement and only went home to sleep. As the jet lowered from the clouds, Gina got goosebumps catching a view of the Manhattan skyline. Doubt had instantly been replaced with excitement, that feeling she used to get when coming home for a weekend pass from the academy. Even if the reason for this trip sounded ludicrous, it never felt more right. Alex had had her forest green Honda parked in the hangar of LaGuardia Airport. Gina offered to pay for gas and tolls, but the insistent agent wouldn't hear of it. Business as usual was the facade Alex wore on the outside. Deep inside, however, she was so excited to finally have her big sister back home. 45 minutes into the drive, it was mostly quiet. Conversation stayed at a minimum. Gina spent most of the trip going down memory lane, passing neighborhoods she played at as a kid and remembering the streets she used to patrol as a cop. Not wanting to overwhelm her, Alex did most of the talking and tried to keep Gina as calm as possible. For Gina, however, settling her nerves became more difficult than imagined. She hasn't seen her mother in years. How will she react? Has Alex even told her yet? Coming home was long overdue. Paul had no problem moving on with his life, even though it took him months to recover. How long will it take for her to climb out of the hole of guilt and punishment she buried herself in? Entering Westchester County, Gina looked perplexed.
What are we doing here? Got lost in the Bronx?
Oh, silly me,
Alex said, tapping her forehead.
Forgot to tell you. Mom and Dad sold the house a couple of years ago. They no longer needed so many rooms, you know. That's what they say.
So they moved into an apartment?
Gina asked.
They bought a 2-story townhouse up in Yonkers.
Doesn't that have many rooms?
Yes,
Alex laughed.
but they plan to rent out the bottom half for extra money. Also, Daddy wanted to handle the repairs just to give himself something to do. Retirement can bring boring days at times.
Once they arrived, Gina noticed some contrast between the new neighborhood and their previous residence. Quieter streets, steep hills, a lot more trees, and hardly any buildings.
How'd you holding up?
Asked Alex as she parked in the driveway. Gina just nodded.
They're not going to cook you and eat you. Mom's gonna be gleaming once you walk through that door. You don't have to tell her why you came back, just as long as you're back. They're going to be ecstatic, can't you see that? I can't,
Gina doubted.
I left because I was too afraid to face my problems like an adult. Damn! When was the last time I called to wish them a Merry Christmas? Who does that? The humankind. They must still have reservations about what I've done. They don't. From the moment you left, they prayed for two things. For you to find inner peace and for their days to feel like ours until our family is whole again. And here we are, together.
At that moment, Gina forgot that Alex was the younger sister. The ladies weren't halfway out of the car before a skinny and much older gentleman with thin strands of slick gray hair ran out to the front yard and hollered, Mi niña! Mi niña, te quiero! Immediately, Gina knew it was her father, Raul Vasquez. She sprinted across the lawn towards him. Raul lifted her off the ground, giving her a tight hug. Alex laughed at seeing Gina being ragdolled from side to side. He then scooped up Alex and bear hugged both of them until they couldn't breathe. This is the most energetic Raul had felt in years, having his family back together. He excitedly ushered his daughters through the back entrance of the house, and waiting by the door was an emotional Sienna Vasquez. Gina felt such an ache in her chest. She couldn't control her breathing.
Mom!
She called out, running to her like a marathon runner approaching the finish line. Sienna nearly squeezed the air out of her daughter's body, repeatedly tapping her red hair, making sure it was her. She then waved Alex over, and the ladies shared a warm group hug. Raul, acting poised, walked over and smothered the most important women in his life. A small tear rolled down his face. While Gina, Alex, and Raul settled in the living room, Sienna had just finished creating a masterful welcome-home dinner for her family. Shrimp jambalaya with sausage, red rice, Caesar salad, freshly squeezed lemonade to drink, and flan for dessert. Safe to say, everyone will sleep good tonight. Raul had a photo album on his lap, thumbing through earlier pictures of his daughters as children. He pulled out the ones with their funny-looking outfits and outdated hairstyles. Gina hadn't laughed this much in years. Raul didn't know much English, so Gina and Alex spoke to him in Spanish to keep the conversation going. Translated from Spanish to English,
Aw, Daddy, I wish you would have left these pictures in the attic of the old house.
Gina said, chuckling.
I remember all the fights I had in school because of those damn pigtails. Yes, yes, yes.
Alex laughed to the point of losing her breath.
They used to call you the little Wendy's girl. Figures you will remember that. I also remember the beatdown you put on those boys for all their heckling. They used to always run home crying for their mamas. Even the kindergarteners cracked up.
Gina and Alex laughed together. Wiping the tears from his eyes and slowing down his laughter, Raul said, Gina, you always liked to fight. Such a tough cookie. But pigtails or not, you still look like an angel to me.
Aw, thank you, Daddy.
Gina leaned over and gave her father a peck on the cheek.
That's your fault, by the way. All of my fighting talents came from you.
Raul laughed in agreement.
And Daddy's little girl became Daddy's little knockout,
added Alex. Before having a career in the Postal Service, Raul Vasquez fought as a professional boxer with a record of 46 wins, 2 losses, and 1 draw. His accolades include 5 world championships in 4 weight classes and had never been KO'd. He never became a marquee prize fighter, but there was never a worry about winding up in the poorhouse. Although he equally loved both his daughters, a special bond existed between him and Gina. While Alex was a baby, Raul would take a 4-year-old Gina to watch live boxing at Madison Square Garden. Fellow boxers kept her entertained while Raul recited his workout routine. They also played soccer together in the park after school, birthing Gina's athletic and gritty persona. Alex became analytical like her mother. While too young to take part in their father-daughter outings, Alex spent plenty of time in her mother's office, drawing on the pages of law books while Sienna examined court cases. They also took morning dips in the Van Cortlandt Park pool and spent some afternoons at the library. Seeing her mother rise to great heights in the judicial system, Gina steered away from athletics and switched her focus toward law enforcement. The duo then became a trio as the ladies would share their growth and awesome experiences. Raul was proud to contribute to the growth of his daughters becoming strong and able women. Sienna set the table as if she planned an elegant banquet. Like so many times in the past, she stood by the kitchen door and called out,
"Food's ready!"
In came her family, running to the dining room like kids at recess. Raul and Sienna sat at the ends of the table, while Gina and Alex sat at the sides. As tempting as it was to devour the delicious food placed in front of their eyes, nobody made a move until they said grace. Joining hands, the Vasquez family bowed their heads as Sienna spoke in prayer.
"What we're most thankful for is to share this meal as a family. And thank you for bringing my baby home."
Gina smiled. Amen. Silverware clanged against the plates as they ate, drank, talked, and laughed like a normal family once again. Gina ate more than her stomach could handle, asking for second and third helpings. She even licked the garlic breadcrumbs stuck on her fingertips. Alex had her fair share of food, but saved room for the tasty dessert waiting in the fridge. Sienna hardly touched her plate. Although grateful to have Gina back home, something else was on her mind. She then stared out at the stars outside the window, just staring, expressionless. Then the light touch of Alex's hand brought her back. Sienna smiled and rejoined the conversation. Chapter 18. Everyone volunteered to help, but Sienna insisted that she would handle the cleanup alone. Therefore, Raul and his daughters strolled out to the backyard and stretched out on the lawn chairs, gazing at the twinkling night sky. Security and comfort never felt stronger for Gina. However, Matthew Good weighed heavy on her mind. Hopefully, you'll have answers to the dozens of questions she's dying to ask.
"Hey,"
Alex whispered, nudging her sister's arm.
"now's the perfect time to talk to Mom."
Nah, she's busy.
Said Gina.
Maybe I'll wait until she's done. Besides, I don't know what to say.
"I missed you. I'm glad to be home. I love your cooking. I hated your cooking. Something, anything. Just talk to her."
As Gina hesitantly got to her feet, Alex dragged over a small lawn table and challenged her father to a game of gin rummy. She entered the kitchen through the back door and spotted her mother shimmying to salsa tunes on her small tabletop radio while washing the dishes. From the corner of her eye, Sienna saw Gina standing by the stack of wet plates near the sink, holding a dry towel.
No, mija,
Sienna disputed.
go back out there and relax. I'll join you in a minute.
Come on, Mom,
said Gina.
This is supposed to be my homecoming, right? Well, treat me like I'm back home and give me some chores to do, please.
Sienna sighed before allowing her daughter to dry the dishes. Gina showed a bright smile but was still nervous inside. Her mind went blank. Why was she so nervy? If problems can't be brought to their parents, then children will be lost in the storm. Enough. Blurt out the first thought that comes to mind.
Love the new house. Cozy and comfortable for you guys.
I miss our old place.
Sienna shrugged.
It may sound silly, but that's where you and your sister were raised, you know? Originally, I wanted to leave the house to one of you so you could spend your retirement years in comfort without worrying about mortgage payments and stuff like that.
Thanks for the thought, Mom. But you know Al and I will be okay.
Yes, I know. Times change, people change, and you two, being so talented and hardworking, will probably have enough money to buy 2 homes when you get to be my age.
Gina giggled.
So your daddy managed to find a buyer who made us a great offer, and here we are.
I think it's perfect. I love it. How's your downstairs tenant?
Such a nice guy. He works the night shift for the MTA, so we hardly see him. However, his rent check comes on time. Every time. No complaints here. Are you planning to stay tonight?
I love to, but I already told Allie I stayed with her. Cook another meal like this tomorrow night, and I might change my accommodations.
Then you should leave your bag right here.
Sienna laughed.
None of y'all are ready for what I'm making tomorrow night.
They spoke about how Alex had grown into a beautiful woman, conversed about her childhood, and even shared her wild police stories. But neither of them wanted to be the first to mention the big elephant in the room. Why now? 5 years is a long time not to hear from anyone. It's even longer when it's your kids. Gina sighed and chose to be the first to drop the bomb.
I was selfish, Mom. I shouldn't have run away. From you, Daddy, Alex. I let my shame cloud my judgment and couldn't bear to look at you without feeling like I let you all down. The pain never went away, Mom. It got worse year after year after year, and I regretted leaving you every day since. I'm so sorry, Mom. I'm so sorry.
As she began to sob, Sienna cradled her in her arms and rocked back and forth.
Never blame yourself for what happened,
she said, caressing the back of Gina's red hair.
We're the selfish ones. Thinking you would forget about that night was the wrong way for us to behave. We all had different ideas on how you should move on with your life. None of us bothered to ask what you wanted to do.
But I should have stayed and worked it out with you.
No, we couldn't eradicate those demons you carried inside. Only you could. And you needed your space to figure out how. It took me some time to accept that, but finally I did. And I'm glad you were brave enough to do what you did. Saying you regret it? I'm looking at you and I've never seen you in better shape. More beautiful than ever.
What about Daddy? I didn't see him again after the trial. Was he disappointed?
Yes, at himself. He used his ailing condition as an excuse for not visiting. But we both know your father is as healthy as an ox. Just the thought of seeing you in a prison jumpsuit broke his heart. That same tenacity that lasted throughout his boxing career now lives inside of you, and he blamed himself for not teaching you how to control it.
Gina was saddened to hear her father had taken fault for her mistake. Sienna cupped her daughter's face in her hands.
He'll never admit this, but your departure was the main reason he wanted to sell the house. Memories made it hurt too much for him to stay, fearing we'll never get them back. Then one day, he told me about a dream he had. You were in an open field, graceful, elegant, standing like a gladiator, surrounded by a golden glow. A gathering of angels flew overhead, blowing trumpets. He said it felt so real that after waking up, he got down on his knees and talked to God for the first time since your arrest. He then woke me up with excitement, saying you'll be coming home soon. That's why he's so calm right now. He knew you'd be back.
Gina grew awkwardly numb. Her father had a dream involving her in such a profound manner, glowing in gold. She wondered if his dream included zombies too.
What were you thinking when he told you about his dream?
She curiously asked.
It's complicated. I was thrilled at the idea of you coming home, but it frightened me to hear you portrayed with angels. So many thoughts came over me.
Like what?
Sienna motioned her lips to say something, but then held back suddenly.
It's too long to explain. Another time, I promise.
Continuing to dry the dishes, Gina looked around in the newly lavished kitchen. Something beautifully designed above the doorway to the living room had grabbed her eyes' attention. A hand-carved wooden cross highly detailed with vines, leaves, and infinity symbols. It looked as if it took several months to complete.
Where did you get that cross?
She asked.
Oh, a week ago, Pastor Good came over for dinner.
Sienna recalled. Hearing his name made Gina nearly fumble a dish into the sink.
Pastor Good?
You don't remember Matthew? How many pictures have you seen him in? He was at my wedding, your christening, Allie's christening, Grandma's passing. He's practically family.
Gina composed herself from fainting. Does this man truly have a divine connection, or just an insane amount of luck?
Oh yeah, I remember the pastor. Always smiling, even during the crappiest of days. I remember him like it was yesterday. So how is he?
Great. He called from out of nowhere and asked if I've heard from you lately. After I told him about your father's dream, he asked to come over for a visit. Naturally, I invited him to dinner, and he gave me that cross as a thank you gift, saying it'll provide comfort for our household.
Did you tell him where I was?
How could I? I had no idea where you were living. Alex said she didn't know either, but I knew she was lying. Anyway, you needed time alone, so I was okay with not knowing, for the time being. But if you were in trouble, I would drop everything to help you, then strangle the heck out of both of you for keeping secrets from me.
This is very strange because, Pastor Good recently came to see me too.
Then Gina spilled the beans about everything, including the reason she came home.
Only 2 people came to see me in the hospital, Alex and Pastor Good. If you didn't tell him where I was, then how did he know I'd be there that night? Can you explain that to me, Mom?
Sienna didn't move. Gina called out to her and asked if she was okay. Immediately, her mother reached for a pen and tore off a page from the reminder pad on the counter. Her sorrowful look spoke volumes. She knew more about her daughter's dilemma than wanting to admit. She then handed her the paper.
That's where you'll find Pastor Good.
Believe me, he can explain everything to you better than I can.
What do you mean?
I hope to God nothing like this would have happened to you, especially with the pain you've endured already. Just remember while you're talking to him that you do have a choice. Follow your heart and see where it leads you. That'll decide how you'll live the rest of your days.
Wait, what are you not telling me?
Trust me, Mija. Matthew can answer all your questions. I know that because he helped me when it was my turn.
Gina was stunned.
There's a reason why I was such a great cop and an even greater attorney. Choices. We make them every day.
What's happened to me, Mom?
Shh. Be patient, sweetie. Please talk to Matthew tomorrow, and I promise he'll tell you everything you want to know. Keep an open mind. Follow your heart.
Chapter 19. Dinner had ended on an awkward note, but yet pleasant. Alex was on the road to Manhattan, taking Gina back to her apartment for some much-needed rest. She listened in on the traffic report and heard that the southbound I-95 was an outdoor parking lot due to an exploding truck. Therefore, Alex cruised through the local streets and planned to take the Bruckner Expressway to Castle Hill Avenue. Gina blankly stared out the window. Thoughts and emotions ran through her mind like wildfire, sucking out the energy she had left. Whatever Pastor Good did at the hospital appeared to have spooked her mother.
So how did it go with Mom?
Alex curiously asked.
I can't say.
Gina answered.
Honestly, I thought I'd feel better by now. Thinking we'd be acting like a couple of college girls on a sleepover, you know? Sharing laughs about tonight, deciding what to watch on demand, and picking out on ice cream. But now, all I'm feeling is more confused. Every answer I get leads to more questions needing to be asked.
What does that mean?
She told me that I can find a pastor at the Inner Life of Holy Worship Church. That's great. One less item on your list, right? So what's the confusing part?
As Gina attempted to unscramble the puzzling conversation she had with her mother, large headlights blindly flashed from Alex's window.
Allie, look out!
She shouted. A faded brown Ford Taurus zoomed past the red light and T-boned into Alex's Civic. Banging metal echoed in their ears. Broken glass swiped their faces as the car swerved in circles, making donuts in the middle of the intersection. The colliding Taurus had then crashed grill first into a lamppost. With no sense of balance, Alex stumbled out of the car first. It felt as if the world around her moved in slow motion as she rubbed on her ears to shake out the ringing sound. Except for a few cuts on her cheek and glass caught in her hair, she was fine. Gina, astonishingly at full strength, without a scratch on her, ran around the car to help Alex regain balance.
Are you okay, Allie?
She asked.
I'm good,
groaned Alex.
I'm gonna check that other car. Can you divert the oncoming traffic in the meantime? Be back in a jiffy. Maybe you should sit down a bit. Let me check the other car. It's not your jurisdiction, G. Besides, if a dangerous situation was to jump off and a civilian, which is you, should get hurt while a government agent, which is me, is on the scene, then I'd be in some deep trouble. Now don't worry about me. I'll be right back.
As Alex trotted off, the best Gina could do was flash her sheriff badge and redirect traffic away from the intersection. Frustrated drivers made sour faces while making broken U-turns and driving down unknown neighborhood streets. Residents got on their smartphones and recorded live videos for their social media accounts. Just then, the surrounding chaos fell silent around her. Danger! She could hear nothing except her inner voice whispering to her that something terrible was about to happen. Her heartbeat escalated, overcome by heat. Where was the danger coming from? Did somebody die in a crash? Or about to? She then looked toward Alex. Oh no. Through a thick mass of smoke, Alex crept closer to the crashed car. She couldn't tell if the passengers were alive inside. The driver laid unconscious against the airbag. Broken glass crinkled underneath her shoes. However, she noticed other pieces glistening in the yellow-brownish light. She kneeled down and fanned away some glassy chunks. And to her shock, she picked up a gold coin. Hundreds more were then seen underneath the car. Moreover, shiny artifacts spilled out from a few duffel bags inside the busted trunk.
Gold?
She gasped.
How is that possible?
From out of nowhere, a man wearing a ski mask appeared from the shadows holding a double-barrel shotgun. Alex never saw him coming. Just as he opened fire, Gina flashed over instantly and tackled her sister to the ground. The driver sat up and got out of the car, followed by two more men who crawled out from the side doors, armed with semi-automatics.
Stay down!
Gina yelled out to the bystanders as she grabbed Alex and raced behind her damaged Civic. Bullets rattled from across the intersection, banging against their car as if they were launching crowbars with a slingshot. Oncoming cars swerved out of the way, rear-ending each other and leaving skid marks on the road. Trails of exhaust polluted the night air.
How'd you get so fast? How you know? What the
shuddered Alex.
I don't know, Al.
Gina stammered. Just then, a black suburban Jeep bulldozed through the traffic and screeched next to the busted Taurus. As the shooters ran toward the vehicle, Alex unholstered her Glock 36 and fired back. One assailant got struck in the arm as he jumped inside. The other three ran back inside their vehicle for cover. Not wanting to get caught, the big wheels of the Suburban peeled off the blacktop, abandoning their teammates while hauling ass down the street. Gina looked at Alex and signaled she was going after the Jeep. Obeying jurisdictional boundaries was pointless. Besides, Alex had to know about the origin of those gold coins now appearing to have been stolen. She couldn't let them get away.
Go,
she says.
I got this.
No stutters in Gina's step as she ran through the brigade of flying bullets and commandeered a vehicle abandoned on the side of the street, battered from the gunfire. Keys stayed hanging from the ignition, just begging to be used. She twisted the key, but the engine didn't kick over. Twisting and twisting, nearly breaking the key in half, and still nothing happened.
Work, damn it!
She shouted while punching the dashboard, and just like that, the throttle percolated. Gina slammed on the gas pedal and screeched toward the direction of fresh skid marks. Meanwhile, Alex continued trading bullets with the assailants, running low on ammunition. What's worse, these guys show no signs of surrender. They needed to be put down, but how? As glass particles sprinkled by her feet, she came up with a brilliant idea. When the crew stopped to reload, Alex crawled underneath her car. Like target practice, she squeezed the trigger and let the bullets fly. Blood splashed out from their ankles as all three dropped to the ground, wallowing in pain. She raced toward the group and kicked their weapons to the side, but now a new dilemma surfaced. 3 shooters, but 1 pair of handcuffs.
How to do this,
she thought.
Got it.
2 shooters got shackled together as she slipped the cuffs between the car door handle and locked 1 wrist each. The 3rd shooter made a pathetic attempt to crawl away, but he screamed in pain as she drove the heel of her shoe into his spine. She said.
Stay right there.
Alex drew her gun on him while pulling out her phone to call police. She ordered them to send some EMTs and plenty of traffic cops to sustain fluidity among the streets. She then contacted a member of her team, Kristen Cho, perimeter statistician.
Sorry to call at this hour, Chris,
she said.
But I need your help, and I need it fast. Comes with a job,
said Kristen.
Besides, you're the boss. What do you need? I need you to cross-reference all records of artifacts arriving into the country with any synagogues or religious communities in New York, specifically within the vicinity of the Bronx.
After a few minutes of typing and clicking, Kristen shouted,
Got one! According to our friends in customs, a shipment of rare religious artifacts arrived in the States a couple of days ago, marked as a gift from the Vatican, made of pure gold.
The Vatican? That's right. The recipient came from a church in the Bronx, somewhere in West Fordham Road. Name of the church is, give me a second. The Inner Life of Holy Worship Church. You got to be kidding me. And the name of the pastor who signed for them is Matthew Good, right? Exactly. How did you know? Long story. Get back to you.
Alex hung up and rubbed a migraine forming on the right side of her head. How is it possible for this robbery to be intertwined with the very same church that Gina's supposed to visit tomorrow? Looking back at the collision, she thought to herself,
What the hell is going on here?
Chapter 20. Gina watched the black Jeep shrink before her eyes. The gap between the cars had widened to the size of a skating rink. No matter how hard she stomped on the gas, her car was unable to pick up any more speed. The Jeep ate a red light and was about to make a clean getaway. Just when all hope seemed lost, a crossing yellow taxicab collided with the massive Jeep. Torn steel and broken glass scattered across the intersection, while tires made burning curves on the tarmac. Neither driver exited their vehicles nor drove away. Great time to catch up. An irate cabbie stomped out of his vehicle and slammed the door, hollering about suing and his insurance. He walked to the Jeep and started cursing out the driver from outside his window. But his point of view instantly changed as the window lowered and a shotgun was pointed in between his eyes. Seeing Gina closing in, the Jeep rammed past the taxi and fled the accident scene. Unable to get close to them, Gina grew frustrated and slammed her hand on the dashboard, cursing at the car like a criminal in the back of a squad car. All of a sudden, the engine roared like a hot rod, and the car thrust forward with lightning speed, going over 90 miles per hour. She grasped onto the steering wheel, astonished at how it was now moving like a Ferrari. Now only inches away from the Jeep, Gina drove up to the left side and rammed into it a few times. That didn't slow the Jeep down. Tinted windows rolled down and automatic weapons sprayed her car, further wrecking the exterior. Gina pumped the brake to escape the line of fire and then got behind the massive vehicle. She then rammed and pushed at the back wheel, which caused it to swerve. The road now went upward, leading to a dead end on top of the hill. A pointy black gate stood atop. Behind it was a steep and rocky mountainside and a pit of greenery lying several feet below. Both cars smashed into one another as the dead end speedily approached. Jump!
What? Who said that?
Her inner voice re-emerged. Based on the few times this happened before, there was nothing to think about. She swerved into the Jeep one last time and then jumped out of the car. It jumped onto the sidewalk and folded like origami as it collided into a brick apartment building. At the speed her car was going, she should have been in immense pain, rolling on the pavement like a log down the river stream. But instead, she got right to her feet and ran uphill. How on earth can this be? Losing steering control, the Jeep broke through the black gates and drove off the mountainside, twisting and further damaging its steel frame as it smashed against the jagged rocks. The assailants were still trapped inside, rattling around like sneakers in the washing machine. Minutes of violent tumbling came to a stop as the Jeep crashed onto a bed of rocks lying upside down like crumpled aluminum foil. Gina reached the top of the hill and noticed a steep staircase on the right side of the busted gate. She trotted halfway down and then climbed over the banister, jumping onto the greenery. Blood flowed over the rocks like a spilled paint can. A body was found along her path, lying motionless. She turned over the body and saw his eyes rolled into his skull. She knew no normal person could have survived that drop, but what troubled her was discovering 3 long slashes across his torso. Dried bloodstains on his shirt. No way fresh blood could have dried that quickly.
Was he hurt already?
She thought. Maneuvering through the ugly branches and rotted leaves, 3 more bodies appeared along her path. None showed signs of life. And there was the Jeep, mangled like a plate of gray spaghetti. Smoking exhaust clouded the foliage. Were these all the passengers? Are any left alive? So much for getting answers. But wait. She heard subtle movement inside the Jeep. Gina opened the door and grabbed onto someone's leg. Could someone be alive after all? No. She pulled out another dead body. However, she still heard something moving. From the trunk, maybe? She climbed inside the Jeep and bent over the back seat. There was one person left alive. Folding down the back seat, Gina dragged the last assailant out into the moonlight and laid him onto the dirt. She couldn't believe her eyes. The last time she spoke to this person, she was very rude. Here was a longtime friend, Sylvan Livingston.
Sylvan?
Gina asked disbelievingly.
Why?
Blood ran down the sides of his quivering lips, while his shortness of breath made it difficult to express any words. You, Gina, he mumbled. Why? Why'd you come back?
Hold on, Sil.
She stammered.
I'll get you some help. Just hold on.
No. No, 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 no. Don't leave or you're dead. We're all dead. I'm sorry. I was wrong. He's evil.
Who's evil?
He's the devil.
What? Come on, Sylvan, tell me. Who, Sylvan?
His body went limp. No more breath pumped from his lungs. As Gina laid him on the ground, she noticed dried blood on his clothing also. Slash marks across his chest, exactly like the other bodies. She pressed down his eyelids.
Why?
She asked up to the heavens.
Why is this happening to me?
Chapter 21. Sunshine, blue skies, noontime bloomed in the city. Sleeping through the entire morning, Gina was shocked to be waking up on a Victorian-style sofa. Where was she? Judging by the white living room walls, cleanliness, old-style furniture, and the vinyl record playing standing by the grand windows, she knew exactly where she was. Her parents' house. Gina sat up on the couch and spotted Alex sitting at the dining room table, examining the golden artifacts they retrieved last night. Normally, Gina would be thrilled over stopping a robbery, but seeing a good friend die before her eyes had dampened the mood. Today she planned to have her long-awaited meeting with Pastor Good. But after last night's chaotic episode, who knows if she'll ever make it there?
Welcome back,
said Alex, as Gina stood up and stretched out her limbs as if they were made from rubber.
How long have I been out for?
She asked.
All morning. Seriously? Damn, I must have been out of it. The last time I remember was being in that ditch and blank. Nothing. I don't even remember how I got here last night. You called me last night and I picked you up somewhere in Castle Hill. None of this ring a bell? Thought your car got totaled in the shootout. I asked the Bureau for emergency transportation, and they gave me a brand new Infinity Gauntlet.
Gina looked out the window and shielded her eyes as the pine green vehicle gleamed from the driveway.
Jeez, you don't remember that either. Then again, you did act like you were sleepwalking when I found you. Did Mom and Dad see us? Just us, not the gold. I told Mom that traffic was backed up due to an accident, so that we changed our minds and came back here. Food gave you the itis, that type of ordeal. And she believed you. I didn't lie to her, at least not completely. They left for Orchard Beach early this morning, so they won't be back for hours. That gives us plenty of time to put the pieces of this puzzle together.
Gina pulled out a chair from the table and sat down.
What happened after I sped off?
Alex picked up some coins and let it slide off her hands.
I called for a retrieval unit to collect this evidence before the local cops showed up. Funny thing is, my unit was in and out before I heard any sirens. After what seemed like forever, the cops arrived and carted away the shooters in the paddy wagon. But let me tell you, that ain't the news of the night. There's more? Yes. Take a good look at these.
She slid a gathering of gold pieces across the table, shining like spotlights at a runway show. Gina picked one up and carefully examined it.
These look like artifacts,
she guessed.
Were the shooters carrying these? Yup, plus these babies down here.
Alex pointed to 2 tote bags under the table.
All this was stuffed in the trunk of their busted car. I have to imagine they were stolen. You imagine correct. However, I bet you never guess where they were stolen from. From an old church right here in the Bronx. Not that far of a drive. Really? Which one?
Alex cleared her throat.
Where were you going today? The Inner Life. My God. No way! Are you telling me these guys robbed the same church I'm supposed to be going to today? You can't be serious! Agent Cho checked it twice, and she's the best analyst in the Bureau. All shipments of religious artifacts that entered the city had Pastor Good's name on top of the list of recipients. There's no mistake. My reaction was the same as yours. I can't believe this is happening! This is too perfect to be coincidental! What if it's not, Gina? What if these gold pieces hold a clue? A hidden gem that could ascertain the truth behind this spiritual mystique that you and Mom constantly praise him for having. Can this whole aura thing just be a trivial shroud? Or is he in some weird, whimsical, otherworldly kind of way sending you a message? Either way, you have to meet this man today. This is so frustrating. I don't remember being so clueless. I was always the cop who thought on her feet, you know, kept it together under pressure. Now, I can't even connect the pieces to a puzzle that blatantly involves the pastor? What's worse is that I can't even begin to fathom how Sylvan is wrapped up in all this. Sylvan? You saw him last night? He was driving in the Jeep that I chased. That's how I wound up in that pit. The Jeep crashed through the gate and flipped down the mountainside. I went down to check the crash site, and he was the last one breathing. He died right there, in my arms. My God, I'm so sorry, G. Anything else you remember? Slashes on his chest. Dried blood on their outfits. They all had the same marks, but I believe it wasn't caused by the crash. Cuts were so precise that it makes me believe that they were attacked beforehand. But by who? Was he able to back your assumption? No. All he could say was,
He's evil. He's the devil.
But he died before he could give me a name. I'll have my team keep tabs on their bodies. Eventually, they'll be logged into a morgue somewhere. But that'll take some time, though. Maybe you should keep an eye on the shooters as well, in case we need an interrogation. Already on it. Should've known. Meanwhile, I should get going to my appointment and...
Gina looked down.
drop off his stolen property. Now you, young lady, should head home and get some sleep. You look tired.
Are you kidding? This is my awake face. Besides, I'm having too much fun to sleep now. Want to drive me to the church? It's going to be a pain in the butt lugging all this gold on your own.
I need the exercise. You should at least get some food in your system to re-energize.
Fine. Meantime, I'll run the place of the shooter's car, nose around, and see what I come up with. Hope you find what you're looking for, Gina. If the pastor comes to visit, knowing you were seconds away from death, then there must be some truth to what Mom is saying.
Thanks, Allie, for everything. I'd still be lost in the desert if not for you.
I love you, G.
The sisters shared a tight hug and wished each other luck with their separate tasks. The tote bags were dragged out from under the table, and Gina felt she was Herculean enough to grab the straps and pick them both up like laundry bags.
Are you crazy?
Alex warned. She then reached down and pulled out handles from the bottom of the bags.
These are carry-ons. See the wheels?
Oh, I see,
said Gina. She grabbed the handles and rolled the bags toward the front door in much delight.
Much easier. Now I can take the bus instead of a cab. Which reminds me, got any change?
Part 2, Chapter 22. The Hamptons. A group of villages and hamlets that together comprise the South Fork of Long Island. Not only a historic summer colony, but one of the top 5 most popular seaside resorts of the Northeast. Facing the Atlantic Ocean, this wealthy community can get as live as Manhattan nightclubs, with social gatherings and wild parties thrown in these lavished homes. And in the daytime, social activity was just as high. Sports cars ripped through the asphalt, beaches crowded with heavenly bodies, and tanning salons became as busy as after-school study groups. Further inland stood an extravagant collection of modeled mansions occupied by some of the richest people in the country. One of those people happened to be Crispin Pagnucci, the last mafia figure left standing in the tri-state area. At 24 years old, Crispin started his career as a hitman for his father and former mob boss, Peter Pagnucci. Years later, he recruited hungry and desperate street thugs and started enterprising in the racketeering game, becoming a huge name overnight. He inherited the helm of the Pagnucci family at 35 years old after his father had died of lung cancer. After merging his crew with the rest of the family, Crispin instantly had one of the most powerful mafias on the East Coast. However, being on top for so long made him lazy. His weight grew as much as his wealth. With potential rivals too old or coked up to make smart decisions, the mafia kingpin sought no need to hustle anymore. He now spends his days going to expensive restaurants for lunch, flirting with foreign women hired to maintain his household, and remotely set operations to keep a stranglehold on the competition. Driver Avenue is usually off limits to visitors and tourists alike unless properly escorted by current residents, a rule implemented by Pagnucci's security. But this night, however, was a different story. A black Honda Accord crept down the deserted and noiseless street and stopped on the corner of 16th Street, directly across from Pagnucci's 6-car garage fortress. Zitricolo sat behind the wheel, running his fingers through his dirty blonde surfer hair while feeling an uneasiness roll inside his stomach. His blue eyes kept shifting back and forth from his wedding band and the dark road ahead. Riding shotgun, wearing commando face paint, was an insane Australian renegade named Rusty Pipes. Smiling like a madman on Halloween, Rusty signaled for the 4 men squished in the back seat to check their weapons. All of the men were dressed in black and packed with enough artillery to ambush a small village.
You okay, mate?
He asked after tapping Zeke on the shoulder.
I'm fine.
Zeke responded, looking away.
Just want to get this damn thing over with. Check in with Harvey and make sure his unit is in position.
And if they're not, I'll cut their sticking throats out and crochet it on my vest. Sound good, Zeke?
Whatever you say, Russ.
Meanwhile, a black van pulled up to the back of Pagnucci's mansion, carrying 9 more armed and uninvited guests, fully equipped with a mobile computer system. Sitting behind the screen and tapping away on the keyboard was Harvey Gaines, bald, dark as coffee grounds, and 6'7" of pure muscle. "I'm in," he said, hacking into LIPA's energy grid database. Surfing through the energy supply accounts, he found the grids registered to the Pagnucci mansion. 2 grids? Examining the virtual grid map, Harvey discovered that Crispin Pagnucci had 2 generators registered to his home, one of them strictly to operate his defense system. Multicolored sticky notes decorated the sides of the screen, each displaying different override codes. He rolled the cursor down and clicked on the button marked Off. A question box popped up on the screen. "Are you sure you want to shut this grid off?" He slid the cursor over to the Yes box and clicked it. Red bleeps from the surveillance cameras faded to black. Alarm circuits went dead. Electricity stopped pulsing through the towering entrance gates. The house was completely defenseless. Rusty felt his smartphone vibrate against his leg. He took it out from the pocket of his camo pants and read a text message from Harvey. "Grid is down." He immediately grabbed his automatic weapon and said to the backseat crew,
Okay, girlies. Remember your assigned stations. Let's move.
Scurrying out of the car, Rusty and the intruders raced across the street and climbed over the towering mansion gate. Completely undetected, they stayed low while running onto the mansion grounds. Zeke remained in the car, wishing he was still in bed with his wife Naomi. He fell back in the driver's seat and said,
"End this, please."
While the invaders planted explosives at specific areas around the mansion, Rusty hid behind a massive water fountain in the middle of the courtyard and aimed his weapons at the front doors.
We're in position,
He said into his earpiece.
Your turn.
Around back, the first person to step out of the van was Rocky Diamonds, a sultry woman with mesmerizing green eyes, the complexion of a dune, and covered from head to toe in leather. Sneaking in through the backyard, she took cover behind some bushes and got a clear view of Crispin's crew enjoying themselves with indoor activity. Sharply dressed men gambling in the first floor lounge, a few others drinking and smoking on the balcony, and the head of mansion security, Sammy Constantino, sat inside an outdoor jacuzzi, snuggling up with 2 housekeepers. Rocky dug into her duffel bag and scooped up a handful of darts. Under the needle points were small green beads filled with a poisonous liquid. Quantity may be small, but still strong enough to kill a lion with one poke. She then laid out several mechanical pieces by her feet and started connecting them like Lego blocks. Once the clicking and cocking were done, a British sniper rifle had been built. Darts were loaded into a cartridge and then chambered to her weapon. She rested a bus stock against her shoulder while planting her sexy green eye against the 4 12x4 rifle scope, able to spot targets from 100 yards away. Sammy was first on her list. Silently, she fired 3 darts. A second later, Sammy and his lady slumped down into the water. She then proceeded to fire darts at the rest of the party. Gangsters fell like dominoes, having no idea death would come for them so suddenly and quietly. Making his rounds around the mansion was Johnny, Pagnucci's bookkeeper, a timid bookworm with a thick mustache, shaggy black hair, and circular framed glasses. Besides being Crispin's lackey, Johnny's main job was to keep the money fluctuating for the family. Kitchen, living room, dining room, and guest rooms were all clear, but he knew not to go up to the top floor. Crispin was currently conducting personal business with 2 Swedish women looking to fill new in-house positions as head chefs. Johnny checked the second floor and noticed it was unusually quiet. No songs played from the jukebox. No hollering from guys losing their money. No smoke fogging up the hallways. Walking into the lounge, Johnny nearly fainted at the sight of Crispin's men lying on the floor with rolled back eyes and green spider webs on their necks. Just then, from the balcony doors, he spotted shadowy figures scattering across the yard. He ran down the hall and pushed the alarm button, but no siren sounded. He ran to the security room and saw blank camera screens across the wall. Going against orders, Johnny ran to the top floor and banged on the boss's bedroom door, hearing loud squeaks and exaggerated moaning. He banged louder and yelled that the mansion was under attack. Out came a fuming Crispin Pagnucci, wearing a tiger-printed silk robe that barely covered his large belly.
What the hell's the matter with you?
Crispin barked through his grinding teeth.
Didn't I tell you not to come up here? Huh? I'm not done getting my exercise for—
Boss, we're under attack, interrupted Johnny. Sammy and some others are dead, and so are the alarms. Crispin slammed the door behind him and raced down the hall, shoving Johnny out of the way.
That's impossible,
he denied, tying up his robe and pushing back his hair.
Who the hell's got the balls to attack me in my own home?
Look outside and see for yourself. Just then, gunshots rang throughout the property. Crispin ran back to the bedroom while a panicked Johnny hid behind the floor sculpture. A couple of perpetrators raced up the stairs yelling like suicidal terrorists. Dramatically, Crispin stormed down the hall firing a Beretta ARX-160 assault rifle. Blood splattered on his soft white walls as the invaders got buried with a swarm of bullets tearing right through their armored commando uniforms. Crispin yanked Johnny up by his collar and handed him a .22 handgun. They rushed downstairs to the lobby and met up with the remainder of the Pagnucci crew, who already gathering weaponry from the armory closet behind the fireplace.
"Split up!"
he shouted.
"I want all intruders killed on sight! You hear me? Anyone not wearing a damn tailored suit better be dead on this floor when I get back! None of them are to get out of here alive! I want them all dead!"
Back outside, Rusty had a pair of headphones planted on ears, bopping his head to the classic hip-hop song from the group Gang Starr, Gotta Get Over. The front doors flew open, and several armed gangsters ran out to the courtyard. Rusty shoved the headphones into his pocket and readied his weapon. As soon as the crew stepped out to the solar lighting, Rusty opened fire. One by one, gangsters dropped like flies. They tried retaliating, but the flowing water from the fountain provided the perfect cover for Rusty and his malicious sneak attack. Surviving gangsters were dumbfounded. Quivered jaws wondered where this parade of bullets came from.
Who's doing that?
One of them nervously asked.
Who's shooting at us?
Once the smoke cleared, Rusty stood on top of the water fountain like a Las Vegas headliner and shouted,
Guess who?
Unmercifully, he opened fire. Blinded by sparks and smoke, the gangsters were massacred to a bloody mess. Chapter 23. Crispin and Johnny raced to the living room and took cover behind the bar. More intruders came shooting through the windows. The boss retaliated with a monstrous spray of bullets, easily rattling and dropping them on the waxed floor like touching an electric fence. Crispin dragged Johnny by the arm and rushed him to the dining hall, hiding underneath a long Chippendale table. Johnny shook like a leaf, letting out a slight whimper. Crispin held up his fist, motioning for him to shut his mouth. Just then, they spotted two pairs of legs stepping across the wooden floor, walking closer to the table. By the look of their creased and dirty boots, Crispin knew these guys weren't his. He slowly raised his machine gun, while Johnny curled up like a child covering his ears. A sudden rattle of bullets from the front of the palace led the intruders back out to the hallway. Seeing that the coast was clear, Crispin rolled out from under the table and dragged Johnny toward the kitchen.
We can get out through the employee entrance,
he hollered.
Remember to shoot anyone who gets in your face. I don't give a damn who it is. Now move.
We can't leave yet, boss,
Johnny hollered back.
Who's to say they won't chase after us? We gotta stay and make sure they're all eliminated.
Are you crazy? Why do you think I hired all those goons for? To do my fighting for me. Now get in that damn kitchen. Go! Go! Hurry up! Move!
They're tearing the mansion apart, boss. It's only a matter of time before they take everything you own.
What are you talking about?
Johnny peeked down the hall and saw the intruders flipping over furniture and taking down paintings.
Look at them,
he said, waving for his boss to witness their actions.
They're not just here to kill us. They're looking for something.
For the first time tonight, Crispin panicked. His mansion was loaded with expensive goodies, but none of it has been taken. There's only one thing these guys are searching for. And for him to let these low-down crooks get their grubby mitts on his fortune is worse than death itself. Even if the U.S. Army had bombed the mansion, his money would never be found. But how could these invaders have known it was here? There must be a mole in this crew. How else would they know to catch him off guard by attacking him at home? Could they be with the South Americans or Colombians seeking revenge for being cut out of the drug trade? Crispin crawled into the kitchen and caressed the back of a china closet, searching for a hidden trigger.
"Get ready to move this thing when I say,"
he said to Johnny. After minutes of fumbling back there, he found the switch. As he flipped it up, a secret door had opened. Crispin and Johnny moved the china closet away from the wall, with just enough room to crawl through the secret opening. Below the narrow crawled space was a downward staircase. Johnny heard fading gunshots as he trotted down, feeling sorrow for the guys losing their lives to keep their greedy boss safe. Leaping off the final step, the gangsters wound up in an underground level that was larger than his living room, walls completely coated with bank vault steel. There were steel bars at the far end that stretched from the floor to the ceiling. Behind them was a vault door, double the size of a normal opening. "Wait here and keep a lookout," Crispin whispered. He pulled out a set of keys from a compartment disguised as a fuse box. After unlocking the bars, he punched a key code into the number pad just above the mechanical dial on the vault door. A green light shined. He spun the dial and pulled open the door with all of his might. Johnny's eyes bulged with amazement. Safety deposit boxes lined up against the walls and touched every corner of the vault. "Run to the first room down the hall and bring me a cart," Crispin ordered. "Then start stacking as many boxes as you can." Johnny didn't move. "Well? Why are you standing there like you're lost? Get moving! I gotta get to my cases out from the floor safe." "What cases?" asked Johnny.
"Just do what I say, damn it!"
Crispin turned a black handle on the floor of the vault and opened the bottom safe. 3 black-coated cases were stacked on the top of each other. Trusting greed over logic, the boss opened the top case, filled to the edge with bearer bonds. Millions inside one case alone. "How the hell are we going to get this loot out of here undetected?" asked Johnny, rushing back with a cart. "There's no way we can carry these cases up that narrow staircase. And you want to empty the money boxes too? It's only a matter of time before those lunatics come down here and cut our heads off."
"I ain't leaving without my money, you pencil neck. If you want to run, then be prepared to run forever. From them and me. But just to put your chicken-hearted self at ease, may I remind you that I'm the boss for a reason. There's a passageway behind the stairs that leads to an armored truck, which happens to be parked in a private lot at the back of the house. Satisfied now? So can you shut up and get to work?"
"Forgive me, boss," Johnny apologized. "I should have known you had a backup plan."
"That's why I'm the brains of this damn outfit."
"Yes, sir. Except there's one minor detail you seem to have overlooked."
"What the hell are you mumbling about?"
"You still don't know who's behind this." 2 slugs popped out from the .22 in Johnny's hand. Red liquid leaked from the quarter-size holes left in Crispin's pudgy chest. His breathing escalated as he collapsed, clutching his chest and gasping for air. Wearing an arrogant grin, Johnny kneeled next to his dying boss.
"Kill me,"
whispered Crispin, coughing up blood. "You better kill me, because I swear, if I get out of here, you're a dead man. You lousy rat scum. I'll put your on a string I'll use your head as a damn ashtray. Are you done? Asked Johnny. Tossing away his glasses, he peeled off his thick mustache and tore the shaggy wig from off his scalp. He wildly rubbed his wavy black hair and showed off his cleanly shaven, handsome face. First off, no one from this ridiculous organization will be left alive after tonight. He pulled out his wallet and showed a New York State Police Department badge stapled inside, engraved Detective John Hart. Even if a few of them slipped through the cracks, no one would ever believe the NYPD would be capable of committing such a horrific act. Besides, I'll find someone else to take the fall for this, like I've done so many times already. Crispin couldn't believe that his right-hand man of so many years had betrayed him. John's grin stretched into a sinister smile as he watched Pagnucci grow weaker. There was no one left to help him. I've destroyed every cartel you've been at war with, and those numbskulls in City Hall still haven't got a clue that it was me all along. And now, it's your turn to perish. It took a while for me to gather enough intel on you, but the one thing that baffled me all these years was where the hell did you keep your money? And here we are. Thank you for sharing your secret with me, boss. Deafening bangs echoed through the basement as John fired a few more bullets into Crispin's skull, finishing the job. He then dragged the dead body out of the vault and kicked it over to the corner. Gazing at the numerous money boxes, he wondered, how fast can I snatch out all the money before the cops show up? Closing his eyes and turning up his palms, John began speaking in tongue, summoning an unearthly spirit. Suddenly, winds rushed through the corridor. His eyes turned into blinding white pupils, and in a matter of seconds, he swooped through the vault like a tornado and emptied out all of the money boxes, stacking cash, jewelry, and bonds by the staircase. Shortly after, Rusty and Rocky came skipping down the stairway.
All the bugs have been exterminated,
snickered Rusty. John grabbed his cell and dialed Zeke. Drive around the back of the mansion, he said. We found Lucky's pot of gold. He then faced Rusty and Rocky. Get the rest of the team down here and grab every ounce of loot down to the last Indian head penny. Got it? Load them in the duffels and follow the path behind the stairs.
And take it where, big boy?
Asked Rocky. Old Bubble Guts has an armored truck at the end of the tunnel. It seems he was good for something after all. Now let's move before Long Island's dumbest show up. Rusty and Rocky barked at the grunts to hurry up, packing the loot as fast as possible. Meanwhile, John walked down the secret trail and found the armored truck covered in black tarp and parked in the middle of the secret lot. Like contestants in a shopping spree, the crew banged into each other as they raced to get to the lot first. Dozens of duffel bags got loaded in the back of the truck. Rusty jumped behind the steering wheel and started the engine, warning everyone to stand clear. He floored the gas and busted through the wooden boards used to disguise the entrance ramp. Dead gangsters got crushed under the truck's massive wheels as Rusty drove onto the mansion lawn and off the property. Rocky led the rest of the team back to the van. Harvey then backed the van out to the street and peeled off, following the armored truck. John was the last to leave the mansion, admiring his masterpiece of violence. Zeke waited inside the Accord, which was parked by the rear gates. "Are the charges operational?" asked John as he ran to the car.
I got it covered,
Zeke responded as he showed him the detonator.
but is this necessary? You said they never catch us.
And they won't. But even the greatest plans need some insurance. This has to look like an ambush, not a robbery. And you know better than to question my orders. Now do it. Zeke gulped his throat and pressed a button. Explosions puffed through the entire foundation. Balls of fire lit up the sky. Marble and concrete erupted into gray smoke, clouding the entire block in chalky dust. Zeke hit the gas and drove away while John reclined back in the passenger seat. "Just one more piece of the puzzle left," said John while lighting a cigar. "Then our plan can begin." Chapter 24. Ward's Island is a forgotten attraction amongst the plethora of iconic landmarks in New York City. Only a bridge crossing from Manhattan, this island of a park is the perfect place for family gatherings and outdoor activities such as baseball fields, running tracks, occasional concert venues, and miles of vibrant green grass and barbecues and bike riding. What's also perfect, its secluded location. The sole reason why the New York State Police Department has made this area their base of operations. Pulling into the parking lot was Detective John Hart, yawning and rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Moving stolen money all night would knock the wind out of the toughest crooks. However, John and his posse kept their eyes on the grand prize, which is why they continue to play this sadistic game of cat and mouse. Though in his late 30s, John's energetic attitude and properly groomed appearance made him look younger, especially with his pushed-back Elvis hairstyle. Over the years, John had gone through a major transformation. Back at the police academy, he was never the sharpest knife in the drawer. However, his charisma has bailed him out of several jams. Although his efforts with the City Hall protest crashed and burned, as Gina predicted, certain individuals took notice of his enthusiasm and determination. John was promised unlimited power in exchange for his services to take down all threats to their organization, known as the Crucifix. Naturally, John accepted. Remarkably thereafter, John breezed through the law enforcement ranks, going from patrol officer to detective within a few years. His new powers also blossomed over time. Speed and strength were one thing, but mind control was his strongest attribute. Unattractive to the females in his department, but his manipulation makes them gawk at him as if he was Brad Pitt. Zeke Tricolo became his right-hand man after the protest. While on duty, they would harass drug dealers to either pocket their profits or arrest them to fill their monthly quota. He also planned tactical operations to cripple large crime syndicates such as heists and full-scale assaults. It took about 5 years, but all forces that posed a threat to them had been eliminated. Crispin Pacnucci was the last man standing. And now, with the police force locked down under his watchful eye, John Hart will be unstoppable. Gossip circulated throughout as John entered the department lobby. Eyes were glued to every television as Channel 4 News anchorwoman Trisha White reported live from the fiery scene in Long Island. In the background, Pagnucci's mansion looked like a suburban wasteland. Firefighters tamed the last of the flames, while the withered lawn was cluttered with coroner vans. Residents lined up outside the gates to take pictures and throw questions at anyone who would listen. John was pleased with his latest handiwork. Of all the mafias that crumbled under his fist, this one was his greatest victory to date. It was his reward for the years of patience he endured while posing as Crispin's lackey. He would have loved to have used his powers to make Crispin bark like a dog in front of his crew before blowing his brains out. But John had been warned many times to conserve his powers for stronger adversaries. Fellow detective Anthony Lapark passed John in the lobby and patted him on the shoulder.
"Davis is looking for you, and he's not too happy," said Lapark.
Did he say why? Asked John.
"Nah, but I do know he got dragged into an emergency meeting with the mayor over this Pagnucci crap. Don't know why everyone is up in arms about this nonsense. One less scumbag to deal with, if you ask me."
And I agree. This is what drives me crazy about that stupid mayor. Someone out there did the dirty work for us, and he's pissed off about it? Why? Hadn't it occurred to him that rival organizations wanted Pagnucci gone as much as we did? These political tightwads are all the same. Nothing works for them unless they benefit from it.
I hear you, man. Hopefully whatever crew did this will pay a visit to City Hall.
Anthony leaned closer to John's ear.
You didn't hear that from me.
Of course not, John winked. John left the lobby and walked down to the hall to Davis's office. He needed time to think, realizing propaganda around this incident is spreading like wildfire. He needed to find a cork big enough to plug up this hole, and fast. He mentioned in the vault that someone else would take the fall, but he was so focused on the money that he never planned that far ahead. John arrived at the office and saw the door was closed. Could Davis be on the phone call? He tapped onto the glass but got no answer. Slowly, he opened the door. Empty. Perfect. He can now sit down and ponder on how to bring this episode to a close. Who can he pin this tragedy on? A drug cartel would be too obvious. Besides, any random department could run their investigation. He needed a decoy, someone willing to take the blame. No criminal in their right mind would want this pinned on their resume. Who's left? It had to be unsuspected, undetected, and unexpected. Saxon Davis stormed into the office and plopped his stressed body onto the chair. After Gina's departure, his love for the business had diminished. It was now just a job, a means to get paid. Sorrow and guilt dragged him down further after the sudden death of his wife Beverly 3 years ago. His 67-year-old body was wearing thin. Motivating him now was counting the days to retirement. Commissioner Wood made good on his promise as Saxon was now the deputy superintendent for the state police. Months after taking the job, Saxon recruited John Hart and 6 other rookies to start an experimental undercover detectives unit. Noticing John's remarkable arrest record magically reappearing overnight, Saxon offered to take him under his wing, hoping to mold him into a great officer as he did for Gina. Their bond grew into a father-son type relationship, at least in the veteran's eyes. John, however, manipulated that entire situation, playing on Saxon's broken emotions and the need for companionship. In doing so, John had gotten the freedom to further the advancement of his diabolical plan. Seeing his boss silent in his chair for several minutes, John put on a false face of concern. Saxon just had an emergency meeting with Commissioner Wood, Superintendent Robert Teasley, and Mayor Miles Goldberg via speakerphone. Despite concern for public safety, Goldberg's top priority was to prevent wealthy residents from relocating to California in fear that their lavish homes may be next. Saxon hoped to never converse with Goldberg again. However, this violent onslaught is close to being called a state of emergency, so the mayor wanted all of the city's top officials involved. "Where the hell have you been?" a stressed Saxon asked John. "I've been looking for you everywhere." "I got here at 9, explained John. "Excuse my appearance, sir. If you want me to change, I can." "It's only 9 a.m.? My apologies, son. I'm getting too old for this job. Things are getting me, Saxon rubbed his temples as if he felt stabbing needles. "City Hall is freaking out over this Pagnucci assassination. Goldberg's coming down on us after receiving word about our undercover operation, thinking we should have prepared for this somehow." "Prepared? Can that dumb jackass tell me how the hell can we prepare for the invasion of one crew while investigating another crew?" "You can't, sir. Goldberg must have left his brains in the toilet again. I don't see how the city got hoodwinked in voting for that jackass again. Come to think of it, Johnny, where the hell was you? Being under with the Pagnucci family all these years, I thought you'd be the first person I'd hear from. You didn't give us the heads up once the gunfire started. Not even a text. We could have sent backup and salvaged what was left of this operation." "Sir, I was just as shocked as you were. Never in a million years did I think Crispin Pagnucci would get ambushed on his turf. Have any reports come in as to how this unimaginable act transpired?" "Wait a minute. Am I hearing you right? You were the only cop on the premises, and when something like this goes down, you're nowhere to be found? What the f***'s the matter with you, John? I can't believe I'm hearing this. In an event of this magnitude, I expect my best officer to be on the scene, especially when he was put there to report all kinds of catastrophes. Like this. We've been building this case for months, and now we got nothing. Did you at least get a whiff of the shooter's cologne?" John smirked as he sat up to gather his thoughts. "Okay, sir. I want you to listen to me very carefully." And just like that, Saxon mindlessly stared into space as the detective spoke in a slow, mesmerizing tone. "I was the one who set up the assassination," John coldly admitted. "I shot that greedy whale in the heart and robbed him for every penny he had. And not one cop in this city, including you, the great Saxon Davis, will ever figure that out. However, this is the story you're going to remember. Pagnucci told me to drive his girlfriends to a Kennedy airport, and the traffic was horrendous. The mansion was swarmed with cops and firemen by the time I got back. Therefore, I hightailed it out of there to avoid backlash against the state police for their involvement or lack thereof." Saxon's hypnotized gaze softened. "I see," he said, burying his face in his palms. "But this puts us back to square one. The mansion was totaled, and we have no leads to follow. Did you think I would have suffered in that house for such a long time without gathering any intel on Pagnucci's rivals? I just need some time to investigate without Teasley and Goldberg breathing down my neck. Let me pick my team, and I assure you, I'll find the culprits as soon as possible." With no other strategies planned, Saxon leaned forward and tapped his thumbs together. "Okay, Hart," he said. "I'll let Teasley know that we're looking at a few leads, and we'll have answers by the end of the week. You've been on a hot streak up to this point, Johnny. Don't screw this up. Relax. I'll have those guys behind bars before you know it." After his meeting, John walked out to the parking lot and climbed into his car, not wanting his business to be overheard. He pulled out his cell phone and dialed his real superior, the one who recruited and graced him with supernatural abilities. "Hi, Grandpa," said John. The man wasn't John's grandfather, but for unknown reasons, that was the name he gave. Not even John knows his real identity.
"John boy,"
said Grandpa.
"did they go for it?"
Hook, line, and sinker. Grandpa mischievously guffawed. "I swear, the stupidity of man doesn't surprise me anymore. Those losers at City Hall are so desperate to have everything handed to them that they can't see their empire crumbling from beneath their feet. I can't wait to see those bums fall, then have them lick the dirt off my shoes as an act for me to spare their lives once we own this stinking city." "I'm glad you're pleased with the news, sir. Did it take a long time? Remember, exercising your powers are necessary, but you shouldn't use them for petty things like this. Davis is an emotional wreck. He'd believe the sky was falling if you told him. You need to start using your gifts to reel in the big fish." "I know, sir, but it didn't take much. I used just enough to have him believe that my plan's legit." "Your people know what they have to do, right?" "Not yet, but I will brief them today. They'll be ready." "They sure as hell better be. Because if any of them should screw up, make sure you take those dogs behind the barn and put them to sleep. Understand?" "Yes, I do." "Good." Chapter 25. Cruising down the West Side Highway, John contemplated on how to write the final chapter in the Crispin Pagnucci story. Brainstorming for ideas, he recalled the morning news reports and searched for loopholes that he could exploit. Officers, both men and women, applauded his efforts, putting the head of organized crime 6 feet under. And then a plan had taken shape, and he knew the perfect guys to bring it all together. First, John got on his cell and dialed Zeke. "Gather the team for a meeting at the club within the hour," he ordered. "I know how we could put this issue to bed once and for all."
Why? Laying Pagnucci in the coffin isn't good enough for you?
Zeke snapped back. "Actually, no. Sooner or later, somebody's gonna be sniffing their nose into our business and just might figure out how we were able to pull off what we've done. I can't take that risk. So just do what I told you and hit me back when it's done." Next, John contacted Rocky Diamonds. "Hey, baby girl," he flirted. "I need you to dig up every bit of information you can on the 14th precinct. Rosters, profile history, building schematics, shift schedules, etc."
You're not thinking of asking these clowns to join us, are you?
she asked in disgust. "Are you crazy, Rock?" John answered. "You know me better than that. The enema for law enforcement would stick the tube right in the middle of that hellhole in lower Manhattan. However, let's just say that they're going to finally prove their usefulness." The 14th precinct was ranked last in the NYPD rating system, having the lowest scores in public safety, community relations, and arrest records. They did, however, reach staggering numbers in corruption and police brutality. Morning shift cops are lazy, and night shift cops are sleazy. Internal affairs have been salivating for one wrongful incident to shut them down completely. John then called a public broadcast station and stated that a drug bust was going down in the precinct sometime today. "This is unprecedented," he sold to the amateur reporters. "Imagine the number of subscribers and likes your network will get." They completely bought in. And lastly, he dialed 14th Precinct Captain Carl Randall. Adding some extra twang in his voice, John pretended to be an interviewer from Police magazine. "We've been searching for an officer to write a Pulitzer article on, and guess what, pal? Your name came up on our computer." Thinking this article would lead to stardom, Randall was more than happy to comply. As he babbled on about his childhood, John's voice switched to his infamous mesmerizing tone and gave Randall explicit instructions. "Listen to me very carefully." The captain froze in place. "Later today, I'll be coming with the state police to raid your precinct, and you're going to voluntarily surrender. Repeat these phrases out to the public. We're busted. I shouldn't have done it. We killed them all. Then in the interrogation room, you're going to confess to committing a whole bunch of ludicrous crimes, especially killing Crispin Pagnucci. Do you understand me?" "Yes," Randall answered in monotone. 30 minutes later, John drove through the narrow streets by the waterfront of Lower Manhattan, known as the Club District, home of New York's hottest night spots. Every weekend, these clubs will be crammed with college kids to middle-aged partygoers, all looking to get drunk or laid. He drove up to a 4-story establishment named Club Candy Cane, the reigning night spot champion of the district. An afternoon strip bar that turned into a dance club at night. Huge pink and striped awning hovered over the windows and entrance doors. Black brick walls sealed in the hammering music. Unbeknown to the public eye, the club was merely a masquerade, serving as a hideout for rogue cops of the Crucifix. Aiding with the success of their many underhanded deals, and John had been given complete ownership of this building. A security guard held open the employee entrance door like a hotel doorman as his boss approached. John patted him on the shoulder and walked inside. He got into his private elevator and rode it up to the second floor. The doors opened to a dark gray hallway and several red doors with gold-colored knobs. At the end of the hall was the conference room. Random cops sat and stood around the room, eagerly awaiting the details of their next operation. Rocky, Rusty, Harvey, and Zeke all present and accounted for. Before starting the meeting, John wanted to talk privately with Zeke, who looked less enthused than the rest of the team. "Good job in getting the team here so fast," said John.
Not everyone's here,
said Zeke.
A couple of our guys stationed in the Bronx have their cell phones off, and I can't get a hold of them.
They're foot soldiers, clowns. What's important is that you and Rocky are here. We don't have a lot of time for the formalities, so we have to plan this operation fast.
What plan? What are you talking about?
Just a slight hiccup, but nothing we can't fix.
With what? Another raid? Come on, John. This whole thing is getting out of control.
That's what you say. But since we've started this movement, everything has been in complete control. We knew there'd be some risks involved, but the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow makes it all worthwhile. We're so close to the finish line, Zeke. Don't crack under the pressure now.
I've never cracked in my life, John, but just hear me out for a second, okay? I know this is about getting back at Goldberg for putting us in this predicament in the first place. But we are still police officers. Our job is to follow the law and rehabilitate criminals, not to just kill them off for breaking the law. Our badge still means something.
You're right, Zeke. It means we have permission to kick the crap out of anybody we choose whenever we choose. It also stands for how hard we've worked to keep the city safe. For changes to happen, we need to make a sudden impact. It's cruel, and it's brutal, but it's necessary. This is the only way those morons in City Hall will listen. The look on Zeke's face read that he's had enough of this criminal lifestyle. Sensing his friend's dissension, John changed his dictator tone and tapped into his friend's sensitive side. I know how much you want to settle down with Naomi and live the beaver cleaver lifestyle. If we see this plan out to the very end, then you'll be living like the Kardashians when this is all over. You'll never have to patrol another street again. Isn't that what you want? That's what I want. That's what every cop in that conference room wants. And I plan to give it to them. But I can't pull this off without you. John seems sincere about making a difference, although his actions are definitely vile, perhaps terroristic. The thought of having an insecure future struck a chord with Zeke. Should he let these years of riding dirty just go away without having anything to show for it? These guys have been rolling together since day one. Why would he want to walk away now?
All right,
Zeke sighed.
let's get the meeting started.
Sure thing, officer, said John, stepping aside for his right-hand man to pass. As Zeke stepped back into the conference room, Rusty Pipes came out and asked John if everything was okay. This was a close call, John responded. We need to be airtight about our operations going forward. Zeke's not buying our story anymore. Keep a close watch on him. No worries, mate, Rusty responded. Rocky Diamond's curvy navy leather rat body strutted towards the table while thumbing through a stack of papers cradled against her chest. She winked at John while laying the stack on top of the table. It was the information he requested earlier. John approached his team like a general to his soldiers. Listen up, people. I'm gonna make this short and sweet because we're pressed for time. Those bums in City Hall demand action, wanting resolution over our victory last night. Therefore, I say it's showtime. Indistinct chatter surrounded the room. John raised his hands to silence them before continuing. Now, a lot more people will have to die sooner than planned. Not that I care about such a thing, but it's what's best for business. Therefore, someone else will have to take the fall for last night's raid, and it's going to be the 14th Precinct. What? Harvey protested. Man, how the hell we're supposed to take down an entire damn precinct in a matter of hours? A firefight in Manhattan sure as hell ain't good for business, dog. Relax, Harvey. Thanks to the beautiful Miss Diamonds, we have all the intel needed to make this operation successful. According to Internal Affairs, the 14th Precinct is on the verge of being closed down. How many of those cops have already been suspected for police brutality? How many more are speculated in taking bribes? Let's not forget the open cases against them for sexual harassment on local schoolgirls. Cops nodded in agreement, murmured over the distasteful behavior. They're getting overzealous, sticking their noses in our territories, shaking down the drug dealers who I get my profits from. Hell no! If those cops run the streets, then we got no dealers. No dealers means no product. No product means no money. And I love getting my money, ladies and gentlemen. I love getting my money. The way I see it, we'll be doing the city a favor.
Don't give me that crap,
Interrupted Zeke.
Let's not sit around here and sound like hypocrites. What they're doing is no different than what we've been doing for years, undermining the law for our gain.
That's where you're wrong, Zeke. There's a huge difference between them and us. Our operations are to make this city a better place. Every coalition we've taken down has been run by bad people, so we've been upholding the law to its fullest extent. However, these 14th Precinct cops are lazy, selfish, greedy, perverted pigs that are a disgrace to the badge. This is a clear-cut case of either them or us. And you best believe it ain't gonna be us. Does anybody have a problem with that? The room was dead silent. John looked over at Zeke, waiting for his counterpoint. Zeke folded his arms and leaned back into his chair. The lighted cops were dedicated to the new plan their leader had conjured, ready and willing to do their part. Pleased to see the undying support by his team, John mumbled under his breath, "This is too easy." Chapter 26. The 14th Precinct was camouflaged in dirt and graffiti, rivaling the other buildings for biggest eyesore in their run-down neighborhood. Although a two-lane street passed out front, cops purposely parked their squad cars at an angle, blocking one lane of traffic. Two cops sat on the front steps taking a cigarette break like thugs at a bodega. They noticed a taxi cab in front of the grocery store across the street. The driver put on the hazard lights and hurried inside to get a snack. A minute later, he slammed his cupcake and bottle of juice on the floor in anger, seeing a bright orange parking ticket planted on his windshield. This cruel form of entertainment was routine for these crooked cops in his dismal district. Rusty Pipes and Rocky Diamonds approached the precinct, dressed in normal police uniforms. The two officers paid Rudy no mind, but seeing Rocky strut her stuff up those steps had them continuously hissing at her like a Vegas stripper. Rocky looked back and smiled before entering the building. Besides moonlighting as midnight marauders for John Hart, Officers Rudy Trax and Raquel Simmons worked for the 32nd Precinct in Harlem. Disarray struck the precinct lobby. Phones rang off the hook while the receptionist was busy texting her boyfriend. Troubled residents flooded the waiting area while officers stood around chatting about last night's football game. A criminal nearly escaped custody only to trip over a coat rack while attempting to run out of the building. Rusty found the entire scene embarrassing. Back outside, John Hart was parked 2 blocks away, counting down the minutes on his watch. Behind him was a fleet of squad cars, revving their engines like a drag race. "How we looking, Zeke?" John spoke into the walkie-talkie.
"No activity out front,"
said Zeke, who stationed himself on a rooftop across the street from the precinct.
"Rocky and Rust already inside."
"Good. Stand your ground and eliminate anyone who tries to escape. I want all these scumbags completely boxed in. Out." John then radioed Harvey Gaines, who was circling the vicinity in a whirlybird. "How we looking?" he asked. "Ain't a damn thing going on," Harvey answered. "These fools got no damn clue we coming. We gonna do this or what?" "It's a go, Harv." As the chopper headed for the precinct, John let his siren ring like an ambulance truck and shouted into the radio receiver, "All units, move in! I repeat, move in!" Spinning red and white lights flooded the streets like a gushing river as the army of squad cars charged toward the precinct. John bulldozed through the sidewalks and skiddied next to the front steps. These two cops wondered what was going on and were greeted with pistols shoved in their faces. "Get down on the ground and put your hands behind your head," John ordered, while his army went ahead and raided the lobby. They took down any personnel they got their hands on. The 14th Precinct cops attempted to fight back, but they were outrageously outnumbered. Within the vehicular swarm, a rusty green van pulled up on the side of the precinct with Channel 49 Action News drawn on the side of it. 3 reporters who looked like high school teenagers ran out into the street with a microphone and a handheld camcorder. They've been covering the raid since it began. Harvey circled the whirlybird around the rooftop and yelled through the loudspeaker,
"This is state police! Stand down! I repeat, stand down!"
Just then, 3 cops ran out on the roof and opened fire.
"Stop! This is the police! You there! Stop! Please!"
Seeing the 3 cops ignoring his order, Harvey turned the copter around and armed the Gatling gun on its left side. Even though the cops had a change of heart and tossed their weapons aside to surrender, Harvey opened fire and shredded the cops into raw meat. Meanwhile, Rusty and Rocky ran to the back of the building and opened the emergency exit doors. More of John's officers rushed inside, carrying the duffel bags packed with Pagnucci's fortune.
Stash all this stuff in any place you can find,
said Rocky.
And please use your brains for once by making this look believable.
Yeah, added Rusty. Like don't stick a bloody stock of bear bonds under somebody's desk, got that? Now move! Watching from the roof, Zeke felt miserable. People's lives and careers were being stolen from them because of one detective's greed for power. However, something else got his attention at that moment. A second-floor window had opened. Was it a trapped civilian trying to escape? No, it was a cop. He jumped out the window and landed in a dumpster below. Zeke grabbed his rifle and patiently waited for him to climb out. After rumbling from beneath the garbage bags, the cop flipped out of the dumpster and crept through the alley. Zeke was ready to put him down. The cop's head was aimed dead center in the scope. As his finger touched the trigger, Zeke realized what he was about to do. Kill a fellow officer. Once he pulls that trigger, his badge will be nothing more than a paperweight. He couldn't do it, so he lowered his rifle and let the cop get away. Chapter 27. Late-breaking news reports exploded that afternoon on every major television network. Residents cheered like a Rose Bowl parade as John Hart threw his arms in the air and drank in the stupendous praise. Captain Randall was then escorted out to the street, handcuffed and ashamed. His eyes dripped with tears as he pleaded,
"I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done it."
According to the Channel 49 news report, who broke the news a half hour ago on social media, 39 cops got arrested, all charged with murder, conspiracy to commit murder, grand larceny, and countless other acts of corruption. While being dragged into paddy wagons, the 14th Precinct cops yelled to the cameras that they were framed. Popular news anchor Trisha White was reporting live from the state police department looking for answers to these unimaginable accusations. John Hart stood proudly on top of the stairs and gave a brief statement to his millions of viewers about how his special operation had just begun. "I was working undercover with the Pagnucci organization for 4 years," he opened. And daily, I remember being harassed by these traitors to the badge. I prayed to God that it wouldn't end this way. I hoped for these once fine officers to wise up and realize the importance of their oaths. But in the aftermath of Pagnucci's murder, I did not doubt whatsoever that it was Captain Randall who ordered the hit.
So what you're saying is dozens of officers got arrested over a hunch?
Trisha White pressed the detective. I didn't say that. In my mind, there was no doubt which group was responsible. However, I still conducted a thorough investigation, and thanks to a couple of key witnesses, I was able to gather enough evidence to link the 14th Precinct to this heinous crime and several other criminal acts that have accumulated over the years. I can't even begin to get into those right now.
But how can you greenlight such a groundbreaking operation so soon? Have you been investigating the precinct from the start? If so, then for what reason?
I have always had my suspicions on this gang, Miss White. Once I got confirmation that my assumptions were correct, the rest was easy. Luckily, my team was able to work with the mayor's office and his ingenious task force to quickly organize a tactical operation to apprehend these suspects before they had a chance to continue their wave of terror.
Hold it right there, Mr. Hart. If these cops are guilty of such horrific crimes, then why did they return to work the next day, knowing the consequences would be fatal to their careers if they got caught? Don't you think they would have gone somewhere far away and out of the public eye until the heat cooled down?
If you paid attention to what you just said, Miss White, you'd realize that you just answered your own question. Being on the job was their cover. No mafia in the world would ever expect on being attacked by an army of dirty officers, especially the same officers they've done so much business with. John rubbed the inner corners of his eyes and started to sniffle, acting as if the entire situation was too emotional to bear. Reporters were eating it up, becoming teary-eyed. Cameramen zoomed in on his face. His voice cracked. And now that the poison has been extracted, residents who've lived in that unsafe region for so many years can finally make their neighborhood a happier and safer place to live once again by rebuilding a working relationship with the police. I am eternally grateful that my team and I were able to contribute to the Lower East Side community and the welfare of our environment. Now, if you all excuse me, I have mountains of paperwork waiting for me in my office. Thank you for your time. Not satisfied with Hart's hokey soliloquy, Trisha White and her crew trotted up the stairs after him, demanding more proof and reason behind his miraculous investigation. Annoyed at the pestering reporter, John grabbed the first officer closest and whispered, "Give it to this broad." A wall of Navy uniforms blocked the entranceway. Trisha and her team were told to clear out, or else they'll be escorted off the block. Rounds of applause rang through the lobby as soon as John stepped through the doors. Handshakes and hugs handed out from numerous officers praising the success of his operation. John played along and acted modest, letting his co-workers know that he was just doing his job. Assistant Deputy Superintendent Holly Jacobs grabbed John by the hand and gazed at him with sultry eyes while requesting a private meeting in her office later on this evening. Smiling in appreciation was Saxon Davis, embracing John like a proud father with a grand hug, repeatedly shouting, "My boy! My boy!" John tapped the old man's back and gave him the fakest smile he could muster. "Congratulations, son. This will go down as one of the greatest sting operations in the history of this department. Within half a decade, you've managed to accomplish near impossible tasks that the most brilliant and skillful officers couldn't come close to completing." "It's not impossible anymore, sir," John joked. "That's right," Saxon laughed. And now so many officers, even captains and commanders, present and future, can follow your outline of law enforcement brilliance for years to come. This is a great day for the people in our fair city, as well as a sad one. It breaks my heart to see our fellow brothers and sisters in blue fall victim to corruption, forgetting what the badge always stood for. I'm just grateful that you stopped this regime before they perform an attack on a larger scale. I'm proud of you, son. John was thinking, oh, brother. But he said, thank you, sir. If you have a moment, I'd like to talk to you in my office. John hoped for this discussion to end quickly as he walked into his boss's office. Ststion can be long-winded at times, treating their meetings more like father-son talks. John wasn't in the mood to listen to another one of his life lessons or boring anecdotes. He had business to take care of with his regime. Ststion sat on the couch rather than behind the desk and asked John to sit next to him. What was on the old man's mind besides the several seeds the conniving detective had planted there already? What I'm about to tell you is strictly confidential, said Ststion. These words do not leave this office, agreed? John nodded. I decided to retire. This is the best news I've heard all day. Surely you can't be serious. You have plenty of years ahead of you, sir. I just can't believe what I'm hearing. Johnny, I've given this a lot of thought. My decision became certain once I saw what you've done today. My weak old bones can't handle big operations like this anymore. I should have stepped down years ago after my wife passed on. Got that right, old fool. I guess my real concern was, who would I leave in charge after I'm gone? The state police department is my family, and I can't just let some politician call the shots. I needed someone who knows the streets and won't crack under pressure. And on this day, my search has come to an end, knowing I could retire now with peace of mind and a clear conscience because I'm handing over the reins to the greatest officer I ever had the privilege to see in action. Oh, this is too easy. What are you trying to say, sir? Johnny, as bright as you are, you mean to tell me that you can't read between the lines? I want to make you the new deputy superintendent. I want you to have my job. Me? No. This is too sudden. I don't think I'm ready for this. Leave your badge on the table and get the f*** out of my office. Besides, isn't Holly next in line for your position? Yes, technically, Holly's a great officer, but I'm afraid the guys won't take her seriously. You see how she looks. I'm gonna see more than that tonight. Besides, I could recommend anybody I want, just as long as I can convince Teasley that I'm making the right call. The position of deputy superintendent demands respect from their officers, and we both know there's no chance that Holly can match up to your accomplishments. No officer comes close to having a record like yours, so those boys will stand at attention the moment you sniff your nose. So what do you say? Ecstatic that his plan was proceeding perfectly, John hammed up the moment with a dramatic 5-minute pause. Finding it difficult to grasp the words of gratitude, quivering chin, sniffling nose, holding his head up while letting out an extended sigh. I can't believe how gullible this old fool is. I should make him strip to his underwear and tie a curtain around his neck. But finally, he gave Saxon Davis the obvious answer. It'll be an honor, sir. Chapter 28. At the epicenter of New York City's dynamic creative industry in Hudson Square, another workday was coming to a close at the Department of Internal Affairs, a bureau dedicating to preserving the integrity and fighting corruption within the NYPD. However, Special Agent Martha Combs was still hard at work, researching 2 piles of folders on a desk, all stemming from the 14th Precinct raid. The larger pile represented cops who'd been under investigation for years, while the smaller pile represented cops on the naughty list, but with reasonable causes, at least in the eyes of the working man. Her slender nose was just inches away from a stat sheet as she tucked a bunch of strands of her square bob hair behind her ears, wanting to record every listed number into her memory bank. Interrupting her intense concentration was the rattling sound of her desk telephone. Martha checked the number and saw it was her cousin, Natalie Mercedes, her former patrol partner in the NYPD and the only person she trusted with her life. 5 years ago, on the nastiest streets of Brooklyn, Martha and Natalie opposed the most notorious criminals poisoning their community daily. Although teetering over the line of vigilantism several times, these strong black women never crossed over it, staying loyal to the badge and committed to fighting crime by the book. Due to the heavy corruption in their precinct, Martha became motivated to join internal affairs and clean up the system from the inside. But right before her examination, Natalie abruptly resigned. She wanted to move ahead with her plans to start a private investigation firm, but Martha refused. Once receiving word that her promotion to Internal Affairs was granted, Martha found the opportunity too good to pass up. While her career took off to new heights, Martha's personal life had crashed and burned. She divorced her husband of 14 years, Samuel Folgers, and lost custody of their 13-year-old son, Henry Folgers, due to the demanding hours and dangers of her job. She was devastated. From that point on, the job and her cousin were the only 2 things that kept her from going insane.
What's up, girl?
Martha asked.
Oh, same old,
said Natalie.
House life in the world of tight suits, greasy palms, and racist cops. Stressful, annoying, and in a nutshell, pretty sad. But thank you, Jesus. How about you? How's it going in the hood of freelance justice? Still taking out the trash, making some loot here and there. Got a great staff working for me, so it's all good. I'm on the job right now, but I bet you'll never guess where.
Martha thought for a minute, but came up empty.
Connecticut? Are you serious?
Martha giggled.
That's a damn heart attack. It was supposed to be an open and shut domestic violence case, but it turns out the scumbag moonlights as a drug runner for a crew in Hartford. I should take this fool to small claims court for gas and toll expenses, but that's after I bust his ass like he did to his woman.
Martha laughed.
Have him pay your fee instead. Oh, he's going to pay all right, believe that.
Natalie laughed.
What I got you doing this time? Girl, it's been a rough couple of days. Fraud is becoming an epidemic with these departments, and it's getting contagious. You wouldn't believe the number of files I had on my desk, and they're all related to that damn raid in Lower Manhattan. I heard about that on the radio. Remember I used to tell how dirty the 14th precinct was? But the whole damn precinct? Not even I saw that one coming. Do you think they were capable of pulling off such a horrific crime in such a short amount of time? That's what's puzzling me. Most of these cops have been on our radar for a while, but as I'm reading their jackets, I don't think any of them would have the balls to kill a crime boss. They're perverted losers who arrest prostitutes just to get some hands or some booty, or maybe they played us awful fools by acting lazier than usual. Even as I hear myself say it, it sounds too far-fetched. Don't you agree? Yeah, it seems too open and shut for me. Something ain't right.
Martha sighed.
Where's the time gone, Nat? You remember when this job used to be fun? Like when you got excited to know that you'd be making a difference in somebody's life today? You still get that feeling? Not that much. On some days, it does feel like a job. lousy clients or lame cases and such. But some people come to my office because they have nowhere else to turn to. To those people, I make it a difference. That's when I get the goosebumps and feel proud of what I'm doing. Sounds so great, but it doesn't beat our days together, right? Oh no, I miss our days of chasing down drug dealers, breaking up rumbles, getting into shootouts and all of that.
Both ladies laughed.
I also miss happy hour, us hanging out with Memphis and his wild bunch. Girl, those were the days. I ain't seen Memphis in a minute, or Naomi. Have you spoken to either one? Not in years. I don't even know if he's still a cop. I hope he is. We need more dedicated cops like him on the streets. I wish you were in the agency with me, Nat. We could have brought our Double Trouble act to the big time and taken down a lot of these kingpins in power. Part of me still regrets resigning the way I did, but I don't trust the system, Martha. If anything, I wish you came with me. But don't get me wrong. I'm thrilled at your continued success with IA, but just imagine if an army of crooked cops decided to take the city under siege. Maybe it's just paranoia. I'd say so, because that'll never happen, Nat. Cops usually break bad for selfish reasons, so there goes the chance of any army being formed. Only a conniving leader can organize a siege of corruption within the ranks, gathering and negotiating with many cops from separate divisions. Downright impossible. Now, didn't you just say fraud was becoming an epidemic?
Martha paused. Cops have been more vigilant these past few years. Could it ironically be happening? Doubt entered her mind, taking the subject more serious than before.
I gotta get back to work.
She hurried.
And for the record, I'm not mad at you for leaving. I love you, girl, and I always got your back. I know this already. Still great to hear, though. Once this madness is over, we gotta get up again. Like a girls' night out or something. How does that sound? You're on, sister.
Hanging up the phone, Martha drilled her eyes back towards the staggering police files. Something didn't sit right as she reviewed John Hart's report submitted earlier via messenger. His evidence led a trail to the precinct, but how did he come to this conclusion in just a matter of hours? She grabbed an officer's file from the smaller pile, Officer Freddie McMurray. While examining his performance, McMurray got red flagged for suspicion of extortion. He spent most of his nights in Chinatown, strong-arming drug dealers for 10% of their profits. However, he was happily married for 20 years, fathered to 2 boys and 1 girl, and coached Little League baseball on the weekends.
His home life was stable,
she discovered. Why would he go off the deep end all of a sudden? Murder and armed robbery. It doesn't make sense. She dug deeper into the smaller pile, grabbing a bunch of files at once. Much of these officers had similar backstories, committing wrongful actions with a moral purpose. None involved in criminal espionage. What did Detective Hart have on these guys that she wasn't seeing? She then grabbed 10 folders from the larger pile and swam through the ocean of reports. These cops, on the other hand, were under investigation for harsher crimes, some involving mafia figureheads. Yet none was questioned for murder. She couldn't pinpoint a proper motive.
What are you up to, John?
She wondered. Martha searched for John Hart's profile in the Internal Affairs database, but her access got denied, deeming the file as classified. She used every technical procedure to go around the security blocks and got booted out each time. Visibly frustrated, she beelined and burst into the office of Inspector Judas Lee, who was at his desk gathering notes for a meeting. He was one of the top agents in the agency, working closely with Police Commissioner Wood to establish NYPD as the premier organization for public safety in the country. Martha Combs was his go-to agent, and Lee has given his directors enough confidence to put her in charge of a unit soon.
Sir,
Martha announced,
I need access to John Hart's case files.
Good afternoon to you too, said Inspector Lee. Having a good day thus far?
It'll be a whole lot better if I could get access to that file.
You're a high-ranking agent, Combs. You can get them on your own. Oh no, don't tell me your computer's on the blink again.
I swear I'm gonna hang the IT department by their testicles if they don't get our systems fully operational by the end of the day.
My computer's fine, and I should have access to every file recorded, but for some reason, I'm being denied access to this particular file. He's an officer of the state police.
What's his name?
Detective John Hart.
Inspector Lee was appalled to hear his name.
John Hart,
He asked.
the savior of our city? The golden boy?
Lee chuckled like it was a joke, but the stone look on Martha's showed she was dead serious. He dropped his smile.
You're not kidding.
With all respect, why would I make jokes at a time like this?
You're right. Sorry.
No problem. Now can I get that file?
Why would you not have access to it? Maybe it's under review by one of the directors. Maybe he's in line for promotion or something. Also, as I just mentioned, our systems have been screwy all day. Could be several reasons why you can't open it. Care to elaborate on your assumptions about him?
She leaned over the inspector's desk.
Isn't it odd for one cop to accuse an entire police precinct of wiping out probably the biggest crime syndicate this decade? I'm almost certain Pagnucci had them all on his payroll, but if that's so, then why go to war with him? On top of that, a large portion of those cops are either overweight or past their prime. Are they capable of orchestrating such a massacre of epic proportions?
Lee leaned back in his chair and put his hands together.
Murder is unexplainable, Combs. Otherwise, we wouldn't have jobs. What I do know about the 14th Precinct is that they monitor a highly corrupt district. I'm guessing they were so passionate about serving justice that they lost faith in the judicial system and took matters into their own hands. Sounds logical to me.
Throughout the history of law enforcement, have you ever heard of a string of crime bosses being taken down by one detective who wasn't working with the FBI? What the damn federal government still has yet to accomplish.
Sorry, Combs. Your theory does hold some merit, but I can't go over the department heads. If they're holding on to this file, then there has to be a good reason. And if they find some truth to what you're saying, I'll alert you immediately. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm heading to a meeting. Good day, Miss Combs.
Yes, sir.
Chapter 29. Martha slammed her office door in disappointment. She was determined to see those reports, pondering on how to get around the security block. Then an idea sprouted from something that Lee said. IT's been working on their systems. Khalil Reeves was her go-to technician in that department. Besides being clever with hacks and transponder codes, Khalil has had a crush on her for the last couple of years. Time to use the old damsel in distress routine.
Hi, Mr. Reeves.
She said in a sweet, flirty voice.
Is your department running upgrades?
Goodness, no,
Said Khalil.
You would have been the first to know if we were. So, what do I owe the pleasure of your call? Having problems with your station?
Well, you see, Lee gave me some new case files to review, but my software might be out of date. I can't seem to navigate through the database without it asking me to enter my password all the time. Think you could take a look at it for me, please?
For you? It'll be a pleasure.
Khalil surfed through past maintenance schedules stored in the repair archives.
Strange. Your upgrades were installed 2 weeks ago. New software scheduled to be installed 6 months from now. You shouldn't be having any problems.
Really? Then something else must be wrong. My password must not be working. Or was it changed without my consent? Every time I log in the system, it says access denied, access denied, access denied. Ugh! I'm so stressed, I don't know what to do. Please help me, Khalil.
Hold on a second.
The tech agent jumped into the security firewall and fixed her password to override security.
All done. I unlocked your password, giving you access to the entire system. You should be good now. but just in case, I placed a repair ticket with one of my techs. If any other problems should surface, call me back and I'll take care of you. Your system, I mean.
Oh, I see. Thank you so much, Khalil.
Anytime.
Martha typed in her password one more time. Access granted. Finally, opening John Hart's file, she searched his arrest records. For 4 years, Hart was involved in undercover operations that resulted in imprisonment or banishment of several major drug cartels and crime families in the tri-state area.
He must have been there the night Pagliucci died,
she thought. John also kept a log of weekly reports sent to the state police. Not once did he mention an altercation between Pagliucci and the cops in the 14th precinct. He even noted that Pagliucci used all the cops on his payroll to transport drugs to the street dealers.
If Pagliucci had a business arrangement with the 14th precinct, then why would they attack him? He never dealt with them. Some doesn't add up.
Martha typed 14 in the search box and only one report popped up. It read that John had joined forces with the 14th precinct to raid a stash house in Lower Manhattan 3 years ago. Plenty of arrests were made and large quantities of dope were retrieved. She then discovered one small detail probably overlooked. In his closing statement, Hart was recording and saying, none of the money had been recovered. She thought long and hard about this. Why didn't John use state police officers for the raid, and why was there a need to shut down a stash house if there was no money in it? He worked with the 14th precinct before, but Pagliucci never met them. And yet, these same cops are being charged for his murder, along with every past operation orchestrated? Scapegoats?
He did it.
She gasped.
And he's using the 14th precinct cops to take a fall.
Martha quickly downloaded the files and dragged them onto a memory stick plugged into the back of the computer. Hard copies were being printed at the same time. She stuffed all the items into an envelope and addressed it to Natalie, clipping a handwritten note onto the sheets before sealing the flap. She was then startled by the buzzing of her desk intercom. Never is she this jumpy, but uncovering a conspiracy would rattle the nerves of the toughest human being. She took a deep breath and pressed the receiver button.
This is Combs.
Hey, it's Lee. I just wanted to apologize for our conversation earlier. I didn't mean to shoot down your theory so dismissingly. I was just following protocol. Hope you can understand that. I will never dismiss anything you put in front of me. You know that.
It's okay, sir.
The directors have been antsy as of late. They've been stepping on eggshells since the spike in complaints about police corruption. They want to get to the bottom of it as much as you do.
No need to apologize. Sometimes I can go a bit overboard with my assumptions. I shouldn't have put you in that predicament. Going over your superiors isn't something you need to do to prove my theories. I'm sorry, too.
For what? That's how you earn your current position. You're a damn good agent, Combs. One of my best. I want you to know that I decided for both of us to talk to the directors about this John Hart file first thing tomorrow morning. I'm sure there's a reason why it's locked, and we'll find out together. Sound good?
Martha froze. She already found out what she was looking for. To not make any waves, she merely said,
Thanks, Chief.
what she's done had crossed the line, breaking protocol. Lying and stealing is not what they do to obtain information. In this case, however, it was necessary. She then just had a terrible thought. Would the directors know if a file had been retrieved without authorization? Does the system keep a record of it? She may need Khalil to do another favor for her tomorrow. As for now, she decided to keep her mouth shut and get this package mailed, even if this action costs her job. If John is guilty, Natalie will certainly blow this case wide open and bring him to justice. Speaking of mailing, the mailroom closes at 7 p.m. It's now 6:45 p.m. She had 15 minutes. Martha left a message on Natalie's voicemail briefly explaining the package. She told her not to open it until she arrived. With the package tucked under her arm, Martha strolled toward the elevators. Riding down 19 floors in 10 minutes, it could feel like an eternity at this time of night with hundreds of employees leaving at the same time. The elevator arrived with only a few people inside. She sighed in relief. It should be a fast trip. A slight hiccup, however, as each person had a different floor pressed. 7 minutes to go and only one person left. She can make it. The elevator arrived on the 10th floor, and suddenly a crowd of people crammed themselves inside, pressing every floor between 10 and 1. Damn it! Impatiently, Martha pushed her way out of the elevator and raced towards the closest staircase, running down and hopping over stairs like school kids in the hallway. She reached the lobby with a minute to spare, but the mailman was already loading his truck in front of the building.
Wait!
She hollered while running through the lobby.
I have one more!
The mailman stopped and jumped off the truck. Martha pushed through the front doors and held out the package.
You have to deliver this package,
She said, catching her breath.
It came straight from the director's office, and he told me that this has to go out tonight. Can you please do me a favor and add this to your list?
Has this been registered with the office? Asked the mailman.
Look, most of those guys shut down their systems already and got their feet halfway out the door. Ain't none of them gonna want to stay longer to register another package. Let's just keep this between us for now, and I'll sign whatever needs signing tomorrow. First thing, I wouldn't be asking if it wasn't important.
The mailman read the address and smiled. You're in luck, he said. Where this is going isn't too far from my home. I'll drop this off for you. Besides, seeing how fast you were running, I'd say it is important.
You have no idea. I owe you one.
Aw, shucks. Always willing to help a person in need. You have a very difficult job on your hands. It's about time somebody made it a little easier for you for once.
Thank God.
Thank God indeed, for this is his doing. I believe I was meant to see a discrepancy in my packaging catalog so that you would reach me in time. He works in mysterious ways.
Heh, you believe in that stuff?
Most definitely. Faith can be a very powerful weapon in your life. You just have to use it.
I just think this meeting was an incredible case of luck. Either way, I'm grateful that it happened. Thank you, Mr.
Good. Matthew Good. And don't worry, your package is in good hands. Chapter 30. Exiting the Garden State Parkway, Martha felt stress slide off her neck as another 15-minute drive separated her from slipping into a pair of silk pajamas and cuddling up in front of the television with a gallon of ice cream. Her 2-level house stood high within the hilltop community of Gravesend. Hiking boots would be needed whoever dared to walk from the entrance gates to her front door, a good workout to say the least. Sleepiness entered the picture as she stopped at a red light on Cavalier Avenue. Taking a nap sounded like a good idea before calling Natalie about the top-secret package. After a day like today, she needed a moment to recharge her batteries before completely burning out. However, thoughts swam through her mind about the agency. Did the mailman tell the truth? What if another agent saw her? Will Inspector Lee find out? Agent Combs was swimming in dangerous waters without a life preserver. Never has she broke protocol before, but part of her job is preventing police corruption. Wrongly convicted lives are at stake. She had no choice.
Lee.
Mentioning his name rattled her nerves, remembering their conversation. Only a high-ranking agent could lock and unlock whatever files they choose. Then it dawned on her. Why couldn't Lee unlock the file himself? He didn't want to step on the toes of his superiors. Why would that be the case if Hart is such a good cop? Why is he so persistent, timid? Martha's eyes widened, instantly waking up from her sleepy gaze.
I'll be damned,
She thought.
he locked it.
Just then, a Harley-Davidson came upon her left side. Disturbed by the revving engine, Martha glanced over at the rider. A brawny female wearing a high-waist leather jacket and matching pants sat behind the handlebars. Coils of platinum blonde hair hung from the bottom of her black helmet. The light turned green, and Martha drove forward while the biker, to her relief, turned left. Nerves must be getting the better of her again. She decided to call Natalie now. Coming to another red light, she pulled out her cell and paused. Reception bars were all down. She must be in the dead zone. Strange. Every house around her had a satellite dish, telephone poles on every corner. How can she not have a signal? Maybe her phone is out of whack.
I need a new damn phone,
She said before tossing it on the passenger seat. Suddenly, roaring its engine louder than before, the Harley had returned. Same biker.
Am I being followed?
She thought foolishly. New Jersey neighborhoods can have confusing roads. Perhaps the biker made a wrong turn.
This damn package has got me paranoid.
But then, the biker inched a bit closer, rolling next to Martha's window and repeatedly revving the cycle engine. It sounded like an angry lion hunting for meat. Martha didn't want to turn around, quaking in fear for the first time today. She knew her question had been answered. Somebody found out what she did. Her hand slid across the armrest where her .38 Special was kept. Slowly, she turned to her left. Gasp! The biker was facing her direction. Lifting the helmet visor, multicolored, haunting, dead eyes stared a hole through her soul. Before the light turned green, Martha slammed on the gas and zoomed down the street, swerving around every passing corner at top speed. No matter what colors flashed on the street lights or who was crossing the street, she feared for her life. Get home. Call Natalie. Screeching to a stop into an intersection, Martha opened the door and pulled out her .38, waiting for the biker to come. Short breaths pumped from her lungs as her eyes shifted down the empty streets. Except for squeaks coming from the dangling traffic light, it was pin-drop quiet. Martha lowered her weapon and sighed in disbelief. She grabbed her walkie-talkie from the glove compartment and radioed the department switchboard. Only static buzzed from the receiver. No reception again.
Damn it!
She yelled before throwing the device in the back seat. The neighborhood looked deserted, seeing nothing but run-down projects. The numerous wild turns must have lured her off course to an unknown side of town. No signs of oncoming traffic whatsoever. Not one person crossed the street. Shops closed. None of her communication devices worked. She was alone. From out of nowhere, a faint buzzing sound broke through the silent streets. Martha panicked as she slammed on the gas pedal and rocketed down the street. Just then, the biker came charging after her, firing an Uzi 9mm. The car got nicked by bullets as she cut through the narrowest of alleyways. The biker stayed nipping at her heels. How could she get out of this ghost town? Where was the highway? She lost all sense of direction. Was there enough gas to keep this chase up? This madness has to stop. Once exiting the alleyway, Martha swerved onto a ground of a rundown candy factory. A polluted river flowed on its right side, and her eyes gawked a long stretch of road ahead. Seeing the biker at close range, Martha slammed the brakes and drifted the car down the road. While spinning into half a donut, she switched gears to reverse and began driving backward. She stuck her gun out the window and tightly pressed on the trigger, firing relentlessly. Bullets flew past the biker like flies in the peppermint field. The biker retaliated by spattering bullet holes across the windshield. Martha suddenly hit the brake and shot at the motorcycle's tires. Air exploded from underneath and the bike flew several feet ahead. Her motorcycle violently tumbled down the road like a cell phone in the dryer. She nosedived into a bed of rocks and got carried off by the dirty water, lifelessly floating downriver. Martha exited the car and crept toward the wreckage. Moving past the smoking Harley and banged-up helmet, she breathed a long sigh of relief. But no time to reflect on escaping death. She rummaged through the biker's belongings, and all she found was a flip phone with duct tape over the mouthpiece.
Definitely an assassin,
She thought. Checking the call history, her temperature had risen once she discovered the last incoming call number, Khalil Reeves. Not knowing if hours or minutes had passed, Martha aimlessly cruised through the desolate city and relied on landmarks she drove past earlier to lead her back to the highway. Suddenly, the reception bars on her phone sprung up like flowers. She wasted no time calling Natalie again.
The number you were trying to call is not in service.
The operator announced.
Damn it!
She yelled, throwing her cell against the dashboard.
Stupid piece of shit! Smartphone my ass!
She ate every red light on the street, more anxious than ever to get home. She then came to a stop as she saw flashing red lights up ahead at a railroad crossing. Gates came down as the freight train chugged on by. Home awaited on the other side. She can see the setting sun shining from behind the hills of her community. Figuring it'll be a few minutes before she can move, Martha took the time to lay her head back and relax, and let the mounting stress dissolve to nothing. Impatient honks from a blasting horn broke her out of the comforting state. Even in the peaceful moment, she can't relax. Annoyingly, she turned around. Her life flashed before her eyes. It was the biker. As Martha attempted to drive through the gates, a brigade of bullets tore through her car. Blood splattered across the windshield. Martha could no longer control the wheel as her grip became weak. Her car broke through the gates and rolled onto the tracks. Seconds later, another oncoming freight train collided into the vehicle, dragging it for about a mile before the conductor could bring the train to a stop. The biker rode her newly forged motorcycle along the gravel. Her helmet was fully intact. Leather clothing as sleek and shiny as ever. How on earth did this happen? Who is this devious biker? The conductor jumped from the train and ran toward the damaged car. Several bullets were then planted in his back, killing him before his body hit the ground. She stepped over his corpse and loaded another magazine into her Uzi. That's when she spotted a battered Martha Combs desperately climbing out of a broken car window. Bloodied and scarred, the gallant agent crawled along the gravel as hard as she could, dragging her dead legs along, barely enough strength to breathe. Trails of blood slid along the rocks, and yet she refused to die. The biker strutted toward her helpless victim. She took off her helmet and tossed it to the side. Curly blonde hair draped over her face. She stepped in front of Martha's path, waiting for her to crawl closer. She then yanked Martha by the back of her hair until they were face to face. Martha trembled at the sight of her hideous face. Pasty white skin, a mole near her nose, clear lip gloss, heavy pink rouge on the cheeks, and 2 different colored eyes. Her wicked smirk showed a hint of her corroded yellow teeth. She heard no sirens ring, no yells for help. As Martha fell face first into the gravel, all she heard was the sound of the Uzi click behind her head.
Natalie,
she whispered. She never got to say goodbye. The biker squeezed the trigger until emptiness clicked from the automatic weapon. She then lit up a cigarette and strutted back to her bike. The tires swerved against the gravel as she rode off into the sunset. Her identity could only be viewed by the words pressed on the license plate. Cat Strutter. Chapter 31. In the wee hours of the night, John Hart gazed out from the window of his oversized but luxurious private office at Club Candy Cane. Seeing the line of people waiting to get inside curving around the block, John guffawed at the thought of how much money he'll be making tonight. Rocky Diamond strutted in wearing a red leather suit and matching stiletto boots. In her hands were a briefcase and a black storage tube. She sat on the edge of John's desk and placed both items right in front of his chair. He wasted no time rushing over to open them, sucking in the drool from his teeth. A set of blueprints slid out from the tube entitled Federal Reserve Bank. "We got the place picked out," he announced while unraveling the blueprints across his glossy oak table. "Phase 1 is complete. To get started on Phase 2, I need you to alter the tracking devices on our vehicles. We have to let those idiots behind the desk think we're being good little boys and girls while patrolling these godforsaken streets. Get me?"
no doubt, baby,
said Rocky. She hopped into his office chair and rolled it over to the computer table. Opening the Notepad app on his cell phone, she swiped over to a saved document that listed a bunch of codes that she copied some time ago. Hacking into the Internal Affairs database, she switched their GPS vehicle frequencies with normal patrol units from different precincts. So, now John can cause whatever melee he wishes, but the GPS will show him either patrolling a park or involved in a high-speed chase, completely invisible. Breaking through the mood was the buzzing sound of the intercom. John checked the security feed on his table monitor, wondering who would be dumb enough to show up unannounced. He rolled his eyes and let out a sigh of annoyance after seeing who was patiently waiting by the back entrance. Khalil Reeves. He told Rocky to wait in the conference room as he buzzed Khalil inside the club. Rocky rolled up the blueprints and stuffed them back inside the tube. She strutted out of the office just as Khalil approached from the hallway. She threw him a seductive glance, but the crooked agent failed to catch it. As Khalil entered the office, John poured out 2 shots of whiskey. "Surprised you came by," he said. "Let it be known that I am grateful for all the hard work you've done for the movement. You've become a vital member of my team. But unless I tell you so, don't ever come to my office unannounced again. I don't like unnecessary attention being drawn to my place of business, Reeves. Just remember that if something bad happens to me, then something bad is going to happen to you. Get the point?" "I appreciate you being a stickler to authority," Khalil disdained. "However, let me straighten you out about a few things. Nobody tells me to do anything. Just because I volunteered to help your organization doesn't mean that I'm your lackey. I do what I believe is necessary to further our cause, slaughtering the lambs of our society to put us in the higher position of power, nothing more. Do you get the point?" "Noted," John smirked, letting Khalil's disrespectful attitude slide. "Want a drink?" "No, thank you." "Then please, have a seat." John picked up his glass full of whiskey while motioning toward an empty chair for Khalil to sit. "I'll stand." "Fine." John took a seat and kicked his feet up on the desk. Suddenly, he sprung back up as if a fresh thought had just sprouted in his mind. "Come to think of it, I'm glad you came by," he said. Something's been bothering me about your last task. And now that you're here, we can talk about it face to face.
What problems do you wish to discuss?
John stood up and walked around to the front of the desk. He sat on the edge while downing the whiskey from his glass. Members of my team have only killed people when needed. The old hook 'em and book 'em routine doesn't work anymore. But how does offing an IA agent seem beneficial to our cause, especially since I wasn't involved with the planning of it? Can you explain that to me, Mr. Reeves?
Combs had to be terminated because she was about to expose you to City Hall. She asked me to hack into your files, after I've had them locked to protect your scrawny behind. I guess she knew your operations were a sham, and it was only a matter of time before those imbeciles at City Hall would have listened. Our cause would have been destroyed.
Again, I applaud you for your loyalty. Thank you for finding it in your good graces to protect me. With that being said, who the hell authorized you to use Strutter to do your dirty work? She is my secret weapon. Why couldn't you take that nosy broad out yourself? Was your hard-on for her so enraged that you just couldn't bring it upon yourself to blow her brains out? Lucky for you, Jersey cops are too dumb to trace this back to us, or else we would have had a serious problem.
Well, a problem may exist. Before I ordered the hit, I broke into Martha's office for evidence that may lead back to you. There was one page left on the printer, an invoice. She must have printed your history as insurance. What's baffling me is what the hell did she do with it?
John shook his head. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't throw you out of this window right now.
Let me finish. She has a cousin who used to be a cop. I'm guessing she might have called her for help to dig up more dirt on you. Her name is Natalie Mercedes.
I suppose you can tell me where to find this broad.
That's your job, Johnny. My job is only to watch crooked cops like you.
Having had enough of Khalil's pompous attitude, John yanked him by his tie and dragged him over the table. You might be an internal affairs stooge, but make no mistake, this is my aquarium, and you're just a guppy that I'm allowing to swim in it. I'm the great white shark. I will not hesitate to chomp you up into pieces of mincemeat. Not for a second. So, if you don't live up to my expectations, then I will cut your nuts off and shove them down your stinking throat. Sass me again, and I'll prove that to you. Khalil's arrogance dispersed as he nodded in between gasps for air. Just then, John's cell phone vibrated from his table. He pushed Khalil back into the chair and ordered him to have a drink. As John left the office to answer his call, Khalil quickly grabbed the bottle and let trails of whiskey dribble from the sides of his mouth as he took a long swig. "Who's this?" John answered as he stepped into the hallway. "Get to the nearest television and turn on the news," said Grandpa. John hurried into the conference room and snapped at Rocky to hand him the remote. He flipped up a red light switch on the wall, and it began to split open. Mounted behind it was a 90-inch plasma flat-screen television. He tuned into Channel 4 and saw a late-breaking story in progress, following up on the 14th Precinct siege, reported by none other than Tricia White.
Former police captain Carl Randall has come forth stating he wants to make a plea deal in exchange for recorded conversations that implicate state police detective John Hart being involved in a series of heists and assassination plots, including the death of Crispin Pagnucci. Here's the statement Randall made to the media earlier today.
"Hart did this to me. Hart did this to my department. He didn't want to go down with his ship, and I can't blame him for that. But I got that son of a bitch on tape conversing with me about several ways to take over this wonderful city that's been my home all my life. If City Hall and the FBI want to cut a deal, I can make these recordings available to them in 24 hours, but only on the grounds that I'm granted full immunity on all charges." Rocky stared at the screen with razor-thin green eyes, while John roared with frustration. He got back on the phone and said, "I don't understand what went wrong. Randall has the IQ of a brick. I used the same amount of power on him as I usually use on Davis, so there's no way my spell should have been broken by that idiot. Who the hell does he think he is trying to frame me? I can't explain it, Grandpa." "Just slow down a minute, Johnny," Grandpa retorted. "You should be glad that this happened. Hiccups always separate the men from the boys. However, had you been taking care of your powers, as I told you, then he would have been frying in the electric chair before realizing why he was there in the first place. What's disappointing me mostly is how much of a baby you sound like right now." "What?" "Use your damn brain, boy. Don't you know a bluff when you hear one? You're a damn cop, right? He's bluffing. Randall knows his services are no longer required, and he's looking to drag you down to hell with him." Right, John realized. If he had taped our conversations, then he would have used this as a leverage a long time ago. He mentioned Pagnucci like I haven't murdered every kingpin and crime syndicate within the tri-state area. Exactly. We got to shut him up before nosy people like Trisha White start sniffing up your trail and watch every move you make. She can stir up controversy within City Hall, and that scumbag of a mayor will put more pressure on you just to save his face. That can happen. What do you think I should do? Get rid of your footstools. What else? The whole damn department? I can't do that now. I need every member of my crew ready for our next operation. On top of that, if we were to have all of the 14th Precinct cops eradicated, then the first thing the media will speculate on is Randall's allegations against me. Everyone will assume I had something to do with it. You're right about that. I'll tell you what. For one time only, I'll get involved in this episode. By the morning sun, not one soul on this planet will ever know of Randall's existence. Trust me on that. Still, he needs to be taught a lesson about the price of disloyalty. Can you at least handle that part on your own? Yes, I can. A sinister grin stretched across his face. I have the best assassin working for me. Martha Combs found that out the hard way. Good. Set it up and call me when it's done. Chapter 32. Later that night at Rikers Island, after countless hours of negotiations, Carl Randall was escorted to the far left wing of the prison, a special section where convicted cops were kept. Bright lights surrounded the corridor, shining off the white walls and long steel bars. A bolted door guarded the wing, mechanically controlled by the nearby security station. Walking back to his cell, Randall passed a parade of flying spit and idle threats that came from his former officers who felt betrayed. He was a broken man. Even if granted freedom, he would never live freely again. Breaking the law was bad enough, but he crossed the line by partnering with John's underground network. He saw the fortune without looking at the price he had to pay to get it. The consequences of his groundbreaking confession sealed his fate. By this time tomorrow, all of New York City would know that his claim of evidence against John Hart was a sham. Dwelling in his lonely cell, suffocated by constant banter, Randall feared that Hart would respond within the next few hours, minutes, seconds. Either way, the show was over. Suddenly, the lights shut off. Murkiness swallowed the entire wing. Like frightened children in the dark, the imprisoned cops yelled for the cops to turn the lights back on. Everyone panicked except for Randall, who got the message loud and clear. This was the response. A flash of light burst at the end of the hall, swaying back and forth and traveling along the walls. Obscenities erupted into raging threats as the officers rattled on their prison bars, unable to get out. The sound of a machete scraping along the steel brought the wing to a thunderous silence. Light laggardly moved along the curves of a muscular female dressed in the prison guard uniform. Her pasty face radiated in the dark like a glow stick. The cop shrieked at the sight of pure evil. Cat Strutter had arrived. One officer distressingly yelled, "Somebody call the police!" In unison, the cell door swung open. Cops instantly groveled on their knees, pleading for their lives to be spared. Randall walked from out the crowd and stared at Cat's evil presence with tearful eyes. He willingly dropped to his knees, ready to accept his bloody fate. The blonde menace stood over him, dangling her deadly machete above his head. He closed his eyes and gulped one last time. Then his blood splashed against the walls after his head got separated from his body with one slice. Like a hungry wolf, Cat attacked the rest of the cops, butchering them like cows in a slaughterhouse. Echoing howls were muffled during the sounds of flesh being sliced open like cold cuts and fluid splashing all over, all around the corridor. After several gruesome minutes of inhumane butchery, the screams faded to gasps until nothing sounded at all. Seconds later, rows of light flickered down the corridor, shining brightly once again. But strangely, the wing door remained locked. It never opened. Burgundy spatters stained the white walls. Mutilated officers floated in a thick pool of blood and gore that ran across the glossy floor. Randall and the 14th Precinct were no longer an issue. Cat Strutter had vanished, and John Hart's hands were totally clean. Part 3, Chapter 33. On the corner of Granite Street stood an Arm and a Keg, one of the most popular night spots in Hartford, Connecticut. Sporting events displayed on 3 giant flat-screen televisions mounted high above the bar. Greasy-faced sports fanatics yelled and jumped out of their seats. Buckets of chicken bones and half-filled beer mugs on almost every table. Surround sound music. Even on a Wednesday night, the bar was packed. Through the festive scene walked in Natalie Mercedes, dressed in a black fitted sweater and dark denim jeans. Her long black hair flowed behind her shoulders. Bright lightning made her caramel-colored skin shine like a newly waxed Ferrari. Private Investigator engraved on the badge clipped to her belt. Graced with beauty and attitude, her face gave a look telling everyone standing in her path that she was not to be with. "What's up, little lady?" the bartender cheerfully asked as Natalie approached the bar top. "What you drinking? Having a beer or a glass of wine?"
A Quencher's Gold will be fine.
she requested.
Give me the coldest one you got.
"That ain't a problem. I keep them suckers down at the bottom of the cooler. So cold they can freeze the darkest corner of hell."
Sounds good to me. Hook it up.
The bartender reached into the ice bin and pulled out a frosty bottle of Quencher's Gold. Ice chips slid down its sides as frost smoked off the glass like a lump of meat on a barbecue grill. "Don't get brain freeze now," he said while popping off the cap. "Drink it slow or else your tongue will get numb for several days." Natalie smirked and said,
I'll take my chances.
She dipped her head back and let the fizzy coldness flow down her throat. Half of the bottle was empty after one drink. The bartender, in his 60s, overweight, no sense of fashion, and working at the bar most nights, couldn't help but let his eyes roll off the curves of her athletic body. However, he switched back to professional mode after noticing the badge. "Hey, he stalled. "Don't think you shouldn't be drinking on duty."
I won't tell if you won't.
Natalie joked. She looked around the establishment and was amazed at how live the atmosphere was.
Is it normally this packed on weeknights?
Yup, all year round. Surprised none of your people come in here more often. Got the best happy hour prices in town. Purty ladies like yourself come in here all the time and never have problems with the locals, so...
What do you mean by my people?
I meant officers. Sorry about that. You know how firemen sometimes go out drinking after a shift, or army buddies go hanging out when they're on leave. Y'all don't go out with your cop buddies after work?
Nah, the cops I know will only take me to a bar because they're planning to take something else later that night if they can get me drunk enough, you dig? And ain't none of that happening, mister. Not enough beer in the world could rob me of my dignity.
Proud as she is to work in law enforcement, Natalie didn't socialize with cops whatsoever. Locker room talk is usually airing out gossip and frustration, not about taking over the city. It still haunted her. Now she feels like the residents in her community, not knowing which cops to trust. One reason why her private investigation business is thriving is that she works alone. Cases take a little longer to solve, but at least her clients are getting true justice. She still cares about saving lives, helping people. You can say she adopted the people as her siblings since she had no family besides Martha. This would explain why she's so committed.
Thanks for the beer. It hit the spot. You have a good night, and thanks for the chat.
Heading home already, huh? The party's just beginning. How about some food to soak up the beer at least?
That's okay. I pretty much have a cast iron stomach. It'll take more than one bottle to get me drunk. How much I owe you?
The bartender put up his hand and shook his head. On the house. Hey, listen. I got a baseball bat and a pump shotgun if you're worried about anyone trying to take advantage of you. I know you have the badge, but my word's the law in this place.
Didn't you just say the locals know how to behave themselves?
Well, no offense to the ladies in this place, but none of them come close to looking as stunning as you. A man might get tempted, you know.
Yes, too well.
Natalie held up her fists.
It may not look like it, but these knuckles have tapped on plenty of jaws from men who acted on their temptations, you feel me? So don't worry, I can take care of myself.
What if a guy's bigger than you? Natalie flashed a firearm underneath her sweater.
Like the man says, don't leave home without it.
The bartender laughed.
This has all been pretty nice, but I got to get back to work. Maybe I'll see you next time.
Well, listen, little lady, if there is a next time, first round's on me.
I might take you up on that. I ain't making no promises, but I might.
Natalie left the sports bar and walked around the corner to Swade Street, where her pale green Mitsubishi Galant was parked. Muffled sounds of pounding and panting came from inside the trunk. Finding it comical, Natalie sighed as she pressed the key into the lock and opened the hood. Stuffed inside the trunk was a frail Dominican male named Charles Johnson, a middle-aged man going through a midlife crisis. Still wore his pants halfway off his lived in the basement of his grandmother's house, and sold weed out in Brooklyn with guys half his age. But now he's sweating like playing basketball in a suede jumpsuit. 2 pairs of handcuffs behind his back, locking his wrists to his ankles. A dirty rag stuffed in between the gold grills that flashed across his teeth. His knockoff silk shirt was soiled in sweat. He thought doing business far from home would prevent him from getting caught. Tonight, however, he's been found guilty of domestic abuse against his girlfriend Geraldine. Besides flashing large amounts of cash, Charles' youthful features and immature behavior enabled him to hook up with younger women in nightclubs. Geraldine, who lives in Brownsville, met him one night at the Ooh La La Lounge. Using sweet talk and his Spanish accent, Charles made Geraldine believe he was a man with a plan. Instantly, she fell in love. Charles would come to Brooklyn on the weekends to spend time with her, a few hours to be exact. Most of the time, he ran the streets with his boys while Geraldine sat at home and watched television. When Charles finally came home, he had just enough energy to have sex with her before going to sleep. After 2 months of the same routine, Geraldine had enough and confronted him about his neglectful behavior. Charles answered back with hits to her face and cowardly tough guy speeches. "You ain't my wife. I do what I want when I want. You don't like it? That's the door. Who needs you anyway?" Geraldine filed several police reports, but none were ever investigated. The cops were up to their armpits in domestic violence cases, so new ones were placed at the bottom of the pile. Therefore, Geraldine gathered up every penny she could muster and turned to the one superhero most folks could count on. Not only was Natalie as tough as nails, but she had legal permission to serve her brand of justice. What could be a better option?
"Oh, sorry, did I wake you?"
She teased.
"Maybe it's the handcuffs, huh? Cutting into your wrists. Sorry about that, Chico. Sometimes I get a little overzealous and lock 'em too tight. You know how that can happen, right?"
Charles responded with muffled grunts.
"So, I guess you're wondering why I snatched you out from your girlfriend's house, right? Oh, wait a minute. We're in Hartford, and Geraldine lives in Brownsville, right?"
Mockingly, she smacked herself upside the head.
How foolish of me. But now I wonder, who's the bimbo I caught you in bed with? Probably still sleeping there right now. Should I call her up and ask? Yeah, you're right. Be a waste of time, since she's just another you're bumping and grinding with on the side. Must be great being you, huh? Getting the money and the booty for the cost of gas and tolls. Using Grandma's basement as a hideout? Model citizen.
Natalie sat on the car bumper and crossed her legs.
When I took this case, my first glance at you told me you weren't so tough. I mean, any man who would beat on a woman is a first-class punk. Geraldine is a nice girl, but I'm not. You can knock her around because she's not a fighter. You won't dare try that on me, because we both know I'd whip your ass every which way until Sunday and not even think twice about it. However, I'm also a professional. Trust me when I say, you got off easy tonight. Yeah, your thug act is quite convincing, yelling and cursing like a stand-up comedian, dressing all tough. Come to think of it, is this how you so-called tough guys dress?
She awkwardly gawked at his clothes.
Look at your pants, son. Why are they so low? You like brothers checking out your pants, son? You like brothers checking out your underwear? And they be tight, too. What up with that? What's the matter? Can't afford a belt? Or are you the kind of guy who accepts deliveries in the rear? Catch my drift?
She shrugged.
Anyway, thanks to your girlfriend's testimony, not to mention your weekend drug runs with the little rascals, I got you on drug trafficking and distribution charges, as well as domestic violence. You'll be taking that long trip up north where the real gangsters roam.
He stopped squirming. Didn't muffle a peep.
You won't be sleeping like a baby anymore, Sunshine. You may get exactly what you gave to Geraldine. But I wouldn't wear my pants low anymore if I were you. Nighty-night.
Natalie slammed the trunk shut. Charles wiggled inside like a snake caught in a net, staring at total darkness. The next time he'll see light will be from the lampposts of the Hartford Police Headquarters. Another case closed. Another satisfied customer. Time to go home. A couple of hours passed. Traffic was as smooth as silk. A soulful classic by Stevie Wonder, Send Her Your Love, played on the radio. Just crossing the New York border, Natalie heard her phone buzz on the armrest. Not recognizing the number, she assumed it was her anxious client waiting to hear the drama was over. However, she was shocked to hear Judas Lee's voice on the other line.
Why would he be calling at this time of the night?
She thought. Clouds of worry fogged her mind. Pressing the answer button, she intently asked,
What happened, Lee?
The inspector gulped before responding.
Well, first off, how have you been, Miss Mercedes?
What happened?
Okay, let me get right to it. But I want you to try and remain...
Damn it, Lee! Get to the point! I know you're not calling me this late to say that Martha's stranded on a damn highway with a flat tire. Now what the is going on?
Judas remained silent and then blurted,
Martha's dead.
Going numb upon hearing those horrid words, Natalie's car veered off to the opposite lane. She swerved back at the last minute before hitting an oncoming truck. Trying hard to keep her composure, she asked,
Where is she?
EMTs in Sayreville moved her body to the coroner for identification. We need you to...
Natalie hung up and floored the gas, racing to New Jersey as fast as possible.
This must be a mistake,
She denied.
I just spoke to her. How can she be? Don't you leave me, girl!
Martha was the last thread of family she had left. Perhaps they carted in someone who looked like her cousin. Mistaken identity. Not even she believes that theory. Her mind had accepted the inevitable, but her heart wouldn't let hope be distinguished. Chapter 34. It was well past midnight. Natalie cried every last tear her eyes could muster. She sat with the coroner in his office, along with Inspector Lee, discussing the results of his examination. Besides learning about the train crash, Natalie was shocked to hear that bullets were found in Martha's skull. She knew this was a professional kill.
They're going to wish they were dead once I find who did this,
she concluded. As the coroner excused himself from the room, Natalie turned to a silent Judas Lee. Guilt exhibited from his body language as he just stared at the floor.
Tell me about the last assignment she was working on, Lee.
She asked.
I, assumed that, she was heading home and someone must have...
Don't play with me, damn it! Tell me what was she investigating at the office?
Well, again, I assume she must have been working on regular case files, and since she was my top agent, I can also assume that some cases were,
I guess harder than...
Are you gonna give me a bald-faced lie and tell me this was a random kill? Seriously? I just f***ing talked to her earlier this evening, and she told me she was up to her eyeballs in paperwork, reviewing the cops who allegedly killed Crispin Pagnucci.
allegedly.
Yes, I'ma believe it when I see it type of girl.
And the way I see it, no conclusive evidence has been brought forward. Otherwise, it'd be all over the news by now. I believe she went for a swim in a piss-infested pool and died for ignoring the no swimming sign. Can't you make that same connection?
Judas dragged his chair next to Natalie and talked more sympathetic. Mercedes, he started. I can only imagine the pain you must be feeling right now. I can. Martha was one of my finest agents.
You said that already,
She interjected.
Besides, I don't need you to tell me how great she was, okay? It runs in a damn family. Now stop telling me things I already know and start telling me things that I don't.
Yes, I apologize. As I was saying, she always worked on high-end profiles of the worst kind of scum we found in the NYPD. Certain departments don't like it, call us sellouts or brown-nosers because we rather do our jobs than help protect theirs. Idiots. Martha's first objective was to get the job done. That's been her M.O. for the past 5 years. Only a matter of time before she made inspector. This is a huge loss, not only for us, but also for her son. I want to assure both of you that her death won't go unpunished. My only regret was refusing her request. Maybe if I would have worked with her on some of those files, then we would have been working late at the office and...
Why did you deny her request?
She wanted classified material on a certain officer, and I failed to help her gain access to it. As a friend, I should have stood by whatever her theories were, but professionally, I was following protocol. However, I did change my mind later on and told her that I'd help her get those files tomorrow, but she left the office before I got a chance to.
What was so classified about this certain cop? You just said she was one of your finest agents, soon to become inspector, may I add. If anyone should be handling classified information, it'd be her, right? Someone who gets the job done, just quoting what you said, and yet she was denied. What is so special about this cop for a top-level agent to be denied access to his file?
I'm sorry, Mercedes. I can't get into it, but it involves my superiors conducting research, and I didn't want to go over their heads. You can understand that, right? Natalie was unresponsive. I want to solve this murder as bad as you do. So I'm gonna look back at every case she's ever done, and maybe I can find a connection that'll support your theory.
What theory? I never said I had a theory yet. What I am saying is my cousin was brutally murdered, and I want some damn answers. So I'm just asking questions. Isn't that what investigators do? That's what any normal person would do to get answers, right?
You know what I think? You should be brought in on this investigation. Work with us.
No.
Natalie stomped toward the door.
You work by the book. I don't. If I find anything that could be helpful, I'll give you a call.
Mercedes, I think this will go a lot smoother if we work together on this. Let us combine our resources and turn this city upside down to shake these cowards out. We can both avenge Martha's death and bring some closure to both of our lives.
With all due respect, Inspector, you'll only slow me down. Excuse me.
Chapter 35. Natalie dragged her feet through her apartment building lobby an hour later. Seeing smudged mascara on her face, the doorman asked what was wrong. "Can I get anything for you, Miss Mercedes?" he asked. Heading straight for the elevator like a zombie, she apologetically responded.
I'm not in a talking mood right now.
She slumped into the elevator and pressed the 7th floor button, burying her head in the corner during the ride up. When the elevator doors split open, she noticed a package propped up against her door. Her depressive trance had broken.
What's this?
She thought while examining the package. Her name was on the front, but no return address above it. Could be junk mail. Losing her enthusiasm, she tucked the package under her arm like a football while flipping through her ring of keys. Track lighting lit up the living room like a rock concert the moment she entered her apartment. She tossed the package on the coffee table and stepped on her heels to pull the sneakers off her feet. Slouching toward the bedroom, she pulled off her clothes and threw them on the bed. A black Brooklyn Nets jersey, along with a pair of heather gray gym shorts, were taken from her workout clothing, folded in the bottom dresser drawer. Shock, anger, disgust. Every thought instilled within her brain mixed with unstable emotions. Her best friend, sole family member, gone. She wanted to crawl under the covers and cry some more, but the anger, boiling in the pit of her stomach, wouldn't allow her to waste time. 2 new messages were left on her answering machine. According to the caller ID, none of them were from Martha's ex-husband. Does Samuel even know? It doesn't matter. He was a waste of flesh anyway, but how was she going to break the news to Henry? One thing she wanted to give him was retribution after saying the persons responsible are behind bars or 6 feet under. Therefore, Natalie held off talking to Henry until that day came to pass. First message came from her cousin Rhonda.
It's been a while, Nat. Mind if we talk someday? Later.
She quickly pressed the delete button. The second message, however, made her gasp. It came from Martha.
Listen, I left you a little Christmas present. Please don't open it until I get there. Explain later. Love you.
Her heart sank because she's not coming. Not ever.
The package.
Natalie ran to the living room and ripped the top of the envelope open. She dumped a memory stick and printouts onto her computer desk. Fluttering down lastly was a post-it note. It had Martha's handwriting.
You're the only one I trust. Very important.
Could that be the reason for her death? Evidence? Freshly brewed hazelnut-flavored coffee fragranced the entire apartment. Natalie had been working for hours, scavenging through the files to uncover the missing link. Flipping through the stack of papers, she noticed the same name highlighted. John Hart. Opening her arms as wide as an eagle's wings, she stretched the tiredness out of her back, cracking a few bones in her neck as well. Taking a long gulp of her hot beverage, Natalie rethought her path of investigation. The printouts would be deemed circumstantial if she submitted them to the FBI as evidence. Let's bring it back a bit. She flipped back to the first page and hoped to stumble upon an inkling that was unwittingly passed over. Hart's last few cases were considered to be the biggest of his career. But hold on a sec. His medical reports seemed shady. His last one was taken last year after arresting mafia boss Ralph Pisano. Large amounts of alcohol and cocaine were traced in his bloodstream. Yet, he got assigned another case in a matter of days. In fact, he'd been awarded the most undercover operations in his department.
Is this guy that good? Or just plain lucky?
She wondered. Reading his psychological profile, he's been recorded for multiple acts of recklessness and insubordinate behavior.
How is he still on the force?
She questioned.
Who approved his review?
Her eyes rolled to the top corner of the page.
Oh my God!
Coffee exploded on the floor as the mug slid from her fingertips. It was Judas Lee. Could he have ordered the hit? No. His body language seemed disheartened, more like putting on an act than hiding guilt.
The mafia hits had to be inside jobs. Hart did the dirty work, and Lee cleaned up his tracks. Martha got close to the truth, and they killed her for it.
Rage told her to put a hole in Lee's head, but her cop instincts proved a voice of reason. Proof. anything to connect both Hart and Lee to the assassination. Impossible, but doable. From out the kitchen rang the house telephone. Since her number was private, it had to be Jill Spicoli, Natalie's office manager and part-time assistant. She called Jill earlier to dig up any skeletons Detective Hart might have carelessly buried. Although not physically fit as Natalie, Jill is a 5'7" slender, young Italian woman who loved this kind of work. Brilliant enough to be a special agent, but her ego was too big to follow any kind of protocol. Working with Natalie was a dream job, serving justice with no jurisdiction. Her abilities are used to the fullest potential, and she answers to only one boss, a woman she greatly admired. Natalie knew she was a character from the day she hired her, from her round glasses and cute freckles down to the color of her chin-length hair, which changed almost every month. Currently, it's dark purple. The rest of Natalie's staff consisted of 2 other investigators, Tyrone Smith and Cornelius Bennett, and an in-house counsel, Coral Nunez. Though they're all good at what they do, Jill is the most dependable employee. Therefore, she's the only one the private eye would entrust such classified information with.
What's up, Jilly?
Natalie answered.
Got some for me? Yup.
Jill responded.
Just found a huge needle within the gigantic haystack our super cop currently has riding on his scrawny shoulders. And it's good. Lay it on me, girl. Okay, I started working backward and searched through police detail on the precinct raid Hart conducted earlier. Unbelievably, a public access news crew was the first to arrive on the scene, and they filmed the entire thing from beginning to end.
Are you for real?
So for real. So for real. Physical traction ain't my thing, but for you, I made an exception. With a few whiffs of airs, mixed in with some clicks and key taps, I discovered the warehouse where they broadcast their show from. Seeing how I looked, they automatically thought I was some lonely blogger looking for some followers or conjure up some clickbait. Therefore, since they considered me a non-threat, are you ready for this? They gave me the entire footage! All of it! Unedited!
Natalie gasped.
Jill? You better not tell me that you'll get it to me first thing in a...
Check your email.
Jill sighed. Natalie logged onto her account and Jill's message was on top of the inbox. She clicked it open and found an attached zip file. Jill whistled the theme of Charlie's Angels as she patiently waited on the other line. As the zip file downloaded onto her desktop, Natalie asked,
Will this show me anything related to who Martha's killer might be?
Not really,
said Jill.
but I'm sure you could find a loose end amongst the chaos. So many things happen at once with so many people around, I doubt Hart was able to keep everything and everyone in line. I know there's something in here you could use against him, but my eyes aren't as keen as yours. That's why you're the boss.
Downloading completed. Natalie opened the footage and clicked the play button. Despite the wobbly camera, it showed excellent picture quality. Simultaneously, Jill played her footage copy on her laptop, working together on finding the loose end. John Hart was seen storming the gates like King Leonidas, leading his army to battle. Natalie skipped ahead a few minutes at a time, viewing the implausible turmoil occurring on the streets.
Hold it!
Jill excitedly shouted.
Skip to the 15-minute mark!
Natalie hit the pause button and clicked to the middle of the timeline. About the 15:25 mark, there came the advantage Jill spoke of. The camera viewed the side of the precinct, and even though it was for a split second, Natalie caught the cop who escaped the raid.
Did you see that?
She shouted.
Yep,
Jill responded.
not all of them were caught.
Have they played this video on their news program yet?
Not only did they play it, but they sold copies to all the major news networks. It's safe to say that state and city police are hunting for this guy right now.
Let them try. I'm getting him first.
How? The footage barely shows his face. Not even mainstream media would be able to identify this guy, if that's even a guy. Well, I doubt a pudgy white woman would drop out of a window from the second floor, but hey, Who am I to discriminate? Anyway, we have no names, no numbers, or no leads. What possible plan could you concoct that'll guarantee you'll get this cop first?
Jill, what's my name?
She laughed and responded,
You're Natalie Mercedes, the woman who delivers 10 times out of 10.
Exactly. I'm getting him first.
Though still heartbroken, she was thrilled that her ride down the road of vengeance had quickly gained momentum.
This is phenomenal, Jilly. Thank you. For you, anytime. Besides, you didn't hire me for my attractive good looks.
Natalie hung up the phone and thumbed through the printouts again. Being such an outstanding agent, Martha not only printed out the entire manifest, but she attached her list of cops red flagged by Eternal Affairs. Comparing both lists, she noticed the tally on John's list was one number less than Martha's.
Got him!
She shouted. There was one name John failed to report. Not very smart detective work. She took a red marker and circled the name of the officer on the run. The one who can maybe prove the city's golden detective was truly a deranged killer. Tomorrow, the hunt begins for Officer Don Crass. Chapter 36. Hours passed and Natalie had been working nonstop. After researching news reports, talking with Don Crass's ex-wife, and checking in with her usual informants around the city, sources led her to the Fordham Road section of the Bronx. There's a 6-story abandoned apartment building number 696, what locals have labeled as the neighborhood crack house. Faded bricks and broken windows from top to bottom. Brown grass sprouted from the courtyard. Rats can be seen scurrying across the lobby behind the dated graffiti smudged on the plexiglass front doors. Unshaven mugs with sunken eyes popped out the second-floor window every few minutes like a bird in the cuckoo clock. Supposedly, after accidentally killing a kid one night on patrol a few years ago, Don developed a drug addiction, contributing to the end of his marriage. Since Don needed to stay below the radar, he figured the local cops would never come to this side of town.
Perfect cover,
Natalie thought as she walked through the unsettled neighborhood. She donned her outfit for this hunt, wearing a fitted black hooded sweater, black jeans, and a gray trench coat. Her long wavy hair was left undone. Believing she'd be doing more running this time, she had black Nikes strapped on her feet. She parked her car several blocks away. Walking to the building, she threw the hood over her head to avoid unwanted attention. Without making it halfway through the courtyard, a Mexican crackhead already started hissing at her. She got verbally attacked by a lame come-on line. "Oh yeah, mommy," the crackhead hissed through his teeth. "That's what I'm talking about. Tall cup of coffee with just the right touch of cream. All in curves, and me with no breaks. Coño! Tell me what you looking for. I'll give it to you, mama."
Sorry, but I ain't old or ugly enough to be your mama,
she snapped back, pushing him aside to enter the building. Walls were covered in chip paint and caked on filth. Lobby stunk of an atrocious odor of urine. Flames from the crack pipes provided the only source of light in this dismal setting. 3 drug dealers stepped down the raggedy lobby staircase, the self-proclaimed landlords of the building. Most of their sales were made elsewhere, but a handy portion of their product was kept on them for emergencies. When the product runs out and addicts start begging for more, these 3 dealers want to be the first to give it to them, for the right price, of course. While the 2 bigger guys stayed in the background sharing a joint, the head dealer, a 5-foot scrawny-looking baldy, looked up at the private eye and said, "You got a lot of nerve showing your face round here, Mercedes."
You got a lot of nerve showing your face anywhere.
She snapped again. Background dealers reached for their weapons, but the boss waved them off. Check this out. He clapped his hands together. You ought to be grateful we don't split your wig right now. Talk to me like that again, and that'll change real quick, you heard? Your boy Tyrone is the only reason you're still breathing. He and I got an understanding. I'll tell him what he needs to know, and he stays out of my business. Know what that means? You ain't welcome here.
Whatever arrangement you have with Tyrone doesn't have a damn thing to do with me. With that said, where is he?
Where is who?
Do you really want to go there?
The short dealer giggled relentlessly as if he heard the funniest joke ever. Turned to his boys and heckled, "Man, this chick be bugging, yo!" He faced Natalie. "Are you smoking the la-la? Check it out. There's a nice little dark corner over there with your name on it. Be our guest. Need some more?" He slapped his chest. "Your man'll hook you up. I got the good to have you skywalking for weeks, you heard?" His boys held back their guffawing, trying not to cough out the weak smoke. Natalie took a deep breath and asked again,
Where is the cop?
The three dealers paused. "Don't know what you're talking about," the short dealer uttered. "Better get up out of here with that." Natalie smiled. His hesitation was the proof she needed.
Okay, now comes the fun part. We can do things the easy way or we can do things the hard way. Which way would you prefer?
The dealer whipped out his pistol and aimed it at Natalie's chest. "Wanna say that again? Wanna tell me about the hard way before I blow your brains out?" She slapped away his wrist and twisted it like a bottle cap, forcing him to drop the gun. She then bent his arm behind his back into a chicken wing.
Who else wants to know about the hard way?
She grunted while slapping on a rear naked chokehold. Looking at their boss flapping around and sobbing like a lawyer behind bars, the background dealers dropped their weapons and ran back upstairs.
I'm only gonna ask you one more time.
She tightened her grip. "Where is the damn cop?" She eased off the pressure, but his constant sobbing made it hard to understand what he was saying. He up there, yo! On top, in the back, aight? I'm sorry, man. Just let me go. Just let me go, aight? Natalie slammed him down to the floor and said,
Thanks for your cooperation. I'll tell Tyrone you said hello.
The sixth floor was just as hideous as the lobby, polluted with empty pipes and rusty needles. Junkie-filled apartments were seen from every door she passed down the narrow hallway. Her eyes got adjusted to the dark, but still had trouble weeding out Officer Crass through the sea of addicts. She figured his pudgy structure should stick out like a sore thumb unless he was dumb enough to still be wearing his uniform. Since Midget Scarface downstairs said that Don was in the back, Natalie assumed he meant the last apartment at the end of the hallway. She'll start her search there. Going from room to room, an overwhelming sight of lost souls wasting their lives away, both young and old. Convulsion fits, sleepwalking. How can they show loyalty to a substance they'll die from in a year? What bad experience has happened in their lives to make them want to further punish themselves? She wished that she could talk some sense into them, but they'd be too far gone to listen. More of the same behavior spotted in the kitchen, bathroom, and small bedroom, but the master bedroom was unusually quiet. She peeked inside. It looked to be a heavy-set fella asleep on a bed covered with dirty blankets. Dark-colored shirt sleeves. Could be black, navy blue. Is that him? Natalie crept into the room and pulled back the covers, unveiling a greasy mechanic sleeping next to a hooker. Her mistake. Suddenly, a pudgy man ran out behind her and swung a splintered piece of wood against her shoulder blades. She collapsed onto the side of the bed, grunting in pain. Wearing a black beanie hat with a matching sweater and decorated in layers of filth was Don Crass. An anxious look on his face, scared, feeling like his last moments of freedom were slipping away. He picked up the private eye by her trench and tossed her into the bathroom. 2 addicts were lying in the bathtub, dazed and oblivious to the ongoing ruckus. Natalie rolled around the ceramic tiles, fighting to regain her bearings. Seeing Don towering over her with a ceramic tank lid in his hands, she fired a kick to his gut that knocked him back out to the kitchen. Don rushed to his feet and pushed past the druggies to run out of the apartment. His pudgy body trotted down the stairs as fast as he could. Natalie leapt down a few staircases to catch up. Running down to the 3rd floor, Don failed to see an addict lying across the top step. He tripped over the body and tumbled down to the 2nd floor as if the building was under demolishment. Panting in agony while tasting the dirt-colored floor, Natalie jumped on his back and whipped out her .357 Magnum revolver. She pointed it right between his eyes and said,
"Do you want to know if pigs can fly?"
Her eyes motioned toward the fire escape window inches away. Knowing what the irate private eye had in mind, Don raised his hands in surrender.
"Get up,"
she ordered, keeping her weapon drawn on him while stepping back. As Don slowly climbed against the banister, Natalie got out her cell phone and speed-dialed Jill. "Are you gonna bust me?" Don shakingly asked.
"I'm gonna bust your ass if you ever pull another stunt like that again."
Jill answered the call.
"Hey, need another favor from you." "What's up?"
said Jill.
"Always willing to help. I need you to find a spot in the Bronx where I won't see a cop for miles." "Sure thing. Also, inform Tyrone to stay away from Fordham Road for a few days." Okay. Is there a reason why you can't tell him that yourself?" "Not sure if he'll want to talk to me after finding out I just beat down one of his informants." "Oh, I see. I'll get right on it."
Chapter 37. Natalie felt like a lab rat in a maze, driving through the winding roads of the Norwood section of the Bronx. 90 minutes had passed since finding Don Crass, most of it spent looking for a mundane Jamaican bar on Webster Avenue called Buster and Brown's. Jill said no cop would dare, with no less than 10 men fully armed. Grungy conditions out front, dim lighting inside, mellow mood, smothering Caribbean memorabilia, pumping reggae music. Very few customers at this time. The perfect place to sit down and talk. Natalie and Dawn took the last booth toward the back of the bar. 2 cold bottles of Red Stripe sweated on the table. Dawn looked like a pervert caught in the girl's bathroom. Flushed cheeks, bewildering eyes, and trembling. Part of him wished he stayed at the precinct and got arrested with his crew. At least he wouldn't be alone.
"Have I made a terrible mistake?"
Natalie thought, reading Dawn's clueless demeanor. She had to cut him loose before his problems became hers, which was the last thing she wanted. Then again, he's been running for days now. Maybe he's just scared.
"I wouldn't trust me either if I was him."
Feeling uncomfortable, being stared at without uttering a word, Don cleared his throat and asked, "Since you're not arresting me, then you must be here to kill me, right? So what are you waiting for?"
I'm not gonna kill you.
Natalie answered. I suppose you wouldn't tell me if you were.
I would. Trust me.
Do you work for John Hart?
No, I don't work for that piece of An internal affairs agent was killed a few days ago, and you're going to help me find a scumbucket who did it.
What makes you think I can help you? Most captains I know wouldn't have crossed that line and done something so reckless and stupid.
Maybe so, but I bet you have a good idea as to who may have orchestrated the hit. Now start talking.
Don got a good look at Natalie and recognized her for the first time. He tightened his eyes and moved in a bit closer. You're that private eye from Brooklyn. Mercedes, right? Natalie was unmoved. Christ, I heard your name plenty of times in Captain Randall's office. He wanted you dead for interrupting his class fluctuation from the street dealers in your district.
What stopped him from trying?
Hart wouldn't honor his request. He didn't give a damn what Randall wanted, or any of us for that matter. Whenever Hart told us to jump, our job was to ask how high. That's it. I should have transferred out to 14th when I had the chance, but the money was too good to pass up.
Yeah, right. Spitting on your oath for a couple of extra bucks. Great choice. Look at you now. Spending the rest of your life running and facing inevitable death from the first cop who lays their eyes on you. Banks are probably on high alert, so you can't even withdraw that supposed good money you spoke about. I hope it was worth it.
Who the hell are you to judge? What makes you think that you're any better than me, huh?
I am better than you. Your love for the green must have started 5 years ago, swallowing that garbage of a revolution, right? Guys in my precinct gobbled up the same nonsense. Rise up against the machine, blah, blah, blah. But did I follow the crowd? No. I turned in my badge and got the out of Dodge, gathered all the resources I could, and then started serving justice my way.
What the hell do you want from me, Mercedes?
A name, place, anything I can use to bring Hart down. Concrete evidence that'll hold up in a court of law. Do that for me, and maybe I'll get you out of town. You tell me nothing, you get nothing.
Don buried his head in his palms, not knowing what to do.
You hit me with a damn worm beam, and yet you're still breathing. I even bought you a beer on top of that. I'd say you owe me one.
Loyalty was now meaningless. The officer inside Dawn wanted to help obtain justice, but fearfully thought of a bullet flying through his brain the moment he opened his mouth. Hart didn't kill the agent, he said timidly, but I have a strong feeling on who did.
I'm listening.
You have to know what you're up against first. News reports say Hart worked undercover to bring down the Pagnucci family. That's a lie. Hart was put in that situation by the hierarchy in law enforcement, namely internal affairs. They set up every one of Hart's operations with purposed intentions to bring down every crime family that posed a threat. Why? Because they knew the people would turn toward the mafia as the city's last line of defense if cops ever got organized. Have you ever wondered why organized crime still exists? The cops run it now.
So all cops are crooked.
Right now, I'd say it's about 50-50. But with the steam Hart's picking up, along with top government agents backing his every play, those numbers will soon be lopsided. It's only a matter of time before city officials declare martial law on these streets. Nothing would move unless they allowed it.
Back to the hit on Martha. I get why he ordered the hit, to avoid his cover being blown, but you alluded to someone else making the kill.
John never offs anybody himself. This way there'll be no shred of evidence to implicate his involvement. He cleared his throat, becoming timid again. He has a contract killer in his inner circle. A ninja without the black outfit. I heard the police reports say your agent friend was brutally murdered, shot multiple times, and crushed by a train.
How do you know that?
Don showed a police radio holstered on the side of his baggy pants. Since I'm off the grid, I've been able to keep this baby on without being traced, which also explains why I've eluded the cops thus far. Whenever they got hot on my ass, I moved to the next county.
Go on.
Once I heard them say motorcycle tracks were found at the crime scene, I already knew who was responsible. Only one killer I know who's able to appear and disappear at will without leaving a shred of evidence or witnesses. Cat Strutter.
Where can I find him?
You can't. By the way, it's her.
Whatever! Where can I find her?
Doesn't work that way. She never meets her clients. It's kind of like ordering a pizza. You make the call, the order gets passed, and the job gets delivered. No matter how long you hunt these streets, you're not going to find her. She needs to come to you. That's the only prayer you have in catching that broad. Like how you work above the law to seek justice, the same rule applies to Strutter.
What do you mean by that?
Cat Strutter is a cop. Chapter 38.
What the hell have I gotten myself into?
Natalie thought. She thought she'd feel vindicated after getting the truth out of Don. Wrong. She felt worse. An entire police force may have to be brought down to avenge Martha. Such an impossible feat can't be accomplished alone. For his cooperation, Natalie kept her word and offered to help him hide. But where? Going back to the crack house would be a death trap. Stashing him in her place would be even worse.
Use your head, girl. Forget for a moment that your quest for revenge had become a suicide mission swirling in controversy.
Traffic moved smoothly, so she had time to explore the neighborhood. If only there was a safe house where she can stay until she scraped up some extra cash.
Lord, please show me a sign.
She whispered in prayer. Dawn lied across the back seat of Natalie's vehicle. Distraught, disgusted, the last days of life would be spent running and hiding like a fugitive. Money was his motivation to work with heart, but now he can't use that money during his time of need. To answer Natalie's question from earlier, it wasn't worth it. Natalie made a right turn on Arthur Avenue and parked in front of a red brick fortress that occupied most of the block. Don looked sheepishly at the subtle sign hanging over the front doors. Inner Life of Holy Worship Church. On the roof sat an 8-foot cross that cast a large shadow across the neighborhood on a sunny day. "You expect me to stay in a church?" he hesitantly asked.
Not exactly what I had in mind,
said Natalie. She then pointed across the street. There it is, the safe haven she prayed for. A homeless shelter named The Nest. Can there be a more perfect name? Natalie got out of the car and felt confident she was doing the right thing.
I take it you're more comfortable with this place?
She asked. Don nodded. He seemed more at ease while looking over his new temporary place of residence. Nothing but old folks on the porch, immigrant families walking down the block, and a couple of druggies coming in and out of the building. He should be safe for a few days, as long as he kept out of sight.
Cop activity around here is very low,
she mentioned.
I'd be shocked if the mayor knew this neighborhood actually existed. I don't know the Bronx well, but there's something about this place that just feels right, like I was meant to bring you here.
You don't mean I'm staying here permanently, do you? He doubted.
Better than the crack house, isn't it? Besides, I just need to keep you hidden until I can think of a plan to get you out of town.
You do that for me?
I'm a woman of my word, Don. You gave me some valuable information, so I'm gonna help you, just like I promised. But once you leave the city, you're on your own.
I could give you some places to check out in Jersey, but that's just about it. My suggestion would be to go as far out west as possible. I doubt Hart has any stroke past the tri-state area.
He doesn't, but the guys he works for do. The things they've put together in a short amount of time tell me they have zero tolerance for failure. They got their stuff together, Mercedes, tightly knit at the seams.
And that's why I'm telling you to not even stick your head out of the window to stare at the sunshine. Hear me? I'll be back in a few days, and we'll make your escape plan then.
Thank you, Mercedes. I mean that. Natalie nodded and motioned for him to check in. As Don opened the door, he made a stammering attempt to apologize for attacking her earlier. She waved him off and gave him a yeah, until he stepped into the building. Thanks to Don, Natalie now knows what kind of demented people are involved with this scandal. She had a lot of planning to do in a short amount of time. First, get Don out of town, and second, find Cat Strutter. No matter how long it takes or how difficult it may seem, she swore to bring every last one of them down for Martha. Chapter 39. Natalie purchased a bus ticket to Kansas City the next morning. Her next move was to get Dawn to Port Authority and out of New York as early as possible. She also wrote down the address of another homeless shelter called Hope and Faith. Mid-South would be a perfect place for Dawn to stay off the radar. Maybe he'll find a job off the books and decide to start a new life there. Or perhaps he can save some money and travel out of the country, like Mexico or Cuba. Approaching Arthur Avenue, Natalie grew worried at the sight of yellow caution tape blocking off the street. New York's finest from the 66th precinct fended off a large crowd of onlookers. Playing it safe, Natalie made a broken U-turn and parked a block away.
Whatever you do, Don, please stay inside.
Walking closer to the ruckus, she noticed a broken glass in front of the Inner Life of Holy Worship Church. Blood spatter on the sidewalk. EMTs wheeled out a body bag on top of a gurney. Natalie pushed past the spectators and ducked under the yellow tape, hoping her worst fear hadn't come true. Just then, Officer Zach Metzger, assigned to handle crowd control, stood in her way with his arms spread open.
I need to see the body,
she insisted, but the officer demanded she turn back.
I think that's a friend of mine. Would you please get out of my way?
Officer Metzger still refused.
Get out of my way, damn it!
Natalie pushed him aside, and Metzger grabbed her arm, preventing her from going any further. She tugged and pulled away, but the officer was latched onto her like an octopus. "Hold it! Hold it!" yelled another officer from afar. He was about the size of two men, but had a friendly smile that could light up the cloudiest day. His hands were as big as oven mitts, with the complexion of a leather glove.
"I'll take it from here, Metzger. Why don't you go down the block and handle the news crews?"
Natalie yanked her arm away from the officer and coldly stared. Metzger saluted before walking away. Natalie turned her attention to this big man that intervened. She tightened her eyes. He looked familiar. Of course, it was Warren Sutter, an old friend from her days of patrolling the streets of Brooklyn. He, too, was a friend of Martha's. However, she chose to keep her death a secret, or else they would spend hours reminiscing about old times. Hours were the last thing that needed to be wasted.
"Natalie!"
said Warren with an ear-to-ear grin.
Warren?
She gasped.
How you been, big guy?
She stretched her arms up to hug him.
Still see you're big as a house. What you doing round here?
"Ah, nothing. Just laying my thing down these streets, you know. However long it takes for these knuckleheads to wise up, I'll still be here to give them trouble.
Warren looked at her and smirked.
Still looking as fine as ever, I see. So, how you've been doing?
Pretty much the same. Why did you transfer up here from the BX? Did you buy a house or something?
Nah, I split from my department shortly after you did. Guys started talking nonsense about getting paid more and exacting revenge and all that. I gave them the lowdown about us protecting the public and honoring the colors we sport on this job every day, but they weren't trying to hear that. Gave me an eerie feeling, you know. That ain't what I signed up for. So I decided to come back here to my hometown where I can make a difference.
Amen.
What was that scuffle all about with Metzger?
Nothing. I was just tripping, that's all. I brought a friend of mine to the shelter across the street yesterday, and for a moment, I thought that could be him in that body bag.
She shook her head and chuckled.
A momentary freak out on my part, I guess.
Warren raised an eyebrow.
Why would you think he'd be dead at a crime scene?
Paranoia, I guess. You see, he's not from round these parts. What happened anyway?
I won't bother you with the gory details, but it appears to be a case of murder and attempted robbery. Not sure how it happened, though. DTs and CSI are on their way to investigate.
Has anyone from the shelter been out here?
Nope. Got the whole block sealed. No one gets out, and nobody's coming in. Maybe your friend is still stuck inside. I can walk you to him if you want.
Even with Warren being an old friend, Natalie couldn't afford to trust anybody.
That's okay.
She brushed off.
Guess I'll check on my friend later after the dust settles. At least I know he's safe in there. I better go. You take care of yourself, big man.
You know where I am now, Nat. If you ever need me for anything, I'm here for you.
I appreciate that.
Natalie retreated through the crowd and headed back to her car. Guessing no news was good news, she decided to wait until the crowds dispersed. Robbing a church? Who would do something so ludicrous and then be killed for it? Must have had valuable artifacts or something. If Don did what she told him to do, then perhaps he ran under the closest bed once the chaos started. At least that's what she hoped. From out of nowhere came a strung-out young man, dressed like a high-fashion thug, very artificial. He crept next to her and hissed,
Come here, Ma. Let me talk to you for a minute.
Without stopping, Natalie sarcastically replied,
Call my office and make an appointment.
Nah, I'm on the real, Ma. I saw you arguing with that cop.
Yeah, well, I don't sign autographs.
Them cops don't know a damn thing, but I see things round here, you heard? Learn some stuff by watching TV.
Good for you. Can you count from A to Z as well?
You're here for that white boy cop, aren't you?
Natalie stopped.
I saw you bring him here last night. Crash, right? Everyone's looking for him, escaping that raid and all that.
Natalie grabbed him by a shirt and dragged him into the alley. She flung him against a brick wall and pressed the shirt collar up against his throat.
Who are you?
She threatened.
Who sent you?
The thug gagged for air.
You better talk to me, or else I'll snap your neck like a twig.
Nobody, I swear.
He gagged.
I work for no one, yo. I just see things. I can help you, lady. Help you.
She released his shirt, and the thug quickly inhaled for air. He massaged his throat and held on the wall for balance. Giving him a minute to catch his breath, Natalie glanced out at the street. No sign of any cops.
Where do you live?
She asked.
I ain't got no home.
He coughed.
Been staying in that shelter for a hot minute. Best place for me to handle my business without being seen or heard from.
Look, I don't want your damn life story. Just tell me what you know.
Alright. Last night, I was chilling with my boys out in front of the shelter, and that white boy came looking out the window. I offered him a puff, but he was like, nah. Then we heard glass breaking across the street, and these guys ran out that church.
Guys?
Yeah, a few of them, carrying these big-ass bags like Jay-Z packing for a world tour. Then your man Crash ran out like a superhero, yelling at them to stop.
He ran out there? Alone?
Yeah, he went for self, yo.
Damn it!
She pressed one side of her head and sighed.
What else happened?
Them guys bum-rushed him, but your man did his thing. He gave him the hands and laid them cats out, bobbing and weaving like Sugar Ray, yo.
Wait, are you telling me he foiled the robbery?
Yes. After that, this husky broad on a motorcycle stopped right in front of them. She stepped up with some old Crocodile Dundee-looking knife and just started slicing cats for no reason.
A blonde chick?
Yeah, man. She got Schwarzenegger arms as big as my legs, yo. Ugly as hell, too.
What did Crash do?
She hoped to hear that he ran back inside.
He must have known that, broad, because he grabbed the thief's gun and started blasting, popping mad slugs in the chest, shooting without stopping.
Was she hurt?
Nah, that's what bugged me out. She ain't drop at all. Hell, she acted like that didn't hurt.
Natalie was shocked.
Y'all boy beat the hell out of her. Whatever he got his hands on, garbage cans, bottles, even a damn steel rod, none of them shits worked.
The thug shook his head.
She then took out a big-ass blade and sliced his chest in half, then chopped his head clean off.
Natalie face-palmed, holding back the tears. She felt guilty for not getting him out of town sooner.
You alright, lady?
Yeah.
She said, wiping her eyes.
What happened to the thieves?
Man, them dudes hauled ass, bleeding like stuck pigs, 'cause she started slicing them up too. Then a car and a Jeep swerved onto the scene. They scooped up the bags and split, and that's all I know.
She took out the bundle of money intended for Don and stuffed it in the thug's hand.
Forget you saw me.
Pacing back to her car, Natalie felt stress run up her neck. Her eyes watered.
I'm sorry,
She whispered. Based on the thug's story, Don died a hero. He also died at the hands of Cat Strutter. 2 murders under her watch. Sorrow turned to anger.
no more.
Chapter 40. Night skies arrived. Streets fell silent. News crews are gone. Natalie opened her eyes, still inside her car, thinking, what will be her next move? Don's family. They had to know. Will they even care? No. Don't lose focus. First, get Strutter, then bear condolences. Was that thug telling the truth? Can there be another witness? Perhaps a member of the church? There's got to be more. She had to know, for Don's sake. What was that? Sounding like screaming coming from afar. Natalie got out of her car and paced toward the alleyway. Was someone in trouble? A woman. She looked down the deathly darkness and saw no one. Was she hearing things? Nerves might be messing with her mind, overwhelmed by too much death. Garbage cans tumbled out to the sidewalk, and the blonde woman collapsed in front of her, panting and pleading for help.
Are you okay?
Natalie consoled, offering to help her up. The woman then intently grabbed her arm, squeezing so tight that her nails nearly tore through the private eye's coat. So strong, Natalie couldn't pull away. Blonde hair plopped to the ground as the woman revealed her grueling demonic face with sunken red eyes and an alligator mouth. She growled like a mad dog as flesh melted over her skull like candle wax. Echoes rang in her ear as Natalie jumped up from the driver's seat. Imprints from the car horn branded on her forehead. Worriedly, she checked her arms for claw marks. Nothing there. It was just a nightmare, but it felt so real. A face-to-face meeting hasn't happened yet, but Natalie knew in her heart what Cat Strutter looked like. She ran her fingers through her hair and took deep breaths, regaining composure. The sun dipped lower into the horizon. Arthur Avenue had cleared out. Groggily, she stepped out of the car and stretched the tiredness out of her body. Time to get back to work. Lives need to be avenged. Walking toward the front steps of the church, she approached a plain-clothed older man sweeping the walkway.
Excuse me,
she asked. The man turned around with a welcoming smile.
If it's not too much trouble, may I ask you a few questions about the robbery last night?
Are you a reporter? The man asked. No. You look more like a person who fights for people, not ratings. I am the head pastor of this institution of worship. My name is Matthew Good. And you are?
Natalie Mercedes, private detective. Nice to meet you.
The pastor climbed up the stairs and held open the door. Natalie took a peek inside and thought the church looked in great condition despite just being vandalized. Rows of padded seats filled the auditorium. Musical instruments decorated the stage, replacing the traditional setup of pews, organs, and an altar. She was taken aback by its wholesome presence, seeing it as a haven. "Now, young lady, what is troubling you?" the pastor asked while escorting her inside. He then offered her a seat in the front row. "You claim to be here in regards to last night's robbery." He tightened his eyes. "I sense, however, that your concerns are more personal. Am I right?"
You read me like a book,
Natalie admitted.
Are you psychic? Hold up, I didn't mean that. Psychics and tarot card readers usually possess demonic traits and stuff like that, right?
In most cases, it's probable. However, God does sometimes bless people with special gifts to help certain destinies to be fulfilled, even if not their own. God has a plan for all of us, and those plans are meant to give us hope. We all have a destiny, Miss Mercedes, but only the ones with a willing heart will have the chance to experience the wonder of God's power, enabling you to do amazing things in your life.
With all due respect, Pastor, that's not for everyone. My cousin gave 10 years of her life to serve justice and help people. All this while enduring a terrible marriage just to be brutally murdered by a psychopath. Was it her destiny to die for doing the right thing? How can you explain that?
The pastor concentrating on using the right words to help her understand. "This may not be what you want to hear, Miss Mercedes, but by your cousin's act of courage and heart of righteousness, God has already rewarded her in the kingdom of heaven. However, the enemy is powerful in this world. I can see she carried a string of emotions like a noose around her neck. The enemy will do whatever it takes to tear you away from your faith, then use every resource possible to destroy you. Don Crass drowned in guilt for being a dirty cop. He thought he lived a meaningless life and was destined to die a failure. And then he met you." Natalie was shocked. How could he have known about the both of them, and so well? "You showed Mr. Crass that there are still trustworthy people left in this world," which reminded him of why he became an officer in the first place. He didn't want to die a criminal. The robbery was his swan song. Although tragic, he died a happy man. She gasped. And as for Miss Combs, she was dripping with God's favor. A true child of the light. Losing custody of her son made her also lose faith. Her light then faded. Instead of honor, her job became a burden. A workaholic sounds like an alcoholic, correct? Both use an excessive amount of substance to mask their pain. I'm sure you've noticed her change in demeanor after speaking to her for so long. She regrettably nodded. Martha was an open target. It wasn't until she crossed John Hart that the enemy knew of her existence. However, I do believe that God used her death to give birth to a divine movement. A change is coming. Both you and I are about to witness a miracle. Natalie froze. Under the span of a minute, Pastor Good knew everything about her. She even blinked a few times from believing in seeing a faint glow around his body. Find peace in knowing that Miss Combs did God's work to the best of her ability. She's now in a better place.
Then it's only a matter of time before death comes for me.
She worried. You are a warrior, Miss Mercedes. Respectfully, much stronger than your cousin. You are about to do something great. Monumental. Just stay on the path. Keep your eyes and ears open and remember this conversation whenever you feel like straying away. I wish I can give you the exact details about last night's robbery, but we both know who's responsible for Don Crass's murder, don't we?
How do you know these things?
Angels watch over all of us, Miss Mercedes. Please stay faithful. When they find you, and they will eventually, you'll have all the power you'll ever need to confront them. You're one of God's warriors now. They don't stand a chance. Remember that.
I will, Pastor.
Chapter 41. Natalie exited the church feeling numb. Her quest for revenge had been taken to a whole new level. John Hart and his army were more malicious than she thought. He was a man with a devilish heart, but aligned with real devils? That's not something she can just stomach. Fear told her to walk away, but anyone who knew Natalie Mercedes would agree on one point. Fear is just a four-letter word. Halfway down the stairs, she looked up at the big cross on the roof and had faith that justice would come for her family. Pastor Good had such an amicable persona, even if his divine narration sounded a bit out of reach. She just needed strength from the Lord to outlast this cat-and-mouse game.
Are they closed?
She heard someone ask. Startling out of her train of thought, she turned around and saw Gina Vasquez standing by the bottom of the stairs with both totes held by her sides.
Sorry if I scared you. No, not at all.
Natalie answered.
Yes, they're still open. Thank God. I've been rolling these anvils around for hours now. My arms feel like they're about to fall off.
Gina made her way up the steps while lugging the bags behind her.
Don't have time to think about the pain when my mind's been traveling a zillion places at once. Girl, you ain't gotta tell me. I'm on one of those acid trips myself. More than you can imagine. That remains to be seen, but I'll take your word for it.
She noticed Natalie looked distracted.
Are you alright? Yeah, I'm good. It's just one of those days when you think you have enough strength to stand tall and face diversity head on, only to have something else come along and pull the rug from underneath your feet. Hurts even more when you have your feet planted firmly on the ground. You start to wonder what you stand for. Been there before. Did Pastor Good give you bad news? Oh no, not from him. He brought my problems into the light. Such a wise and humble man. That he is. Glad the changing of the times hasn't changed him. This is what he does. I'm Gina, by the way. Gina Vasquez.
She extended her hand.
Natalie Mercedes.
She replied, accepting the handshake.
Cool name. Cool piece.
Natalie caught a glimpse of Gina's badge clipped to her belt.
You a cop? Not in this town. I'm a sheriff in New Mexico, but I used to work for the NYPD. Ain't that a kick in the head? I also work for the NYPD. Quit about 5 years ago. No kidding. That's the same time I left. Are you serious? Yes. I left because, well, that's not important. Wow.
It baffles my mind how we're meeting like this.
Yeah.
Natalie recalled Pastor Good's word about a movement being formed. Was there a message being told that she wasn't reading? What does this meeting signify? Could this red-headed Latina be an ally in the future? She had to keep some form of contact just to be sure.
Silly me, I'm proudly holding you up.
Gina said.
I have to see Pastor Good before he leaves for the day. I hope he helped you as much as he's helped me over the years.
He did,
said Natalie.
My family's going through a rough period and I'm sorry.
I don't normally invite strangers into my life, but I feel like you can trust me?
Yeah.
Gina chuckled.
It's funny because I sense the same thing about you. Maybe it's fate.
Check this out.
Natalie handed Gina her business card.
In case you ever want to get into the private eye game or share old police stories, give me a ring.
Thanks.
Good meeting you, Gina.
Same here, Natalie.